night landing, and they were approximately 9 inches in diameter. But he said these were in a perfect equilateral triangle, but the depressions in the ground were 5 feet deep. Wow. That's a bit different. Very big had landed, or appears to have landed. Not that he had. So again, having been told off basically for reporting his November incident, they didn't even tell anyone in authority about these depressions that were found, because they hadn't seen the facts themselves. They just kept their heads down. But this is all indicative that the authorities, US Air Force, was playing all of this UFO activity down. And it's clear that when you put it into context, that the twin bases were regularly being visited by UFOs. Why, we don't know, but I suspect it's to do with the weapons aspect. But they were certainly interested in those twin bases. And they are very important in the context leading up to what then turns out to be false serial events. And I look at this.
I'm stumped. Is it Barry Manilow?
It's 43 years later, and yet facts and information are still coming forward. It's amazing that it's that case, but
I'm disappointed in myself that I did not get that one. Yeah, oh, of course, yeah. Let me play Across the Stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. I should have gotten that. Give us another one.
If it happened today, I'm sure we can excuse that Chinese drones or something equally as sweet. But there was a concerted effort in the 43 years since to muddy those waters, right? By your government and by our government. I think the play down the incident, the December incident, was right from the off. And that's kind of backed up by news section that I got from somebody in the Royal Air Force.
This is New York, New York by Frank Sinatra, right? Boy, you are quite talented songwriting. Beautiful, beautiful pianomanship. Or how do you say that? You're a wonderful pianist. Thank you, sir. Come on, somebody give me some competition on one of these. I'm sure somebody's going to be able to get one that I can't.
And they were told that the UFO incident aspect was another. So this is within days. It's a different service. Yeah. But none of that technically has ever really hit surface. Will say that there's nothing of defense existence when the story broke publicly in October 1983. So what is from the office communicated that they were trying to play down damage limitation. Now, there are so many things that have happened to people. About what you just talked about there, in your brief summary there, that people have changed the stories or been encouraged or witnesses being disputed. I say in the book that the Rendlesham Forest incident, for me, is the most complicated UFO case in history because there are so many parts, so many people who are involved, and since that, many more people who have yet to come forward, some of which I spoke to who wouldn't go public.
I don't. Somebody else out there got it?
We don't like the way the case is portrayed in the media. And I said, well, what do you mean? And they say, well, it's all really false. Tennis symbols and all the documentaries, repost, and well, there's a lot more that's gone on. And these other stories are not being told. And so some of them don't aware of, and why will get involved because that's the way the narrative is. So one of the reasons I wrote the book came to realize is that how, the narrative is wrong. The last 25 years, the way that the TV portrayed the incident, the narrative is wrong. And why it's wrong is because one of the fundamental things that emerged as early as 1984 was that entity, 1983 was entity, and that was the so-called controversial account of Larry Warren, who was the original military whistleblower, who went public in late 1982 and then in his own name in late 1983. And when that story broke, he was the only long, for about 8 years, he was doing stuff with people still in the airport. Well, it's the thing that happened. As soon as the lights were all retired, characterized on boroughs, they started back in Larry Warren and saying, look, his account don't fit with ours. And they were putting down about it. But early on, two Newcom researchers called Ray Boucher and Scott Colburn from Nebraska has started to research the case. They did fantastic work. Now, all you'll ever hear is an anecdotally written about them. But they actually solved the big part of the case in 1985, in my opinion, because they were admission by Colonel Holt. Ray Boucher was the first person to ring him up and have an interview with him. And in 1985, he said, I've talked to a number of witnesses, Ray Boucher. His perspective is, I've talked to a number of witnesses, including Larry White, included Adrian Bastinza, who come back to the figure in all of it, Sergeant Adrian Bastinza. And he said, basically, he said this the whole. I talked to a number of people, there was another landing, and this was saying, and the Colonel Williams, the base commander of 12,000 personnel, was present in this field where this second landing took place. Entities were seen, and there seemed to be some kind of silent face-off between the base commander and what were three entities floating next to the foundation. In fact, it sounds like Star Trek, floating down to the boat. It was the initial account by Larry Warren. And basically, when Holt, Denison, and Burroughs retired, they all basically said his stories were rubbish. Holt basically said, oh, he was never there, blah, blah, blah. So I went to this looking for extra corroboration. And the key person was Adrian Bastinza. Adrian Bastinza said in 1984 to Ray Boucher that he was describing another landing. Clearly wasn't the event involving the testing of a small triangular craft on the night of the 25th into the 26th. He's clearly describing something else. Well, Adrian Bastinza has made a number of comments over the years in social media, but he was very, very traumatized by what he had experienced in the forest. And he was like the Holy Grail in some sense. And I've tried to get over him for several years. And then through Laurie Rayfeld, who had that February 1990 event, 1980 event, pre-test event, he eventually got hold of him and said, look, swear to him there for to speak to me. So I ended up having a 4.5-hour transatlantic phone call all through the night to me. He was to me for work, but I asked him, would he concentrate? I used some advanced interviewing skills that I'd learned that were not designed for probably 2 years down the line. But basically, I tried it and I said, would you try concentrating, trying to put yourself back there? And I just let him speak. And it was all the audio recorded, and he comes out with this corroboration and he said, yes, Larry Warren was there. I was next to him in the field. There was a translucent craft surrounded by US Air Force security police officers. Colonel Williams was there, and it was being filmed, which was a film that did multi-picture footage, and it's quite specific. Multi-picture footage, which for those of us up in Sydney don't know what that means. It's the classic cinema film, basically. And so we're talking moving images.
How long ago did you find this out? What a crazy coincidence. It's beautiful synchronicity.
World in October 1983. Well, here he was, this guy is corroborating to me that he's in the field, and it says that Larry Warren was actually closer to the craft than he was. And he's maybe 20 feet away, Larry Warren's maybe 10 feet away from the craft. And he hints that entities being seen. He found it, Adrian Bastinza found it very difficult to talk about entities. Have a religious upbringing. What he saw, traumatizing tremendously, he suffered sleepless nights, nightmares for years. We can go into the trauma and the effects later on. There's a lot of them interrogated. But in terms of Adrian Bastinza, he was corroborated. What he said was significant. He said, no, it was another night. said, "What do you mean it's another night?" He said, "It's
That's
another
really, really
mission
cool.
I
And now
don't
you're able
know.
to connect via Twitter
I am
Spaces.
not the night he was out with Colonel Holt, which is regarded as the third night, the Holt night, the audio tape, and the memo which he wrote. But this night, nobody talks about, and certainly Holt has denied everything. But here's the interesting thing. So, here's the interesting thing. After all these years, he's telling me finally that he is the first person that has direct corroboration marijuana account that the 18 film security police around and another landing in the field and that the base commander's there. Now, here's the truth of the position. That all these years you never heard Colonel Holt say that Colonel Williams was there, never talked about it, he was always ridiculed marijuana. And I think, why? You know, you're the base secretary commander, you should be, in a sense, put your arms around all the witnesses and say, look, investigate this together. But no, that's not the case. Now, here's the interesting thing that pulls all this together. Is that when I went to Ray Boucher's Reynolds note, when I first spoke to him in 2018, I did a strike with Ray Boucher, and I said, look, good, you've got your notes of it, but you didn't say anything else. So he said it for about 3 years, and he got up from there. I'm thinking, well, he probably never find them. But anyway, 2 or 3 weeks later, he suddenly sends me a PDF of 375 pages or something. 345 pages. And I'm thinking, wow. And I was so excited I read it in one go. I was so eager. And when I went through them, and I say it in the book, I came across this reference to an interview done with Colonel Holt in April 1985. It literally, my jaw was on the floor because he'd laid out, he rang it up and he said who he was, he was going to take Florida, and he said, I saw Florida, I saw the agent was there was a landing craft, there was security police around it, it was being filmed, and the base commander was there. And when he said that, he wrote, having given him that scenario, he wrote down the basics. What Colonel Holt had said to him, and the response to Colonel Holt was, I can verify all of that, I can substantiate all of that to the senator. He was trying to get Senator James Exxon involved, because he was the Nebraska senator at the time, living in Stockholm and lived in Nebraska. But he said it stars, and whilst the anecdotal references in books that they written, they don't bring in context. It turns out that initially, having met with Senator James Exxon, which is John Colburn and Ray Boucher that met with, Exxon was trying to get him interested in this case in England involving US security police officers. They've gone back to him and said, here's the memo, blah, blah, blah. It turns out that as soon as Holt has spoken to James Exxon, this was confirmed by one of theirs, Senator Dave, basically the attitude of James Exxon towards Ray Boucher, Stockholm, was like, yeah, thanks, but no thanks. No, I'm not surprised. I spoke to Senator Exxon a couple of times too. Called me out of the blue. We can talk about that sometime privately. We go into the break with Marvin Gaye, Tammy Terrell. I know.
I'll be there in a hurry. You don't have to worry, 'cause baby, there ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low enough, ain't no river wide enough to keep me from getting you. But the day I set you free, I told you you could always count on me, darling. Nothing on me, I'll be there when you want me somewhere, somehow. 'Cause baby, they
Audrey Patterson to KFI's 24-hour news room. The strike is over. A deal was reached Friday with a tentative contract agreement between LA Unified School District and its support staff. The agreement includes a 30% increase in salary with retroactive pay and would raise the district's minimum wage to $22.52 an hour. A Delta passenger is in custody after opening the emergency door on a plane as it prepared for takeoff from LAX. After the emergency flight, airport police detained the passenger. FBI has been notified. We know it was a man, but they're not releasing his name. A New York grand jury is expected to reconvene today in former President Trump's hush money payment case. Daniel Radcliffe and longtime girlfriend Aaron Garth are special. South 9 Medicine KFI, partly cloudy and windy, highs in the mid to upper 60s. Right now it's 48 in Anaheim, 49 in Mission Viejo, it's 46 in Calabasas, and 47 in St. Cameron. We need Rothschild from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
Before Highway 138 is directly blocking the left lane. And we also have a big red wrestling west at Chickamauga, I-15 south on Summit Avenue. The right lane is down for the town fire department on scene.
Well, investments aren't so great right now. So how about investing in assets that not only hold their value, but are just outright fun to own? Have you ever wanted a Rolex but never thought you could afford one? Well, let me suggest Bosch watches. Rolex, Omega, Cartier, Tudor, and a whole lot more. They have them all. Buy, sell, or trade. They have a huge inventory of luxury watches, free overnight shipping on all orders, and a great selection of vintage Rolex watches, too. Bob's Watches is a trusted online store to buy or sell modern and vintage luxury pre-owned watches, and all watches are 100% authentic and independently certified. And now you get $200 off. Google Bob's Watches and my name, Bill Handel. Click the link at the top to get your discount automatically applied to your order. Looking to sell your luxury watch? Get a fast and easy quote online from the watch experts. Google Bob's Watches and Bill Handel. KFI AM 640. The sensors on the ceiling of an elevator which can smell urine so that they can quickly send over a cleaning crew in the elevator. But what we have though is a breakdown in cultural norms because I don't remember there was ever a problem with people urinating public. I never even considered that. Right. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio. You can be roundabout and we're supposed to do like order of a turn and keep going. So she does a 360, she goes all the way around and then goes on the street and we want to go on the street. So what are you doing? You're just roundabout. You gotta go around the whole time. People don't know roundabout. Is that right? What? It's in Conway Junior Show. That's what we're calling it. Yeah, no, nothing. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Retirement villages, whatever, and they bang around there. First relationship. My grandma had a boyfriend, his name was Howard, in her 70s.
Howard was shady, by the way. Shady.
When you were post 70 and it's a boyfriend or a girlfriend, do you put a ring on it?
Area share.
Or you just like, I don't want to bother.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640.
Waiting company that will release new support audio where we can play together with no latency. It's a new technology. You have to use the ether and then you can actually play. Because if I'm here and the galaxy with Mexico, then we get like a delay. But with this new system, it should be possible to do it so that it's called audio. That's a new soundboard. Check. Yeah, I don't have it myself. I just read about it. Yeah, looks like we use Odyssey. What
To talk to George next, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Next.
All the a great day, but whether your day is about to end or whether
some of you are just getting up and getting ready to go, that song works. We're talking with Gary Heseltine about his book, Non-Human, The Rendlesham Forest UFO Incidents. 42 years of denial. I guess it's 43 years now since those events happened in December of 1980. When we come back, we'll go to the phone, see what's in your mind, and get some more testimony from Gary about his investigation right after this. Having repairs done in your apartment should never come with strings attached, like being harassed and constant pressure for sexual favors.
My leaky faucet turned into the maintenance man asking, why are we going to get to know each other better? I needed my air conditioner fixed, but my building manager repeatedly kept coming into my apartment unannounced and without permission. My landlord told me my rent would be free if I gave him something in exchange.
Sexual harassment by anyone associated with your housing isn't just wrong, it's against the law. The Fair Housing Act protects you from harassment, including someone making unwelcome sexual advances or refusing to make repairs because you deny sexual favors. If this happens to you, you can stop it by filing a complaint with HUD.
So I called HUD and filed a complaint against my building manager. No strings attached.
Fair housing. The law is on your side. To learn more, visit hud.gov/fairhousing. That's hud.gov/fairhousing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance. What if you could build a six-figure retirement income with almost half the money saved? You heard that right. Get a discount on your retirement, trading a six-figure income with 40% less than traditional 401ks and mutual funds. Hi, I'm Greg Kitchen, best-selling new Hollywood documentary called The Baby Boomer Dilemma. In this film, economists and Nobel Prize-winning PhDs from Wharton, MIT, and Stanford share a strange concept I call the retirement discount. It gives you more retirement income with the same dollar saved, and your money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even people who are on track have shifted money to this new strategy because it increases their want a bigger, better retirement with less money. Call to get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Baby Boomer Dilemma, at 1-800-506-2020. This is a $30 value for you. Call today, you'll get it completely free, plus 2 hours of bonus behind-the-scenes footage. I'll even cover shipping and handling, no credit card required. So don't delay, call right now, 1-800-506-2020. That's 1-800-506-2020, 1-800-506-2020.
Still use the art for it. I created a lot of things, but with a license, a free license, he give you
Gary, there's so much we still have yet to cover. There's one thing I would really like you to address, though, and it's the lighthouse theory, because that's one of the primary tools that's been used to muddy these waters. And all they were seeing was light from this lighthouse. Can you address why that just was not meet the facts? I guess in part because there were 17 different parts of these principles, right?
I think the real answer to that is that the media created that as a false flag, basically. Right from the off. This is media-led. In the UK press, as soon as the big tabloid headline came out on October the 2nd, 1980, a UFO landing suffocated officials, that created a huge media international storm about the subject. It became worldwide and went viral, as we would say now. But within a day or so, the Times was putting stories out that were trivializing it, and also the BBC had asked an astronomer to come forward with a theory to explain it. And basically, the astronomer, Ian Ridpath, went out and did some filming, and he filmed the lighthouse. You could see every 5 seconds in the distance, about 5.5 miles out towards the coast from the backgated area of Woodbridge. You see just a light flag for every 5 seconds. And what it did, and what the BBC did, who always played this down the case very badly, they basically let him put up the sequence that said against the audio tape, oh, there it is, look, the light flash. And he was trying to say that what was exactly seen in the audio tape, the whole audio tape of the live event is what is now regarded as the third whole audio tape as a reference where we can see like this. Had he watched it for more than a minute or 30 seconds, then it wouldn't have matched the testimony that was on the audio. But the BBC allowed Ian Ridpath to give it the illusion what these people weren't seeing was the lighthouse that had also up. Well, it was ridiculous right from the off. Paul said, no, it's ridiculous the lighthouse. And when you, and in the book, the initial letter sent to the Emerald Twin Bases. So when the whole memo was passed to the extraordinarily all people on igers and UFOs, whereas Holt had squared it down and said unexplained light. Well, Holt, Baldwin, before he sent it to the MOD, put a cover letter on saying that the UFOs, and when he was initially interviewed very early on by the newspaper, he never mentioned lighthouse or anything like that. And it was always ridiculous. It could have been a like, for example, a body is being found in, I mean, it's not conflicting. But what I'm saying is, it could have been a major police incident, and somebody said, oh, well, the lighthouse is responsible. Then you look at it for a moment, and then you see the testimony match what the people directly involved, the witnesses were involved. None of them did. Some of them did say that the basic light only after having encountered other light initially. And so all of these incidents were really, none of them had anything to do with the lighthouse, but it was the media entirely that created the delusion. And unfortunately, this is where I do say in the conclusions of the book, what else do you draw from this? The 40, 50 of the English-speaking documentaries that's been made over decades, none of them are featuring the information that I'm giving you now. None of them have done the real research that they could have done years earlier. I'm not Superman. I just take the time to do it. But other people could have done this decades ago. There were so many of them leaving, and they just haven't done it. They cherry-picked what they showed on TV, and they've allowed this lighthouse series to gain traction right from the off. And if you think about it, when the very first decent documentary that was ever done was the CNN special which took the Caro, which is still a very good documentary, and that was released in 1985. That was no mention of the lighthouse. They had them on there, describing things that were happening in front of them, in the forest, in the air. And just as an example of the ludicrous nature of what we're talking about here, is the fact that on the night that the first night, when Jim Tennyson, before we talked the 25th to the 26th of December, Jim Tennyson, John Bowen, when they're coming back having had their encounter, or it was Jim's encounter with the land of triangular craft, when they're going area where all the vehicles were, they see an object flash over them, going in the opposite direction of the lighthouse. And the other thing as well is that the silver is sweeping out of light into the forest. So all you got was a 5-second flash. There was never a lighthouse. It should have been discarded from day one. But the media entirely created that illusion. And unfortunately, because I believe that the media has played this case out deliberately, I think there was a high level discussion at the senior level in the media, the UK, whether it's the notice, whatever. Can't prove it, but it's the logical thing. It's right from the off, they're trying to push the lighthouse series, and literally every documentary that's ever been released since talks about, well, was it the lights of the there was the lighthouse. It's ridiculous. But they just put it. And they created this illusion entirely. It was always a myth. It would have been discarded on the first day of the major investigation.
Let's take a couple calls. Brendan in Austin. Hey, Brendan, good morning. You're on with Gary Hesselking.
Hey, thank you so much. Everybody's got to check out Weaponized on any podcast service that you listen to. It's a short snap. It's amazing. And I'll be super quick. So I think it's Jim. Didn't he get hurt by the UFO, and then during it, he had like a telepathic experience where he got a binary message. The binary was in ASCII, which is basically American binary, and it had GPS coordinates of all these ancient civilizations, and then one in the ocean that said to go there for our next step in exploration. Is that also just a poppycock, or is that, what do you think about that?
I think the binary code based on evidence, and it's troubling to me as a former detective because they did not become publicly well known until December of 2010 on the 30th anniversary of the event.
If you go to the website jailbreakchat.com, it gives you different prompts and it can help you with those issues.
He also told the audience who were a bit dumbfounded when this came out at the conference in Woodbridge, which is the nearest little town to Rendlesham Forest, on the 28th of December.
Yes, so using that website, so it's jailbreakchat.com. It can answer in whatever form you want it to. So if you wanted to answer give you financial advice, but you wanted to talk like a cowboy when doing it, it can do so. Or you wanted to talk like a dragon or whatever. And it can also teach you ways to use the do anything now mode to get around some of the requests that normally will not fulfill.
And it turns out that that's the case. But in 1994, yet under hypnosis, Jim Kennison recalled questions where somebody's questions is, can you see the binary code? And the fact that it's phrased in that way to me suggests it might be an implanted false memory by his interrogator, because that's the influence of the scenario. But what was really troubling for me as a detective is it's a standalone account. Nobody could corroborate this binary code download. Now, I'm not saying you can't have a download in the space. I think you can. But what I'm saying is that in the days following that major admission in 2010, he went to a couple of radio shows, was filmed, and he went on a radio show with a lady called Angela Joyner in the States, a very good interview. And when you actually listen to that, she was absolutely baffled at times by some of the responses, because he basically told the Woodbridge audience that he didn't know what it was, it's not gibberish, blah, blah, blah. Then it actually flipped out that it was actually being put in a book by Linda Moulton Howe, Glitch to the Reality, which came out in 1998, he didn't hypnotize, but that was lost in the audience, it washed over them. But when you play it back, and now you can freeze frame and stop it and analyze it. But the thing is that the story is a standalone account, which means there's no corroboration whatsoever. And he's never done a lie detector that might have previous to his account. So I don't know where he's never had to pay for any of his pocketbook. Now, here's the thing, his pocketbook, which is supposedly has the binary code in, is an alternate flipbook, so you can take pages out and you can put them back in. I'm not saying he did, or he didn't, but what I'm saying is that's a fact. It's an alternate flipbook, so you can undo his financial pages to take out. Now, when he went from the end to the Joiner show, he basically said there were 6 pages, 9 pages, 12 pages. It turns out there were 16 pages of binary code that he brought down on the morning of the 27th in like a mass chaos kind of thing, that automatic wants to write it down, so to write it down. Well, I think I would know if the one time in my life I'd ever done that, and I'd this amazing unique experience. I think I know how many pages I wrote out. Wouldn't you? It doesn't make sense. You always check to get your pages right. That doesn't make sense. So that throws up a red flag. But the bottom line is, it's a standalone account. There's no corroboration, and I don't think you can regard it as proof.
Brandon, thanks for that. Bill in Los Angeles. Good morning, Bill.
George, 2 questions for Gary. As a former newspaper writer, I know that public figures in America rarely sue for defamation, since it has to be provably false and malicious. But I understand under British law that public figures have more clout against defamation. Have any of the military or police officials sued the media bunkers for portraying them as liars or lunatics? And is there a connection between the Rendlesham sighting and another UK UFO that inspired apparently a hit song by a British pop rock group in 1980s?
I think that's a good question.
What's the song? I don't. It's like something like It's Real. I think the group was Hot Chocolate. Is that what it was?
I'm not aware of that. And I kind of think the things that will happen that relate to the actual thing. So I can't answer the second part. Remind me what the first part was again?
Have any military or other public figures who have been portrayed by the media as crackpots taken any legal action
to show that they were unfairly, as I'm aware, very difficult. In a sense, not because when you're talking with security police officers, US Air Force, military personnel, to be fair, the documentaries don't paint them as lunatics at all, never. Right from the officers never done that because they were in the military and it would send out the wrong signal to ridicule the armed forces. So they've never been ridiculed. But what is really striking is when you look at the cases, there is so much information that I became aware of, old and new, that you've never been shown in the TV documentaries. You can only conclude that TV documentaries have cherry-picked a bit of information they give, and I've been involved in lots of documentaries over the years, and what I learned is that TV makes entertainment. It doesn't necessarily give you all the facts. It gives you some of the facts, and they don't lie openly. They do it by omission, by not giving you all of the information, which is the context, which I talked about earlier on in the book. You have to have context, and they just cherry-pick, and they ran with the stories of allowed the lighthouse series again, it's still being talked about 40 odd years later. It's a scandal, but that could have always come from on high. This is why I think that the US Air Force government, stroke British government, behind closed doors, put pressure on the media to downplay this case. And the reason why they wanted to downplay it is because they had gravitas. Here we have essentially 50, 100 military witnesses, including senior officers, involved in the case. Now, can you imagine? Now we've talked about certain Adrian Despenzer, he's corroborated as well, and Warren account, they think like demonized the whole would say, oh no, he's rubbish, he doesn't know, he's a liar, he's a wannabe, blah, blah, blah. But the reality is the corroboration, not only from Sergeant Adrian Despenzer saying one was there, but it's being filmed at Colonel Williams State Channel there, but there's a guy called Steve Court that does the same training course with everyone. He's out in the forest when Colonel Holt arrived, and he sees Larry Warren there. And he's pleased to see it. It's not that they're friends as such, he was on the same training course. And it was their service overseas course. He was like, oh, pretty good, I recognise that here. And he corroborates that Warren was out in the forest by the TRILLIONAIRE. So that's two other people that corroborated was there. And then there's the historical account by another actor called Greg Baxter, who was interviewed way back in 1984. He said, after seeing a UFO, which is one of the incidents in the 17th, I ran away from it, and as I run back to the stage where all the vehicles, I see Larry Warren just coming because they were there.
Let me ask you one other question, Gary. We have just 2 minutes left, but let me ask you this. Do you think that there was communication of some sort? I mean, one of the stories that we've heard is that Williams, this guy who was there, he held his 3 entities. Yeah.
Let me just read the paragraph that I've been trying to say. This is what Williams said. This is what Williams said in a letter to James Lecter. As you know, on April 10th, 1985, I spoke with Colonel Colonel Holt, former Deputy Commander of ROTHSCHILD in regard to speaking with you. He agreed to this. In addition, when I asked about motion picture film, which Brigadier General John Williams, the wing commander of ROTHSCHILD, was to Space Commander, he said to was delivered to a fighter pilot. When I was in the town, he said it's motion picture footage of the landed UFO. Now, Holt was denied that ever since, and there was a clear admission there. In 1985, why has that never come out? Why is the context, the letters that Ravenshire sent there that make it unambiguous? I wrote this down the base of this review way before Holt retired and became the TV personality he is now. I think that has a bearing on many of the things he said. He totally denied ever saying that. Nobody ever asked him.
Well, somewhere there's photos, somewhere there's film footage. Maybe someday they'll come out there. Maybe we'll be the guy going.
One thing that emerged quickly, all of the radio transmissions to the
Yo, dog, Kingston, do you have a machine gun or something?
They're all being recorded on reel-to-reel audio. That tape existed, and on each of the nights they could have played them back. Never been admitted to by any of the senior officers, but 3 people told me during the Crossfire investigation that they were routinely, all the audio from all the radio channels houses routinely record.
Well, it's out there somewhere. Maybe somebody listening to Coast can come up with it, or maybe you can come up with it somewhere. Gary has a team. Tremendous job of this book. I really enjoyed it. It's so much new information. You do a great job of laying it out. Non-human, the Rebel Support, UFO incident. I hope people will check it out. And thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me on.
I'll talk to you again. Thanks also to my earlier guest, Richard Estep, and to my colleague.
I would like to announce the room quickly that I have, for the first time in a YouTube session, had over 100 people in my YouTube session. So I had 118 over the course of the last 2.5 hours, and that's just a record for me. So appreciate your guys' support, and one of these days, this is going to go viral. Thank you so much. I agree. It's usually like 1, 2, 1, 2, maybe 3 at the most, and then I hit 80, and then I hit 118. This is really great. I'm on Discord, and I actually just have my screen that actually shows their cameras back to them on Discord, and they get really interested because they're playing music and doing all kinds of things, and they're able to watch themselves live on YouTube, and then they're watching along on YouTube, which is really interesting. I've never done that before. Usually I just have it on, just in the room, or maybe just streaming some kind of movie or something. But when you show people themselves, they get really, really interested. Who wouldn't think? I did one other thing differently. I don't know if it has anything to do with it, but I started using a new browser. So I started using Microsoft Edge. I've used Chrome basically the entire time. I've used Firefox. I've used Opera. I've used basically every major browser there is out there, but I just started using Microsoft Edge. I don't know if it has anything to do with it, perhaps, but I can tell you, at least when it comes to the stats that are being taken, they've been more accurate than what I've gotten out of Chrome. So hopefully any one of these days, and then we're going to make everybody in this room very, very rich. Angry Ape Society is going to be all over. It'll be great.
Like Spanish, Italian, Chinese, and Korean. Or get access to all 25 languages for life with Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription. Check it out at rosettastone.com.
Most certainly, and I do it for world peace. I've been streaming my life live for more than 666 days from 6 different streams, and it's more data than anyone has in the entire history of mankind. And when people start to learn about this, they're going to be very interested to do research on it. My entire life, 6 different streams. I have I'm not yet monetizing it, but I have 150,000 hours on YouTube, which is the most of any single individual in world history. The next closest is live stream fails with 57,000. It's just like a compilation YouTube channel that basically has people who are on live stream who, like, it fails for some reason. Maybe their live stream went down or they fall over during it. It's kind of it's like they do pranks on live streams, but those are people who have live stream. And essentially it's a compilation. Any individual such as PewDiePie or Mr. Beast, they don't have much live stream. They have a lot of edited videos, but even their edited videos aren't more than 50,000 hours. There's one channel that has more time on YouTube than I do, and that's T-Series. They have about 230,000 hours, and I have 150,000 hours. But I mean, when I'm out there competing with basically T-Series, which is, all of India, that's pretty good competition. Well, I first started recording my golf swing. Believe it or not, I was a member of Tiger Woods' golf course out here in Orange County, and so I would just every day after work start recording my golf swing. And I have a good golf swing. And one day I just kept recording, came home and realized, you know what, this is going to be really important in the future. Perhaps my children would want to see this. And it's a really good time capsule of what the world is currently. It was in the middle of the pandemic. And so I started streaming on one Chromebook, and then I bought 4 more Chromebooks. Eventually I got to 5, and I used my computer as well, and then realized, you know what, this is an opportunity really for what I wanted my whole life, what everybody basically wants, which is world peace. And we don't talk about world peace. So I go into YouTube discussions and and Twitter discussions, and we talk about world peace and ways to change the world and future technologies such as levitation and anti-gravity and antimatter, things that you normally don't hear in society, like mind uploading and perhaps advanced propulsion, things that you don't talk about on a daily basis, like teleportation or telekinesis or telepathy. These are all real things that we don't discuss, and I give the world an opportunity to discuss them on my stream. In addition, I've made it basically the world's biggest NFT because, of course, we have all these NFT discussions on it, and in addition, we've watched every major media franchise, from everything from the Marvel Cinematic Universe to all. When I think that this will become quite popular, everyone will basically be able to have all their kinds of media, and it becomes essentially one huge universe. It's a beautiful thing. I have. It's hard for me to get a lot of momentum. I have about 3,000 subscribers, but you get like maybe 5 or 10 upvotes or postings, or like maybe people will comment on it. But really, YouTube is such a sea of content that it's hard. Absolutely. Songs of Eden, I'm gonna DM you like all my information. And I heard that you sometimes do consultations for people. I would really appreciate it. I'll send you my stuff if that's okay.
Most traditional investments aren't so great right now. So how about investing in assets that not only hold their value, but are just outright fun to own? Have you ever wanted a Rolex but never thought you could afford one? Let me suggest Bob's watches. Rolex.
Oh, bless you. Absolutely. I'm going to get with you offline. Thank you so much, Songs of Eden.
Buy, sell, free overnight shipping on all orders.
I do. I get my groceries delivered, but when I'm out and about, I absolutely do. When I drive, I at least have 3 different videos going while I'm in the car. Additionally, I have recorded as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego. I mean, I've been to Hollywood, Disneyland, Santa Monica Pier. So I do have a lot of video out and about in Southern California. And then additionally, within my house. So I take video of when I shower. I take video of when I go to the bathroom, and I upload it to TikTok or YouTube or Instagram. Really, I have done my best to have every single moment of my life on camera for the last approximate 2 years. Yes, I do. Normally, I don't do that in life. I don't normally talk aloud, but it's kind of boring if you're just watching someone eat. So I'll talk about what I'm doing so that people know exactly what I'm thinking as I do it.
There are a few exceptions, but you can read all about them on our website before you call. Just go to thesmellgoodplumber.com.
Wow, you went up front and everything. I just had a guy named Bubba who wouldn't tell me anything.
No brothers here now. Just professional plumbers who show up on time, smell good, and unclog drains for $99. Call us 1-800-446.
I'm in agreement with you. He was definitely an inspiration and had a really wonderful show.
Well, Trump calls it a political witch hunt, and Alan Dershowitz agrees. The famed liberal Harvard professor is speaking out against the targeting of Trump in his new book, Yes, Trump. All this week, Rob Schmidt was on Newsmax talking to Dershowitz about the weaponization of our justice system.
Definitely. I learned, like, if I'm just quiet the whole time, it's not very exciting, though it is an interesting snapshot into someone's life. But if I'm funny on it, it's way better. And if I make, comments about that, the audience one day will be able to know what I was saying.
Download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone. You can watch it anytime, anywhere. You should be watching Newsmax. Encourage your friends and family to tune in today. I mean, the hypocrisy is stunning.
We have essentially very wealthy individuals at the top of the pyramid who don't want world peace to happen or don't want it to happen as of yet, which is really people who own defense contractors don't have the same type of motivation to have world peace as we do. If you're going to lose money because you're not going to sell as many bombs or bullets, you don't want world peace. So it's about ensuring that we kind of knock those people off the top. And I mean, they have names. The Bechtel family has names. The Cheney family has names. And oh, I'm sorry, I was muted. The people at the top of the pyramid don't want the the people essentially to have world peace if they own defense contractors. So the people who own Boeing, the people who own British Aerospace, the people who own Rafael, the people who own Bechtel, the people who own Lockheed Martin aren't, or Lockheed Martin stock, aren't in the business of necessarily allowing for world peace because they don't sell as many weapons. And really, essentially, if you can get to if you have enough content out there, you become more powerful than them because knowledge is power. And if you can start to teach people that we are at a point where we don't need to have war anymore, and the ways that we go about is first and foremost say that no country is allowed to invade another country. And if they do, all the other countries should invade them. It's as simple as that. It's basically a threat against the world. Don't invade it.
Then Jupiter, Mercury, and Uranus. How did you pronounce it?
Long form video content in the same way that long form audio content changed the world when it came to podcasting. Long form vlogging, video vlogging is going to be very, very big, where people just essentially stream solve those. And there are also little technologies like the life straw for clean water and desalinization plants. These are not normally things that are discussed in open, and we discuss them on a daily basis. And really, if this ever becomes popular, people will learn a lot about new technology and perhaps ways to bridge the gap for world peace.
How did they finally get caught? Richard Epstein is a writer who's been on the program in the past. He's taken a deep dive into court records and transcripts to tell a compelling but chilling story. The serial killer next door. He joins me in just a few minutes from now. In the second half, we go live to the United Kingdom. Gary Hesseltine is one of Britain's best-known UFO investigators and writers. He spent years as a police detective and learned plenty about how to investigate, how to interrogate, and question witnesses, how to piece together facts. For more years than he might care to admit, Gary has lived between three centuries.
Well, the idea, basically, from what I've read, and you can read in UN white papers and also like Rockefeller, it will be manufactured. It's called Project Bluebeam, essentially, though, using holographs or some type of similar technology where you can scare the world's countries into uniting under a global government, either A, through saying there's like an imminent asteroid coming and that we have to all be in a world government in order to have that, to avoid this, or B, there's an alien attack or something like that. That's kind of what I've heard is on the radar for the world. And essentially, if that's what we're going to have, we will have a world government come hell or high water. And the people out there who are having the discussions, if we're going to have one, well, first and foremost, let's have them establish world peace.
Find it only on the Coast to Coast AM website. Among the stories there tonight, a flurry of pretty weird activity in and around Pennsylvania. So there is no surprise that Stan Gordon is the guy who's on top of all of it. Stan wrote a story summarizing UFO and cryptid activity in recent weeks. Some silly stuff there. Check it out. Also, an essay that lays out the case against going to Mars. A lot of food for thought, way more than I expected when I started reading. A strange story about a cult that already worships AI. That's right. Artificial intelligence is already their deity. We'd like to welcome our AI overlord, right? Get a jump on the inevitable. Oh, and a fun story about the discovery of huge extinct eagles. Just massive. Big enough, people, some speculate, perhaps carry a hobbit, if need to be. Shades of Tolkien. Those stories and more in Maps News. And while you're on the website, check out how to become a Post Insider. The cost is 15 cents a day if you subscribe for a year. Gives you access to a vast archive of programs and interviews, including heartfelt talk. You can listen anytime you want, as often as you want. It's a great deal. So too is a subscription to George Norrie's television program, Beyond Belief, wherein George interviews cool guests on compelling subjects, positions. Bring in the dog, the cat, and the family hoodoo. Put on a pot of joe. Slide your bod into those silky springtime jammies and your toes into your best bunny slippers. Plop yourself down in a comfy spot, turn down the lights, and turn up the radio because we're about ready to run. In a moment, we'll walk on the dark side. Serial killers next door with Richard Hestat. I'm George Knapp, and this is Coast to Coast AM.
Dick, you're very close, I think, to the truth that I don't exactly know how it's going to happen either. I can tell you, I'm a Freemason, and in normal lodge, these things are not discussed. It's just a bunch of old guys there. But you're right. If you go higher, no, I know. If you go higher, the discussions are that essentially we will have a one world government, one world religion. And if that were to happen, at least this would be my plan. And I don't want anyone to die. That's my big thing. I don't want anyone to get hurt, and I don't want anyone to die. But it's all going to come over the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. And basically, Muslims have that area, and Jews want it. And there will either be a giant war there, which I want to avoid, or some type of peace process. And here's how I think the peace process could happen. I think the United Nations will say to the world's major 13 religions that each of you can have 2 major holy sites. And so Islam will get Mecca and Medina. Christianity could have Rome and London or whatever they want. Every world religion will get 2. And the Jews, who only want one space, will give their extra slot to the Muslims, who will make theirs perhaps Islamabad, in order to Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Dome of the Rock, just like a cookie cutter, very, very carefully cut it out of the ground and put it on a ship on the Mediterranean Sea, and take that ship to the world's major ports, especially those with high Muslim populations, where people would never be able to see the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Dome of the Rock, and they'd be able to see it in their home port, essentially, have any religious sites in the New World. And a lot of Muslims would like that. At least with that type of idea, no one gets hurt. Muslims get 3 holy sites, which is more than any other religion, so they're seen as quite special. And Jews would get to rebuild the temple, the 3rd temple. That's my idea. If you've got a better idea, though, I'm all for it.
Don't you think that's like another war to happen because you're just containing it rather than really
Welcome back. Bundy, Dahmer, Ramirez, Manson. We know those names and what they did. And if you're like me, your TV probably lingers way too often on the murder channel, the one that features killers in small towns, killers in big cities, and in between birds and humans, killers who are spouses, killers who live in your neighborhood and appear normal, killers of every stripe, size, and sex, with multiple motivations. I mean, basically, we're fascinated with killers, especially those who make a habit of it for their own morbid reason, whose cases receive very little coverage in national media. This is a step for the writer who took a deep dive into some troubling case files and court records to put together a compelling but grisly account of lesser-known but equally deadly murderers called the serial killer next door. Richard, welcome back to the program.
Thank you, George. It's a pleasure to be back.
You've been on the show before, not with me, but I think with George, to talk about your own take on paranormal stuff. I think you've written about killers before, but tell me why you were drawn to this subject or returned to it. And I can imagine that after reading all the stuff day after day that you have to read to put this together, court files and transcripts, it really can get to you after a while, can't it?
You know, Ken, I do want to try and look at the generally speaking sources for links back. And they are interesting, they're fascinating, but I kind of need to take a book or 2 off after I write one because, yeah, you do go to some pretty dark places, and it's not always easy to realize that there's no such thing as mental block, and I wish there was. So to answer your question, I've written a book called Serial Killers, which was more of a traditional book, and it covered some of the names you've already mentioned, you know, Dahmer, Gacy, Bundy. And the truth is that you really can't talk about serial killers without having a conversation about them.
I am.
But there is this
I've been a Mason for about 5 years.
Never heard of. And I wanted to delve a little bit more into that world. The men and women that live on ordinary streets in ordinary neighborhoods, and people had no idea what they were about. And so I wanted to explore that, and that's kind of why the book came together.
I know that as a reporter, I covered a lot of murders over the years. I remember the very first weekend I worked for KLAS, there was a murder, and the body was thrown off a bridge out near the lake, and there it was. And that image is just burned into my brain, and I've seen so many since then. And after you see those things, it's inevitable that you're going to get desensitized. I wonder if there is a risk with the popularity of these TV shows. I'm sure you watch them as I do. That it desensitizes all of us to this horror.
I'm glad we're talking about this from the outset because one of the things that concerns me most is the fetishization of the serial killer, the fact that our culture has effectively turned some of them into rock stars. We now live in a day and age when you can buy t-shirts, dresses, apparel with John Wayne Gacy, Richard Ramirez, these faces on them. And at some point, we allowed our fascination to run away with us, I think. So it's critically important to remember, understanding the serial killer is paramount, and there's real value in doing that. But you must bear in mind that these are the most appalling of human beings. It can even categorize human beings all in some cases, because their actions most certainly are.
You walk a fine line in the book, and you even talk about it early on in the first few pages about, you don't want to cross over into lurid territory. You have to try to be careful. There's no getting around some of it, though, based on what these people did.
It's very important, George, to offer up a sufficient level of detail to understand and comprehend. But by the same token, I'm not interested in talking about in trying to recreate in lyric detail and appropriate detail what they've done. There are other authors that do that, that are comfortable doing that. I'm not one of them. I'm writing a book because I want to understand the subject, and I'm lucky enough that readers will hear over my shoulder, hopefully, and come along for the journey. But I'm really not interested in vicarious guilt. Anything that I feel would dishonor the victim families, the next king, the loved one, I'm not interested in doing. I don't care what the cash value is. I don't care what the benefits are. We're about understanding.
Tonight we're going to talk about some of the killers whose names are not as well known. Some in our audience will know some of these names, but few, I think, will know all of them, and will know. You brought some early broad stroke about some of these folks who made a point of trying to hide that most of them appear normal, right?
Yeah, and some were incredibly successful. I looked at a lot of career men and women in this particular book. I mean, one that struck me right away was Colonel Russell Williams, who was, a commissioned officer in the Canadian Air Force. This guy flew Queen of England around, which, you imagine the security clearances, background checks they'll do on people, you can do that. And yet, the guy was killed multiple women. So I was fascinated with this idea that it's not difficult when you look at somebody like Jeffrey Dahmer to say, okay, clearly that guy is not right. That guy has something going on. Colonel Russell Williams, you see him in his dress uniform, he walks by you in the street, looks sharp, smart as a thing, holds down a career. What is it about somebody like that? How is he able to pull off that kind of duality? That fascinated and kind of horrified me in equal measure.
You make a point too of how they are able to compartmentalize their other lives. I don't know how that process works, but maybe you could talk about it a little bit before we jump into some specifics.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, compartmentalization happens in other parts of life and fields. So, I mean, a good example is if you talk to any combat veteran, military men and women, soldiers that go out and have to kill in the name of their country. Often they'll volunteer to do that job. They do it for the most noble of people. But they come home and they are expected to turn off the aggression. They're expected to just put those experiences away and not let them affect their everyday lives, which some are better at doing that than others. When it comes to serial murderers, they seem to be very, I don't want to hesitate to use the word talented, but they seem very capable of doing that, of locking away this part of their life in some kind of mental box and only opening it when it suits them.
Seems like if there's any common denominator in the cases in your book, that they try to compartmentalize it, they try to lead a second life and try to hide it, keep going as long as they can, but they just can't seem to help themselves. Eventually, it bleeds over, almost as if they want to get caught or they want credit for it. They want people to be terrorized, but eventually it breaks down, which is why we know about all of this in the book.
Well, and that's the point, isn't it, George? Everybody that's in the church has been caught. I usually more over those that are still doing it, that are more successful at compartmentalizing and have not been caught. But yeah, you're absolutely right. With most of them, something goes on, whether it's a mental process or a break, a fortunate break for the law enforcement authorities, or a bad break for the serial killer. Either way, something transpires and they get caught. So they often have done a lot of damage by that point.
You mentioned about you're worried about the ones that haven't been caught. Have you spoken to law enforcement folks about how many there might be out there? I asked in the context of this is that I have heard some pretty chilling stories myself about the task force, for example, 30 years ago, who tried a trucker or more than one trucker, interstate truckers traveling interstate 80, killing people along the way. They never caught him if it is, in fact, one person. Any thoughts on how many there might be out there operating at any given time in this country or Canada or both?
I would hesitate to put a number on it because I'm not a law enforcement professional. I will say this. I think even the most optimistic estimates are probably too low. The serial murder is on the rise, and I think in no small degree, the fact that it has become a subject of fascination for the public at large. So no, I would absolutely not want to put a number on it, but I'm not optimistic about the way it's trending. Let's put it like that.
Some of these guys, and I'm saying guys because most of them are, but some of them seem to be inspired by other serial killers. And they aspire to the infamy that comes along with it.
Absolutely, they do. I mean, some of them, it's their only aspiration in life, it's their only achievement, their only goal. The desire to end more human lives than some of their, I hate to say peers, but that's really how they perceive it. Which is a pretty terrible state of affairs when you start to think about it. But I mean, also there are those that just feel compelled to do it, and then once the murder has been committed, they're able to go back to their family. They're able to lead some semblance of a normal life. And yeah, Ronald Dominic was the first guy I looked at in this book. Again, he's not really that well known. He was, if anything, the thing that struck me most about him is that he was a Dolly Parton impersonator, which sounds almost like a setup for a joke. We all love Dolly Parton. I think he's the greatest thing in the US now. He's the Queen of England, and I think he's wonderful. But he was born and raised in small town Louisiana, and this is someone that didn't achieve a whole lot with his life. Didn't really end up on law enforcement's radar too much at first. Not exactly a high flyer, but he ended up starting to kidnap male victims. He was then sexually assaulted. And these were men that he'd offered a ride to. It was really that simple. They would go to the police, and the police would, I don't know if they brushed them off, but they ended up kind of letting him get away with it far longer, I think, than they should have. And so he ended up strangling these folks in Louisiana, these poor men, and started targeting male hitchhikers. The idea being, of course, you mentioned these guys along the interstate. Interstates are, I hate to say it, fairly fertile hunting ground in some cases for serial killers, you know. In my first book, I wrote about the I-70 strangler, her Bowmaster from Almo, Indiana. And in fact, I spent some time saying that her Bowmaster's house under its new owner. He was someone that preyed on male hitchhikers as well. Because these are individuals that can just disappear, they can drop off the grid and never be seen again. And you know, George, that's kind of a common theme throughout not just this book, but the whole fear of serial killing. The ones that tend to get away with it for longer often do so because they target the marginalized, people on the periphery, the homeless, any kind of population such as the gay community, especially during the 70s, 80s, and 90s. So we have Toronto's gay village killer in this book, for example. And unfortunately, those folks tend to not be missed as much as John and James do public.
I built a machine that automatically uploads to Instagram for me. Period. 1 moment, and I will show you how it works.
This guy you write about. There were two early victims who got away. Two people he attempted to rape, men who tried to rape. They get away, they go to the cops. In fact, they went to the same police officer 3 years apart. Told the same officer, hey, this guy tried to do this, and he still wasn't arrested for it. Or was it? Second time?
Yes, you're absolutely right. And it took until 2006 in Spain, a year, it took until 2006 until the police were finally able to catch up with him. Not least because he was homeless himself at that point. And what he was traded on was the fact that he looked very unassuming. He looked like a slightly overweight, kind of friendly guy, did not give off any kind of vibes to the victim. He was short, I don't know if that's comical figure, because he could also be very, very charming and flashy. And that's another characteristic you see, George, with a lot of these serial killers. They are really able to turn on the charm when it suits them, until, of course, the doors are closed.
I tell you what, Richard, we're going to take a break. We'll come back and talk a little bit more about the Bayou Strangler. And we go into the break with a song from Aerosmith, Happy 75th Birthday.
Much just repeated in high school. There wasn't that much of a difference. They added some chapters to whatever we're reading, and then they repeated them one more time in college. And not only they repeat the exact same lessons and the exact same themes, they made you pay for it. And I don't understand it. I don't understand why they do this.
It's just continuity and I think of it as like a filler. You know what I mean? It's like we have an industry in education. Education is an industry because anything that you could fund through the government. Anything that you could fund with government funding. And through like grants and
I will make this collection world famous, hopefully soon, and definitely join when I can.
Increase with retroactive pay, and they will raise the district minimum wage to $22.52 per hour. The number of COVID-19 hospitalizations in LA County is on the rise. As of Sunday, there were 426 COVID-19 patients in county hospitals, which is up 13 patients since Friday, 44 in intensive care. A Delta passenger is in custody after opening the emergency exit door as the plane prepared for takeoff at LAX, causing the emergency slide to deploy. Airport police detained the passenger. FBI has been notified. Southline weather from KF5, partly cloudy and windy, highs in the mid to upper 60s, right now 48 in Aliso Viejo. Fullerton is 49 and 46 in Calabasas and 47 in Glendora. We live local from the KF5 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennant.
Heads up, if you're on the 5 freeway in Lincoln Heights, there's a stalled car northbound 5 before Main Street. It's in the right lane. CHP says it's in a bad spot and traffic is coming in hot. A crash in a car has Interstate 15 southbound before Highway 138 is directed blocked into the left lane. And we also have a big rig wreck in Rancho Cucamonga, I-15 southbound 7th Avenue. The right lane is down for the town fire department on scene. Hey, Ryan the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Eric Roy.
On the podcast, Inner Cosmos with David Eagleman, the Stanford neuroscientist explores how brain science intersects with our lives, passions, and behaviors. This deep dive into the unexpected facets of our brain science will help you see the world differently. I'm going to explore the relationship between our brain and our experiences by tackling unusual questions. Listen to Inner Cosmos with David Eagleman on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Attention Southern California. Semper Solaris is ready to install your solar now and complete your paperwork in time for NEM2. They have teams working around the clock 7 days a week and have processed over 35,000 applications and counting. No one works harder than Semper does with esprit de corps and honor. Go Solar American style. Declare your independence with Semper Solaris, your local and veteran-owned solar contractor who gets the job done right. Imagine no money
teach them the same thing that we just just enough to where,
Tesla
you know,
and
they're going to
N-Phase
make the grade,
batteries are in
and they're
stock.
going to continue to
Denver
fund,
offers new furnace
it's
today
stuff like
system
that.
with a
You gotta
lifetime
understand like
warranty and new roofs with a 50-year warranty.
to understand
Don't
the
wait. Get
motivation.
your solar system installed by Semper
Yeah, well, one
Solaris
of the
before
things
net
that makes
metering
me
changes and
very
rates go up
excited is
even
when I
more.
see,
For all offers, call
like in
877-211-5591
animation,
or visit
like you see
sempersolaris.com.
You kick ass. Piggy Dink Mouse kicks ass.
they're not proven. It's not above the kind of people that
What is your
regular colleges aren't kind of doing that right. But, you know, it's fun, they're great, and it just
way overpriced?
all the classes that they give them, which is, you know,
Bill
math, history, all these things that are
Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI.
it's like
I'm in France, and I didn't like it, and I read that the LA Kings are playing in Philadelphia. I left Paris, landed in Philadelphia, went to the stadium and got there 10 minutes before Mexico. The Tim Conway Jr. Show. Stayed overnight and then flew back to LA and said, F France, I'm never going back. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
just say, and they have to go back and then go find like an art tutor or like a art specifics.
Hey,
Just
Joe.
kind of make them nothing but draw all day for like a it's a, yeah, a tool of it's so I went to an institute and my first like my degree focus was computer aided drafting design, right? And like it was a school where they didn't really care if you copied or whatever, as long as you knew how to use like AutoCAD at the bare minimum. And you know, same thing with like math and literature and stuff like that. It was just they didn't care, you know. And a lot of us passed, but in the you know when we went to go find jobs, it was hard because you know a lot of us didn't have internships because we you know our courses were like it was quick. You know, we got our degrees within like 2.5 years. You know, and so we went from there, and then ended up having to go back to school to get tutored. You know, and for continued education in order to qualify for certain other to get certain certifications in order to go to work for certain companies. And so that's where you actually start learning. You know. But it wasn't like small classes. It was like sub courses and certifications and stuff like that. By the time you know you realize that like you could do this without a degree. All you need is a counterpart to sign off on like the engineering portion. You know what I mean? So
As
you feel
reported
like
by
it's not
Richard
for you.
Hexteth,
So I ended up having to like change my degree.
Dominic
So I had to
was
go back
able
to
to
school.
murder
You know?
23
And
people,
you just in this
starting in
never-ending
1997,
circle of like
nearly all of them men, I guess, and he had been arrested
realizing
at
that the
reported
industry
his
that
top
you're in
flight
isn't for you.
before the murder started,
And
but was
I
able to
just wish
convince
that,
cops it was just sort of a romantic spat that had happened with these two men,
okay,
and they
you
avoided
entered
scrutiny for a long
when
time.
you were going to
We're
school,
going to pick up the story in
you
just
had
a moment
an
here on
apprenticeship
Coast to Coast
where
AM.
you had the curriculum included the internship, you know what I mean? Yeah,
Tax
the
season can be
systems
taxing on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place, getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which means it can be dangerous and easy to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alert you to potential identity threats. And if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses. But you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to lifelock.com and use promo code George. That's lifelock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com.
Having repairs done in your apartment should never come with strings attached, like being harassed and constantly subject to sexual abuse.
My leaky faucet turned into the maintenance man asking, when are we going to get to know each other better? I didn't air conditioner fixed, but my building manager repeatedly kept coming into my apartment unannounced and without permission. My landlord told me my rent would be free if I gave him something in exchange.
Caustic
Sexual
stuff.
harassment by anyone
Next week,
This fucking rabbi.
is wrong. It's against the law.
Yeah.
The Fair
Yeah.
Housing
Next year.
I'm committing screw.
including
Really?
someone
Yeah.
who can welcome sexual
I hear
assault
she was getting
or
one
refuse
enough
to
like a
make affairs.
Different industry rules that take
fire
place.
extinguisher. So like,
Dinner service.
in case of emergency, break
So I
glass.
called HUD and filed a complaint against my building manager. No strings attached.
That's how you
Fair
go
Housing.
to
The
you
law
go to
is on
school
your
and learn
side.
that.
To learn
But,
more,
you know,
visit
sometimes it's not even
hub.gov/fairhousing.
enough
That's
that
hub.gov/fairhousing.
you
Yeah, Hannah, I'm fucking pouring out here. Oh yeah, damn! I just spoke with Tova. Holy fuck, she has not one, not two, but 3 tarps under her bed.
Assistant kitchen manager in a in a decent time, or become a kitchen manager, or
So Richard,
I already talked to Sarah.
So,
But, yeah, yeah.
Dominique,
She has this
and kind of fat,
tote.
he did a dolly
She has a
impersonation.
tote
He
bin
did Patty LaBelle, I think.
in her car.
I don't think he-
Yeah, in her Odyssey. Yeah, Sarah's got a fucking tote in her fucking Odyssey.
How is it that he was able to kill 23 men to get the drop on him in
they don't teach you
What's a tote? This thing we had at the third grade study for the teacher. Thing. Really? Yeah. Why does she have one? Like
some athletes are really good at the sport, but they're not good coaches.
fluids?
And his stick was that he would approach men that he liked. And his story was that he had a girlfriend who lived back in his trailer, and a girlfriend or wife, depending on the day. He had a picture of a beautiful woman that tested just this purpose. And he would tell them that he had this condition thanks to a traumatic past, he was a traumatic past, where she could only have sex with men if they were physically restrained. And so we get interested in coming back with him, and being out to share well his beautiful girlfriend had sex with him. Oh, and just to keep the deal a little bit, he had a few $100s that he could give in order for that to happen.
After a
And
certain amount of years
surprising
doing
number
something, like, I guess
really happy.
what this is,
now,
after 12
You should
years,
be.
when he got back
you become
to his
Wow.
grown
professional,
home,
not necessarily an
not
expert,
a
but
rat,
a
didn't like
professional.
the way things were going.
Then you become an expert
And a
after,
lot of serial killers, I think, would at
after
this
you show
point
your
have kind of
proficiency,
forced the
your
issue. One of the
skill set.
reasons he was able to get away with so many murders
Baby, I'm
was
all
that
content. I don't have time to fucking
he simply allowed them to leave. He did not want to draw attention to himself. He did not want to have a struggle. That waited until he had gotten tied up. Once he had been tied up and within an hour,
Oh, dude,
then
this
unfortunately
thing,
they would never
this
survive.
thing was going on.
So the story worked on around 20 men who told that he had was 23, as you said. Once they were dead, he would put them in the back of his trunk and drive the body around, sometimes for days, until he found a suitably remote disposal site, and he would dump them, often in the bayou. And by the time they were discovered, often the elements, the critters, unfortunately had wreaked havoc with them. And even the police very little tell on. Some of the victims had a connection with drugs or a known to be associated with drugs. So
You remember when it was going live?
this might be a drug-related series of murders
The usage is in the brain here, it's just that way, But a lot of times,
There were some
if you
mistakes
don't
along the
know
way.
that,
You mentioned about the 2 guys who got away and reported a rape or attempted rape, and the cops were
maybe you have somebody
put
showing
down on it. There was another of his victims that you write about who was
mechanically or,
found in
or
a couple of
or by the
inches of water
steps,
with his pants pulled down. And there's
Oh, Bob's doing it well.
a lot of times that also causes you to
That's true.
blocks.
He started out as a racist, not a murderer, but both
You should learn
of
to
the initial violent rape,
your
he
muses,
used a weapon.
or
He
your
would
muse,
use
your
a firearm in one and a knife in
Sounds
the
good.
other.
Alright.
I think that's
Although
that's
he
as far as it
refused
should go.
to really talk
Instead of
about
them
it, it's
telling you that you
believed
need to
that
know about
the added factor of violence provided him with a thrill, and that
a certain
escalated
part. So,
from rape to murder.
when you get to that point,
So
say if it is relevant with what you're doing, then
he ridiculously cooperative when the police arrested him. In fact, he voluntarily gave up a DNA sample
the DNA sample was ended up incriminating him because police forensic technicians were able to tie that DNA to that of some of the victims. He wanted to charm, he wanted to ingratiate, he wanted to say whatever was the right thing until he had you tied up. And then it was all over.
And what was it they finally nailed him? How they nailed him?
So it was the fact that a young man had gone back with him, and it was those that he had allowed to leave. He recognized the fact that something wasn't right. Police officers started questioning likely candidates for victims, and soon realized, hey, this sounds like it could be our guy. So it was a victim that he had allowed to live, which finally was who they were doing.
Let's move on to the Austrian ripper, Johann Jack Unterweger. Tell us about him.
Yeah, absolutely. So Jack Unterweger was a non-American. He was an Austrian, in fact. Came to the U.S. after he'd already committed murder. He was a sexually motivated thrill killer who enjoyed strangling women, usually with their bra. Came to the United States, the Hotel Cecil, where there's an entire story to be told there, and indeed I wrote a book about that myself called American Hotel Story. But Richard Ramirez, the so-called Night Stalker, had actually stayed there while he was committing some of his murders. And Unterweger had claimed to be a journalist and said that he was coming to the U.S. to write about crime, and that they would actually get hotels to arrive along with the LAPD, where the police officers would take him around and show him the sites and show him the crime spots. And when he would return to the Cecil, he would go out again at night, and he would pick up sex workers, and he would murder them. So,
marginalized target group, right? Marginalized target.
Yes, absolutely. And of course, sex work is a very high-risk vocation. And Unterweger definitely had a track record of having done that in his native Austria. In fact, he'd gone to prison for murdering a woman, had been released, and had become the darling of the Austrian media. There was a campaign to get him released early, which was not successful. And when he got out of prison after having served time for murder, he actually ended up working in television and became quite a popular and sought-after presenter and writer. He's written almost entirely fictitious account of why he's done what he's done, and just a whole bunch of public sympathy.
Yeah, like for me, I had such a terrible childhood, and I've gone to prison. He only gets sentenced to 15 years for this murder, and while he's in prison, he writes and it becomes sort of a celebrity, gets out, makes a bunch of money, becomes sort of a celeb, and makes a bunch of dough and comes to the U.S.
That's exactly it. And again, he was charming enough that he was able to spin the media side of things in his favor. You're absolutely right. That he was, poor me, I was hard done to. Yes, I did a terrible thing, but I've done my time. I've paid my debt to society, and now I'm, building a new life. I'm going to be a journalist. I'm going to be a writer, a correspondent. And of course, came to the U.S. and began killing American women instead.
All right.
Did he kill 7? Is that here or is that total?
That would be in total, and almost certainly he would have murdered more. He could not help himself. But the dots were being connected between the U.S. and Austria. So he murdered 7 sex workers in his homeland in Austria, and then 3 more, I believe it was, here in the U.S. So 7 total in Austria.
So someone noticed, hey, the murder stopped here, and they were started in L.A., where this guy's moved, and they zero in on him.
Right, and he led police on this merry chase across the U.S. and across Europe until he was finally captured. And Unterweger loved the attention, so he was someone, I think, that enjoyed killing, but even more enjoyed being this, I hate to say it, celebrity. I mean, John Malkovich played him on stage in a play called The Infernal Comedy. To this day, he's been, I think, what's the word I'm looking for here? To this day, he still is seen in performances around various theatres. But he did not have a happy ending. Hunter later died in his cell, fatally strangled on the night of his sentencing. When he finally realized he was not going to get away with it this time, they were going to lock him up and throw away the key. So he did ultimately evade justice.
I think you wrote that he was on the run across the U.S. and several European countries, and then was finally caught. But he was on the run, and he had a girlfriend who was a stripper. And I guess that's the kind of money that they got to stay on the run. She was sort of a target. I mean, she would have been a target for who he would try to kill, I would think, being in that line of work.
Absolutely. She was an 18-year-old, but Underwood also was clever enough to know that he needed a source of income, and what was he going to do? Actually work for a living? You know, this kind of mindset is all about treating people in terms of what they can do for you. So he saw her as a handy opportunity to fund his escape attempt, or his prolonged escape attempt. But yeah, she would absolutely have been a victim of other circumstances.
One of the other guys you write about is had a nickname of the werewolf because of just the brutality, the savagery of the attack that he undertook. So what was the motivating factor in him? What was the childhood trauma or whatever it was that led him to become the person, the monster that he became?
This is Mikhail Popkov, who was essentially killing out of Siberia, where he was a police officer. And it's a little bit trickier to definitively nail why he did what he did. But when we do look at his childhood, there are stories, and again, it's always cautious. We have to be very cautious about accepting what they tell us as primary sources. That he had an abusive mother who was a sex worker herself, and who would beat him and fix his drunken rage, which kind of instilled in him a hatred of women that never left his through his entire life. So that's kind of the story that he told, detectives, but then also kind of admitted, hey, he enjoyed the fact that when he became a police officer, he had this power over people, particularly women, and he really enjoyed the thrill he got from abusing it.
He was able to go to the murder scene as a police officer. He's there at the scene where he's the guy who did it. He's walking around the scene talking to the other cops about their investigation, right?
He's one of those helicopter, absolutely, a subset of serial killers, there were a couple of them took. And yeah, he was part of the investigation to his own crime. He was able to interfere with evidence, he was able to know exactly what the police knew and stay one step ahead of them, because of course he was the police.
You write that he was known for the savagery of the attack, that he would regularly stab somebody 100 times or more. What was going on there? What's the motivating force there? And was that common for the crimes that he committed? Or, I guess we don't know how many he did, right?
Its estimates range anywhere from 60 to 200 and possibly more. It's difficult to say. And those numbers are based purely on the number of women who were disappeared and have not turned up during the 18-year span when he was known to have been killing. But, he received the nickname of the werewolf because of the sheer savagery of the attack. You look at other killers who may stab somebody 10, 15, 20 times. Absolutely brutal, of course, and I don't need to downplay the seriousness of that. But when you are inflicting hundreds of injuries on somebody, there is rage and anger and hatred there. This is not necessarily about slowly torturing somebody for the thrill of it, which you do see in certain cases. This is someone who's taking out extreme rage on his victims.
This guy was married. I mean, as a police officer, he was married. He had a second life, presumably something that seemed respectable as an officer. And his wife not only supported him when he was accused, but continued to support him after he's convicted, right?
Yeah, wife and daughter. And he would end up saying, because it's so often serial killers such as this will try and garner a degree of sympathy validation. And the immoral women of the city, the immoral women, as if what what he was doing was remotely immoral. It was this idea that he was, meeting out just punishment, which was part of his mindset. He definitely had a family life, and it's just unbelievable he was able to leave his wife, leave his daughter, put on his uniform, go out on patrol, and when the opportunity presented itself, inflict the most horrific attack.
I guess was caught in part because of DNA evidence, and then also because of tire tracks that were left at the scene of at least one of the crimes.
Yep, again, here comes that overconfidence and complacency you see in so many serial killers indoors. When you are on the team that is trying to track you down, it's easy to get overconfident, and that's what happened in Bobkov's case. So he was not as meticulous as he should have been about cleaning up after himself, which kind of allowed the police the opportunity to finally stop him.
This is astonishing to me to learn that Russia has no death penalty. Hasn't had a death penalty since 1992. I guess I believe some same circumstances, but no death penalty. Huh?
Well, you can get the death penalty informally for political reasons, as you just alluded to, George. But in terms of homicide, in terms of the equivalent of death row, as we have in the U.S. now, there's no equivalent of that in Russia. So, Bobkov is still sitting there, languishing, just eating his time out behind bars until he presumably dies of old age, or somebody takes matters into their own hands.
And in Russia, is he something of an infamous celebrity? Is there an equivalent of the ID channel in Russia?
Yep. 3921 Claremont Street, Irvine, California, 92614. Come over whenever you want. Yeah.
If I suspected something was wrong, if I didn't believe him, then I would just divorce. So, it's kind of beyond belief that
714-715, go ahead.
And he was enough of an actor that he was able to convince his wife and his 27-year-old
714-715-0050.
He confessed to some of these murders in court.
0040, thank you.
Tell me this. I know that a lot of these other serial killer cases, you poured through all the court records and transcripts and trial transcripts. What about for this one? I don't know if you read or write Russian, so did you read media accounts, or did you actually dive into court records?
Yeah, I do not have access to Russian court records. Turns out that relations between the U.S. and Russia are not that great. This is important that I have to rely very heavily on the Russian media in order to get this kind of information.
All right, we're going to take another break. Richard Hesketh, the book is called The Serial Killer Next Door. A lot of really fascinating stuff. When we come back, a killer cop, Gerald Caper, Gerard Caper, Jr., and boy, what a story he's got. We'll be right back with more Coast to Coast. We'll begin with a break with a song from North
Here, you can.
About a long-ago murder called Casually.
It takes a woman's voice to affirm that I'm actually all natural and organic.
First National Realty Partners has historic returns of 15% IRR. Under $1.5 billion in commercial real estate assets with national brand brands like Walmart,
My hair type just fucking snaps, but whatever. I'm in Zen, I'm Nirvana, you know? I'm enlightened, I'm self-actualizing.
First National Realty Partners
has the advantage over the current market and even more. Call later at 301-9010 or go to fnrpradio.com. That's fnrpradio.com. Get all the benefits of fully passive real estate ownership. Get in on the current deals while they're available. Call later at 301-9010 or go to fnrpradio.com. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Investments subject to risk, including losing principal. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Any representations made about investment security reflect FNRP's strategy and may or may not be realized. Visit fnrpradio.com.
If you're looking to get out of your house, doesn't matter why you're moving, or maybe even better than a home, and now what you do, usually you go to a real estate agent, stick to the price, and you're told to clean, repair, wires are going to walk through, the house has to be pristine, and if you don't live there, you don't need to get back. How about getting a fair price for your home without any of that hassle? DirectBuyers.com will do exactly that. DirectBuyers.com, a local family-owned business, Janet and Matt, brother and sister. I love the way they do business. Now, there are a lot of schmucks out there in this business. I'm going to suggest you call the DirectBuyers.com. They'll never lowball you. They'll get you an honest, no obligation offer, even a $15,000 cash. Go to DirectBuyers.com. Call 844-242-SELL, 844-242-SELL, DirectBuyers.com. Congratulations to Corbin Larson picking up 3 Golden Light Awards for his reporting on AFI. And you don't have to go anywhere near the TV's already here. AFI, AM 640.
Wanna be like Dr. Dick. Dick down, don't hold up. That you got for you. And I do too.
A new mudslide. I'm Bree Kenneth in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A small mudslide in Pacific Palisades has displaced a family. Officials say it happened late Sunday when a 100 by 200 area of the hillside fell away. A building inspector and geologist will assess today. A deal was reached Friday with LA Unified School District and support staff. The agreement includes a 30% salary increase, also retroactive pay, and would raise the district's minimum wage to $22.52 per hour. Huntington Beach High School is protecting killdeer bird eggs on the school's track. The bird arrived, laid 4 eggs on an artificial turf, and now the school has to wait it out. The hatching should happen around Easter. Wetland and Wildlife Care Center says federal law protects the mama and her eggs, so all activities on the track have been suspended. San Diego State is headed to the Final Four, being out the #1 overall seed Alabama to get to the Elite Eight.
We're making the next step, and it's something we've always talked about, and I'm sure there were people who doubted we could do it. Not to say it's easy to get there, or that we would ever get there, but we're there now, and we're going to go and try to win the thing.
So with head coach Ryan Dutcher, the Aztecs will face Florida's Atlantic Owls on Saturday. Motown icon Martha Reeves is in need of donations so she can get her star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. She was nominated for the honor, which is planned for late 2023 or early 2024, but she needs to raise about $55,000. A New York grand jury is expected to reconvene later today in former President Trump's hush money payment will kick off in October and stopping in LA in November. Rain expected late Tuesday into Wednesday, south on Meta KFI, partly cloudy and windy with highs in the mid to upper 60s. Right now it's 49 in Costa Mesa, Texas at 48. It's 46 in Aspen and 47 in West Covina. We're Nick Local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Kenneth.
And we also have big red jack in Rancho Cucamonga, I-15 southbound Summer Avenue. The right lane is down for the town fire department on Can't find the sky helps get to there faster. I'm Harold.
The media says indictments are looming against former President Trump. Every time they're in New York, Georgia, and Washington. So Trump calls it a political witch hunt, and how in their short degree. The insane liberal Harvard professor is on this talking to Dershowitz about the weaponization of our justice system and the disturbing information revealed in the House subcommittee hearing. Rob Schmidt is exposing this abuse of power. Tune in to Rob Schmidt and Aaron Dershowitz tonight. It's not about
if someone can, if someone doesn't have as much ADHD as me right now, can they make a group chat with all of the speakers or something? Because I would love to get to know you guys more off space, off recording too. Yeah.
Yo, dog.
Don't forget to download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone. You can watch it anytime, anywhere. You should be watching Newsmax. Encourage your friends and family to tune in today.
Need high-quality windows and doors for your home? Marvin Lewis is a trusted partner from the beginning
Okay,
to the
so,
end of
okay,
every
wait,
project.
sorry.
And can
One more
help
thing
you
before
find
I
the right
get the fuck
market
out of this fuck house. I'm wearing a scarf.
Like space for the everything,
follow
the big
each
thing.
other.
And plus you never expect it.
Oh,
For
they're
connection
updated
and
shit that you
celebration
can add.
for personality and possibility.
That's good.
Make space for
That's
you,
good. That's good. That's good. I like
for
that.
better
Okay.
living, and a
Okay.
quality
Fuck.
that
What was I gonna
endures.
say?
Make
Fuck.
space
I'll get the
for
fight for a
life.
second. I'm gonna quit.
When you find a place for Marvin Windows and Doors, Marvin Windows is here to help with your Marvin window and door options. They make it easy to find quality Marvin windows and doors that fit your needs. Visit replacementmadeeasy.com today to set up your free consultation. That's replacementmadeeasy.com.
How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's going to be worth the same next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting more out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow the money you need with the equity you've built. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, or whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital may have the best solution to help you. No appraisal, credit report fees to apply. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. Call 833-255-5698, 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com.
This place so much because we'll talk about
I wanted to be an undercover cop because of that.
And what happened with that? You didn't see it through, did you?
I could be a single high schooler. Hey, fellow kid.
I think you could.
He was doing that with the hair. 9 to 1 p.m. on JFI. And on demand anytime on the Iron Radio app. AM 640, more stimulating talk.
Oh my god, that shit's real as fuck, man. Sometimes I feel like saying too much because I like to humble myself at the same time and appreciate the things that I have, the things that I love. And I like to me, this shit works with me. Was in the bag, was in the bag, was in the bag, was in the box, was in the bag, was in the truck, was in the BT car, and all of a sudden, I'm like, wow, that's the time. You set the bar high, and they got at a level below you. So much for everyone's energy, positive vibes, man. And real shit, man, real shit. Real shit. Songs, if you pulled up here and drop shipped your fucking piano on the park, man, you're straight artist, bro. That's just fucking dope. There's a park here too with basketball hoops. Perfect for straight artists.
The macabre and here on Guest Jam, and that's the name of that film. We're talking with Mr. Desktop, author of The Store Next Door, a fascinating portrait of infamous or
infamous killers, just certainly some of the better known names. Coming up in this segment, we're going to hear the story of Gerard Schaefer Jr., who operated in Florida and killed untold numbers of young women. And then we're going to get equal time to female serial killers. This one, a Canadian named Elizabeth Westwalker, aka the Red Surge. I promise to save some time for your calls and questions. Comments to my guests here on the next segment of Coast to Coast AM.
Tax season can be taxing on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place, getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which means it can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alert you to potential identity threats. And if you do become a victim, a dedicated can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses. But you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to lifelock.com and use promo code George. That's lifelock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. lifelock.com.
Real people, real stories.
So I had an appointment with the surgeon, and he told me what all he was going to do, and it was just absolutely horrendous. I came home, I started up carnivora, and I called and canceled my surgery, and she said, "Are you going someplace else?" And my problem on my skin went away.
I have bruising that's all over my arms, 3 weeks after I was on the carnivore, I noticed, I'm looking at my arms, and I said, gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms, and I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, that has to be a carnivore.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com. Use coupon code George to get 15% off your order.
Yo, dog. Oh, dog. 6:35.
Richard Estep, I'd have to admit that Gerard Schaefer Jr. is one of the cases I recall from seeing on a couple of different TV shows. But I'm sure a lot of our listeners have not heard of him. Can you bring us up to date on who he was and how many do you think he killed?
Absolutely, George. Well, Schaefer was born in Wisconsin, but in 1946, but moved with his family to Florida at a very early age, and that's where he grew up. He, ever since he was a young man, people noted that he had a real problem with women. He was almost puritanical about the way they dressed, and if the woman who showed what he believed was a little too much of her body, if her clothes weren't modest enough for his taste, he would call her one of a number of very unflattering slurs that are not going to air on radio. And just expressed his disapproval in the nastiest of ways. He ended up getting a bachelor's degree in criminal justice. And in 1971, he goes to a Florida police academy and ends up graduating and becoming a beat cop. So he's 25 years old at this point, and is not popular with his fellow officers. He noticed there are some weird things about him. One thing is that he issues a whole lot of speeding tickets to women, a disproportionate number of speeding tickets to women, particularly younger women that he considered to be, again, modestly dressed, younger, more attractive women would be his target. He would pull them over and ticket them. And it became enough of an issue that he got fired. But became a sheriff's deputy the following year.
You write that as a kid, he abused and mistreated animals. A strict religious upbringing, I guess, but abusing animals as a kid, they should just take those kids, print them, get a DNA sample, and open a file, because so many of them end up being serial killers or murderers, right?
Well, there's that triad, George, abusing animals, torturing animals, I should say, bedwetting, and setting fires. That's the triad of you need to look very closely at himself and doing those kind of things. And when I say bedwetting,
I mean beyond the age at which that is normal. You know, bedwetting to a fairly advanced age, not a young child where it's to be expected. But yes, the Schaefer used to say that he was a police officer in order to get women under his power, and then he would abduct them and kill them. Sometimes he would make a very elaborate song and dance about doing it as well. I mean, in one particularly terrifying case in 1972, he picked up two female hitchhikers, a 17-year-old and an 18-year-old, ends up handcuffing them and driving out into the middle of some woods where he ties them up and puts a noose around each of their necks. Now, he's almost certainly about to kill them when there is a 911 call from dispatch, and he has to go answer that call. There's no way he can get out of it. So off he goes, and in the interim, the hitchhikers, thankfully, were able to escape and run. And of course, they go straight to the police and they tell them what happened. One of their own deputies captured them, tied them up, and threatened to kill them. And now, Schaefer's brought in, of course, and his story is, oh, I was just trying to teach them a lesson, show them the error of their ways, you know, put a bit of fear into them and scare them straight, which the sheriff did not remotely believe, thankfully. So an investigation begins into Schaefer, charges are filed, he's going to be going to trial for kidnapping, but unfortunately, he's allowed bail. And that's when he finds two more young ladies, a 16-year-old and a 17-year-old, in September, and this time he actually goes through with the torture, the assault, and the hanging in a remote area. Buries them in shallow graves that he did in a place called Hutchinson Island. And when they're discovered, it's found that not only did he beat in their skulls, but then cut off their heads as well. And he was on parole at this point. He was supposed to be checking in with a parole officer and being watched. Now, you would think it would be in his best interest to fly under the radar, right, George, to keep a low profile.
Is everybody talking?
Skip it for like 2 weeks.
Yep.
Yeah,
He went out and committed the exact same murder. Double murder. Jeff himself and was about to have to defend himself against in court.
My gosh, if I were the families of those young women, I'd be really ticked off for letting that guy out to do it again. And you're right that, you know, he's bragged or at least whispered to someone that it might be 80 to 100 women that he's done this to.
Absolutely. There's a massive ego in Schaefer's case. And one of the more frustrating and disturbing aspects of it was that he wrote all this stuff down. When the police finally searched the house that he and his wife shared with Schaefer's mother, they found a whole bunch of quote-unquote short stories and fiction that he had written in which he described in graphic detail sexually assaulting, torturing, and murdering women. Now, what's interesting is that many of the things that he wrote about the story did actually come out and did carry them out in real life. A couple of his victims, for example, had told their loved ones that they'd just been offered a government job by a mysterious man. And they couldn't talk about it because it was top secret, but it would involve performing undercover work and dressing in black and all of this James Bond kind of stuff. Well, these very details turned up, of course, in the so-called fiction that Schaefer had written and stored at home.
It's those
And
shows
what
are
also
two
turned
people.
up there were a number of
Don't.
victims' personal effects, such as jewelry and handbags, which Schaefer gave to his wife. And she was slyly carrying around and wearing when the police came knocking on the door to investigate her.
Note that he, I guess his lawyer used the fact that he wrote these stories in his defense. Well, gosh, you know, they're going to put him in jail for writing a short story about a fictional event.
I just want to say good morning to everybody.
Yeah, in fact, his lawyer actually said, you know, if this is a crime, writing about horrific crimes like this, then you should lock the house with his crime. It was just the rest of the behind bars. But of course, you know, it certainly stuck to his statement. This wasn't fiction. These were the fantasies that Schaefer wanted to go on and do. And he did put a very disturbing number of them, bring them to life in reality. And yeah,
hinted to a cellmate that he could have killed as many as 100 women. Although it's difficult to tell because he was such a fantasist and confabulous how much of his story to believe. Certainly, during the double digits, and particularly brutal.
Oh, this page is having a problem?
Is he still alive?
Of course it is.
In one part of your book, you wrote that he was actually due to be paroled in 2018, and then they nailed him for a couple more, so he's in.
Well, let me clarify that. It was possible he could have been paroled in 2018, except on December 3rd,
Don't you remember when this one took forever?
he was 49.
How long did it take?
Found dead in his cell, and he was not in a pleasant state. He's been murdered so brutally. They stabbed him in the eye, they cut his throat. Whoever killed him launched a frenzied blade attack, knife attack, most likely, on his face, his neck, and his upper body. His cellmate got the blame for it, although he always said he was innocent. But people would hate him in prison.
Something related to something to your coach.
Absolutely dangerous in their lives. Or so sexual predators. There is the code even in prison. And some of these guys were so big for innocent women was always going to be hated as well. But he was the double whammy.
Gosh, this thing sucks. Okay.
And it depends on how you believe. You think he eluded justice, or you think he got his justice there. That's up to the opinion of the individual.
We don't want to overlook our female listeners for our Canadian audience. And with Elizabeth Wetlocker, we cover both bases. So why is she called the Red Surge?
Elizabeth Wetlocker, yeah. So one of the things that kind of concerned me was working through this book is the fact that I make my living in the medical profession. I'm a paramedic. And it was disturbing how many medical professionals, doctors, nurses,
I love how we refer to things as World War II.
were also serial murderers. So Elizabeth Wetlocker decided that her way of killing would not be a knife, would not be a gun, would not involve torture. It would involve overdoses of influence. And so she's a Canadian serial killer that works in healthcare and used insulin as a murder weapon. And it's one that can be quite difficult to detect. And there's someone that would take this medication and would just start injecting it into her patient. And the problem is that when you have an overdose of insulin, your blood sugar drops, your blood sugar drops to the point where your brain becomes damaged from the lack of glucose, which ultimately ends up in killing you. And it doesn't necessarily look.
Yeah, it's gonna have to go way back in the memory bank. We'll have to see. So it's let me get this straight. It's a Yahoo video. Was it hosted by Yahoo, or you just found it while searching in Yahoo? Honestly, I didn't know you could upload stuff to Yahoo.
That's a really interesting question. For somebody that made her relatively different from the other.
Of a guy taking a shit in a clear suit. Do I understand this correctly?
In Ontario, by parents who were very devout Christians, very devout Baptists, she would have struggled with a belief in God and as she was growing up.
I gotcha. So is one of those like ogreish or like those ones where people like die online, like those scat video kind of things?
I mean, this was very old school, very hardcore religion. You know, so
all right, but we'll see if ChatGPT has it in the memory bank. No guarantees on this one.
She was growing up with an adult life that she began killing.
So she's returning them to God. That she's doing them a favor.
I mean, that's certainly just one way of looking at it, yeah. Another one was that, I'm sorry, another part of it was that, you know, she'd grown up being told that homosexual behavior was the devil's work. You know, it was the ultimate evil, and yet she found that she had feelings for girls, you know, for girls of her own gender. So that caused enough of a problem that she was put into so-called conversion therapy by her parents in an attempt to cure her of it.
as she's injecting people, her patients, and killing them with insulin, she's also injecting herself. She had a drug problem.
Yeah, and again, that's something that isn't at all surprising. She found that pain medications were easy to obtain in her physician. So I don't know whether it was simply because it was a way to block out her feelings to anesthetize herself against it. Alcohol was something that she had used on a regular basis as well. So my suspicion is that she was attempting to numb herself. And I thought that actually red flag because that was what she told her when she out of the blue had this urge to kill somebody. She said it descended upon her like a red death. And as a nurse, she was in a perfect position to find somebody to take that out of.
You're right that she killed two elderly residents, I guess, and then took a 3-year break, just left things cool off, and then boom, 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 she killed 3 older women, right? One after another.
Yeah, and one has to wonder, George,
Is it live leak?
You know, again, keeping a low profile purely out of a desire to avoid detection, or with whatever caused the urges in her, whatever that stimulus was that invoked her red surge, did it simply go dormant? Was it satisfied for a while and then came back with a vengeance and led to 3 more deaths?
Honestly, if I just want to see somebody taking a shit in clear pants, I just Googled it and it comes up. There's like 1,000 people who have done that.
She's missing time, or maybe she's sleeping off some drug binge or something. She's really sloppy with medication. She gets in trouble and gets fired.
Exactly. Blue waffle. Thank you.
Yeah, it's terrifying, really. Medication errors are one of the biggest killers in healthcare. And it's a cultural goal that everyone in the profession, she was beyond waffle. She had a file full of medication errors. To the point where the management of the nursing facility she worked at decided she was just too big a risk to have around patients. But she was able to get cover. She was able to demand a cash settlement. When really what should have happened was she should have been reported to the medical licensing board and had her license and nothing like this stripped away.
So what was the big break? How did they prove that she was using insulin to murder people?
That happens when essentially the number of deaths that are occurring with no obvious and apparent cause becomes great enough that the authorities begin to pay very close attention.
What walking in here with this panty hat, and all of a sudden we're getting flashbacks from the 2004 tsunami and Kobe Bryant's crash video.
And the numbers just got so great. And then she started talking about it. You know, she would also write about it. She couldn't keep it in at the end. And finally, it was like the dam began to break, and she ended up confessing to it. So she ended up openly telling people what she had done.
You're right about it. She told a number of people who were shocked and then kept it to themselves. Didn't report it anywhere.
Oh, it's absolutely incredible. Now we have to wonder, did they just not believe her? Did they think she was playing some kind of sick joke or prank? Unknown, but this should have been derailed so much earlier than it was. So when we look at medical murderers like Britain's Dr. Harold Shipman, you know, who again killed hundreds of patients by giving them fatal overdoses of opioids, once again, it came down to the fact that he should have been reported. He should have been caught long before he actually was. And it was an eagle-eyed funeral director that said, boy, I'm really promoting a lot of Dr. Shipman's patients. Something's just not right here. Time and time again, George, you know, it falls to the suspicion of just one person who asks the right question and pushes the issue. Otherwise, these monsters would still be doing what they're doing.
We're going to go to a break in about a minute, but I want to touch on one other one. It's this guy, Willie Pickton, Robert Willie Pickton. And the only part of it I thought we could do before we go to the break is about this guy and his brother are teased relentlessly for being just unkempt and dirty and poor as kids. And that's likely a factor in what happens when they become adults. never acceptable.
Donnie
I
Darko?
would believe it myself, and you never know what harm that's going to cause in later life.
Yeah.
Should
Check that out.
about the serial killer next door, the double lives of notorious murderers, a lot of interesting cases still to cover. We'll open up the phone lines.
Yeah, see Donnie Darko.
Here, the Rolling Stones take us into the break with Painted Black.
Music.
I'm Bree Tennis from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The deal's been reached with LA Unified School District and the support staff. The agreement includes a 30% raise with retroactive pay and would also raise the district's minimum wage to $22.52 per hour. Number of COVID-19 hospitalizations in LA County is on the rise. As of Sunday, there were 426 COVID patients at the county hospital, which is up 13 since Friday. A Delta passenger is in custody after opening the emergency door as the plane prepared for takeoff at LAX, causing the emergency slide to deploy.
And literally within 2 seconds, she would open the door, deployed the slide, and was on the tarmac.
Says the passenger on the plane, airport police have detained the passenger, and the FBI has been notified. Southbound weather to KFI, partly cloudy and windy, highs reaching the mid to upper 60s. Right now it's 49 in Buena Park, Newport Beach has 48, 53 for Malibu, and 49 degrees in Northridge. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
Heads up, if you're on the 531 in Lincoln Heights, there's a stalled car northbound 504 Main Street. It's in the right lane. CHP says it's in a bad spot. Traffic is coming in hot. Crash hit the whole pass, Interstate 15 South, number 4, Highway 148, directly crossing to the left lane. And we also have a big wreck in Rancho Cucamonga, I-15 South on 7th Avenue. The right lane is down for the town fire department on scene. Can't find the side, let's get to there faster. I'm Eric Rohr.
Attention accredited investors. With some banks failing and the market trending in the wrong direction, the need to hedge against inflation and invest your money in proven high return assets is now. First National Realty Partners has historic returns of 15% IRR from their $1.5 billion in commercial real estate assets. Their relationships with national brands like Walmart, Whole Foods, Publix, and more gives them an advantage over any other real estate investment opportunity. Be smart and invest your money in grocery-anchored commercial real estate with historic returns of 15% IRR. Call them at 888-301-9010. That's 888-301-9010. Or go to fnrpradio.com. That's fnrpradio.com. You'll enjoy all the benefits of fully passive real estate ownership. Get in on the current deals while they're available. Call 888-301-9010 or go to fnrpradio.com now. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Investments are subject to risk, including loss of principal. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Any representations about investment stability reflect FNRP strategy and may or may not be realized. Visit fnrpradio.com. KFI AM 640. I always get behind the guy who's never used a pump in his life. He's 80 years old, looks at it like it's some kind of robot. No idea where to put the card in, he doesn't know where to put the gas in his car. Come on, buddy, you've never done this before. The Tim Conway Jr. Show. Your first time at the pump, live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Bottom line is you're not that easy. And you're on vacation, you're on vacation. I'm on vacation, no one touches me. Although I've had a few interrupted, there isn't a story on the planet that should keep from having vacation. I don't care if it's World War III. If I'm at the airport, I'm at the airport. I'll catch you 200 million deaths from now and we'll start talking. Live to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. People in prison committed the crimes. Period. And that's like that. The color they're essentially just the adder, they committed the crime. So gangs are in the business of crime. John and Ben, they don't do anything else but commit crimes all day. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640. KFI live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk.
Probably just conflict of interest, you know. I mean, you do have like a, I don't fuck with Banksy smaller as well, but maybe, I don't fuck with Banksy because he was a weird dude, and I told him to fuck off. So, you said you were a street artist. Like, where's everything that you're proud of? I'm proud of I got the photo for a quick second of her on Instagram live one time. She's a young bitch ass. I think she knows me. I think I know her. I think we've met before in space. Somewhere one time, one way or another, but she's from Seattle. Close to Seattle. Came down and shoot her out. Everybody acts like Friday night in line. Shit. I got a I'm not eating plenty. Names like that. Names like back. Have names like that. All day like a trap call quest. What's better than my breast? Up to you motherfuckers getting shit off your chest. I'm telling you what.
Call the wild card line at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Knapp. The song called The Nothing Man by Bruce Springsteen, just a beautiful song, very moving stuff. We're talking with, I guess, Richard Escap about his book, The Serial Killer Next Door. These are lesser known names, equally deadly, but lesser known, less infamous than some of the big names. But as we go into the phone lines and see what's on your mind, I think Richard is quite capable of answering questions about some of the more notorious serial killers as well.
I don't know, man. I think you should learn to follow directions. But,
if you want to improve your shooting, you need a Mantis X. The Mantis X will improve your shooting dramatically, and it's a must-have for every responsible gun owner. The Mantis X is a high-tech but easy-to-use system used extensively by the military that improves your shooting quickly and gives you confidence in your ability to protect what you love. Here's how it works. You attach the Mantis X to your firearm and connect it with an app on your smartphone or tablet via Bluetooth. It gives instant feedback on what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong, the correct technique. The Mantis X is like a firearms instructor in your pocket, and 94% of the shooters improve within 20 minutes using Mantis X. The best part is you can use it at home. The best shooters in the world do dry fire practice at home, and the Mantis X is the best way to train at home. No driving to the range, spending money on range fees and ammo. You'll save a ton of money and improve your shooting. Start improving today. Get yours at MantisX.com. That's Mantis, MantisX.com. The best-selling Pure Thunderstorm air purifier uses proven oxy technology that quickly destroys viruses, odors, mold, and more. People are raging over how well the Thunderstorm freshens their home. Any odor will trigger it. From dirty diapers, you name it. You can save $200 on an Eden Pure Thunderstorm 3-pack for whole home protection. Put one in your basement, bedroom, family room, kitchen, or anywhere you need clean, fresh air. Also, it has a USB port for your car or truck. With this special offer, you're getting 3 units for under $200. Go Richard, we'll go on to the phones in just a second. Before we leave this story about Robert Willie Tipton, you never know what kind of things can happen in childhood would warp a person to the point where he did the things he did, which were horrible. So he and his brother, they grow up on a pig farm. They wallow in muck. They don't smell very good. They have funny clothes, dirty clothes. They're teased relentlessly. They obviously have trouble getting girlfriends, and there's resentment that builds up over the years. And tell us a little bit about sort of a recap of what he did, because, man, this is a really bad one.
It really is. Robert Tipton was a Canadian pig farmer who primarily targeted female sex workers. Another handsome man, mocked because he smelled like he worked on a farm, which he did. And so he used money and drugs as currency to get sexual favors. But he would murder and torture the female sex workers. He threw parties at the farm. He would make sure that all of the alcohol and entertainment was free. And even with that, some of the sex workers began to say, don't go to the chicken farm. I know that there's free food there, but girls are going in and not coming out. So the word on the street, in fact, became something very bad was going on at this farm. Yet for whatever reason, it either didn't reach the police, or the police 181 did not get in there quickly enough to stop all of these murders. And of course, there's that old saying that pigs will eat anything, pigs should always be various on each pig. When the police did get a warrant to search the farm, pigs won't eat everything. They won't eat hair, they won't eat teeth, and they generally won't eat bones. And all of those things were found on the Tipton farm. Turns out that what Robert Tipton had been doing was that he would murder his female victims in one of several ways. Some he would strangle, some he would shoot, some he would cut their throat. Others he would inject things like antifreeze into their veins. Once they were dead, he would hang them up from a chain in the barn and would cut their bodies into pieces and feed what he could to the pig. And detectives found at least one frozen head when they searched the farm, so it was a real chamber of horror when the police finally arrived.
So that's one of them. One of these women put up a fight. He brings her home, they have a little party, and then he tries to handcuff her, and she fights back. He stabs her a bunch of times, and she still manages to wriggle free and get out of there, right? That's how he got caught. Well, she also managed to get one in on him with a knife, too. So, both of them went to hospital. But stabbings of any kind are, of course, something the police are going to take great interest in, especially when the female victim has one handcuff dangling from her wrist. So it turned out that when Robert Tipton was searched, however, he had a handcuff key in his pocket, and wouldn't you know it, the police found that key opened the
They were direct cousins. Their mothers were sisters, right?
So that was really the unraveling of it all for him.
That's a really great story. We'll take a couple of calls from our listeners. West of the Rockies, Scott, Costa Mesa. Hi, Scott. We're over to Richard S.
Hi, George. Hi, Richard. Yeah, this is a creepy topic. It gives me the heebie-jeebies. More than ghosts and aliens, I mean, this stuff is known. And very scary. And then also the Bruce Springsteen bumper music. Nothing Man. I'm never going to listen to that song the same minute. But I have a question and a comment. The question is that the world population keeps on growing and expanding. And would that sort of equation sort of involve people doing notorious things like this? And then also my comment is also I work for a lady who just watches nothing but these murder shows like CIS and things like that. And they're so explicit and disturbing that I sometimes have to leave the room. News shows are on 24/7. and
I've got to
they
be honest.
must be doing something
I
for
had to
society
switch off
because
my AirPods on.
they're really
At one
disturbing.
point, I took them out of my ears and just stuck them in my pocket so I couldn't hear anything for a
watch
minute.
it myself. It's
And
all
then
locked here.
I saw the lights of Peter and a few others started to come up. I looked around the room, scanned the room, did my 5 and 20s. I was like,
It
okay,
absolutely does.
they're not here
And I
now.
think a constant
Safe to come out and
diet
play.
of doing
But
anything
it's
can be bad for you,
been
but
an
especially when
interesting
the subject
morning
matter is so
I had
dark
someone
and
that wanted
grisly
to
as
come and
matter.
sleep
So
in my bed at 4
yes,
4
I
a.m.
do
this
agree
morning,
with
try
you
and get into
entirely.
my house.
That's what the other question about,
Interesting
I don't
times.
know if you're
And I jumped
meaning
in
that
space
the
and was
world
listening to that. I
population
was
keeps
just
growing
like,
despite the number of
okay,
serial
it's going
killers.
to be
I
one of
think
those days.
they'd have to kill a lot more people to make a dent in our population growth. Thanks for the call, Scott. Appreciate it. On the wild
Banged
card
the
line,
door down
John.
at 4 a.m. this
Hi, John.
morning, so I got
Well,
up.
with
I was
your
like,
Good
thought it
evening,
was
George.
next
Good
door.
evening,
So I
Mr.
kept
Colin. How are
tell
you?
you what,
Thank you. What can you tell me about the
so I
Zodiac
easily
Killer?
arranged shoes
I'll
upstairs.
give
You
you a
just
quick
come up and be on your way.
review quickly on my experience.
So I goes back upstairs, turn the lights off, and then I heard my door go in like keys being tried at the door.
I was raised by a Navy SEAL. I remember the first Navy SEAL convention. Just went into the Charlie Joe chapter. I was at that.
Some people really want to about find out. So, you know, handle the situation, you know, maturely. Opened my front door, the guy was gone. I was like, okay, you're missing a boot. Your wallet's on the floor. Oh, you're a mess, you are. So, went to have a look for it. Found him. Yeah, sorted him out, made sure that it was okay. I was like, you're a mess, you are, mate. So where you going?
And my condolences for the passing of your wife. Thank you. My name is Mark.
But I'm just glad that he
One of
called
my
me
life,
and
and
he
I
didn't
did
catch. You know, I've got some friends that, you know, especially from the army, if he was doing that at their door at 4 a.m., especially with their families in bed, you're not catching compliments or someone trying to look after them. But, yeah, so, and then I walked into the space and I was like, not about that this morning. Absolutely not about that this morning.
I told my dad, I said, for some reason, these are just going to US, Mr. Great, and make sure that these
I know, Queen, without sounding like, you know, the typical male, if he came through my front door, it wouldn't have been because I let him in. If he got through the front door, it would have been to come into bed. So, that would have been on him, that would have been on me, but you just got to be careful, you know, situations like that. You can find yourself in a situation which, you know, you can't deal with because your words escalate the situation, and before you know, you're in a police car.
I'm not sure.
I have friends growing up, sorry,
We covered a lot of ground there. Maybe we could talk about
I have
Zodiac.
friends growing up who,
Richard,
you
is
know,
that one
one
of you
punch,
still
you know, they were young boys full of
thinking of diving
testosterone,
into?
they were fighting men,
And then
and,
your
you know,
research?
one punch and they killed them.
Yeah, Zodiac is in fact
They got
one
put in
of the
prison at a
serial
young
killers
age.
that I wrote about in my People Have to Think About the Interest is that number one, the cycle, which is left in an attempt to, I think, pull the wool over the eyes of the police and the public. I'm not still to this day, not all gold. And the Zodiac claims that his identity lay within those coded ciphers. We never did find out who he was, despite the fact that there were many hypotheses and theories, a number of different suspects. The Zodiac almost certainly got away with it. And so it is one of the great unknowns of U.S. criminal history. A lot of great minds have focused on that case over the years. If you have a general suspect in mind, me personally, you know what? I do not.
That's crazy.
There's many smarter individuals than I who do this for a living and who have devoted not just hours or days, but weeks and months of their time, years in some cases, are the ones that have come up with hypotheses. I think we will never find out who that was. Like people crazy. Maybe the best known case in this book that you wrote about is the Golden State Killer, Joseph D'Angelo. He almost got away with it, and that he was almost old enough to die before getting caught. It's an amazing story. And that's on, you know, the fact that there are people out there, law enforcement of course, but also, I hesitate to call them amateur detectives, but are so invested in seeing these cases solved and getting justice for the victims and seeing the perpetrators brought to justice. This is one of those cases in which you are so glad that these people are out there to keep a cold case from becoming a frozen cold case.
Yeah, I remember the week that the guy was arrested. We had a couple of those online sleuths who were our guests here, and they had done a lot of work, and they had pointed the finger at this guy. And there was a woman you mentioned in the chapter you wrote on D'Angelo. There was a woman who really spent years working on it, and who had a trail of clues that led to him, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And there was a terrific book written about it called I'll Be Going in the Dark, which I strongly recommend anybody with an interest in the case pick up and read.
Amazing for him to get away with it, a former police officer, to get away with it for so long, so many times, and but there's his wife. He lives with his wife. He's an elderly man by this point, but he'd always had these nocturnal disappearances that he came up with excuses for. It's astonishing looking back on it. I'm sure his wife must feel pretty guilty about the whole thing.
With the boys or things of that nature, all we can really hope is that he spent the majority of his life anxious every time somebody knocks on his door, thinking, is this the time they catch me? Am I finally caught?
There's a chapter you write that's back to your old God in written Animal to Cannibal. Who is he and what did he do?
And that's an interesting film because it's one that was actually put on him by the British media, unfortunately are known for their sensationalism. But Robert Maudsley is a man that I think continues to fascinate because he has been locked up now for decades with a serial killer that definitely had a rough childhood. I think it's fair to say he came from a broken home. He became a drug addict and ended up becoming a sex worker himself in order to keep a roof over his head. This was primarily during the 1970s. He became a sex worker himself in order to fuel his drug habit and to, essentially just get through life. And turned from that to murdering some of the men that he slept with.
And did he eat him? The cannibal part of it?
So that's the term, right? That's the word that has gained so much sensationalism over the years. So mostly, I think, was deeply mentally ill, and he did have the urge to take his victim. Well, he's not alone in that. So that is something I think that always comes up as a primary characteristic when it appears.
Let's try to get one more call in. Michael in Santa Fe, New Mexico. Hi, Michael. You're all with Richard Essex.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity. It's nice to meet you both. I was wondering if you know anything about the Red Shore murders. I grew up in Connecticut, and it's funny because there was a woman named Helen and Richard Pratt, and prior to that, I found myself in Santa Cruz, California, where I used to sit on a park bench waiting for a bus with a fellow by the name of Ted Bundy.
Well, lucky you're still around to talk about it, I guess.
Yeah, I'm extremely lucky. His mother worked at PCS, which was an accountant for one of the universities up on the hill there. But what happened in Red Shore, that is the most amazing one of all, because years later I see a movie with a big chipper in it, and sure enough, it's
fly
which
wrong.
tip will murder,
They're going to go and get a
and
fire alarm down,
it's exactly what took place in Lake York.
I get the
It's
principal
just like
behind
a
this all
Fargo,
because
the
that's
movie
just
Fargo.
tragic. I mean,
Precisely.
there's so many red flags
Is
there
that
and
what you're
things that have
familiar
been done
with?
before I escalate. But ultimately,
It's
yeah,
actually
it's
a
just
novel that I'm
extremely
familiar with.
tragic, and I wouldn't comment
Well,
on
there's
how
the
to
next,
deal with that
next
because
book.
it's just
We
too,
just started on it.
too
What about
deep of a
Bundy? Did
situation.
you write about him
But
in the
yeah, my
first book?
point being is, yeah,
I did.
in
I
our
did write
country,
about Bundy in
the
the first
demographic
book.
isn't necessarily to
And
white
a great
guys.
deal of the course being written about
It's
him. We spoke earlier, didn't we, about the fact that serial killers are now being put on pedestals and objectified. The fact that Bundy is constantly being portrayed as this charming, yeah, right. He was an absolute monster, and I'm really surprised at the fact that he continues to have the celebrity status that he does.
I'm sure he had women writing to him that wanted to marry him, even after he's been convicted.
Well, and that's the phenomenon that we've seen ever since the 60s and 70s, you know. I mean, Richard Ramirez had, it was almost like Beatlemania during his trial. He would have female fans just flock to the courtroom, to the courthouse, in order to catch him. It's unfortunate that there is such a thing as a serial killer fan. That should not exist.
Look at this, that's the serial killer next door, the double lives of notorious murderers. Fascinating read, great work. I'm sure you're happy to move on and write about something else, and I hope you'll come back and let us know whatever that next project is.
I would be delighted to come back and discuss something else a little more, shall we say, mainstream.
Thanks, Richard. Talk to you again. We'll go into the break with a little more uplifting sort of a vibe from Glenn Campbell. Campbell on My Mind is the name of the song. Coming back, Gary the Puppet Team will join us from the UK.
Innovation, novel ideas being created and adopted. Look at printing. People can print and well, the Happy Day was it for several years, but this, it doesn't necessarily need to be a firearm that inspires you from manufacturing like a big factory with, firearms. There's lots of innovative individuals out there that, if they have to protect themselves, can make something that will, fire a projectile at the same rate and do the same damages. So, back to status quo, when there's a lot in circulation, they completely unnecessary. I don't know if you've ever seen it or tried to find it or just find comments. There's an angel's water made out of knives. I'm sure it's in the UK, but I just couldn't find it. I wonder if the implications relative not to like condemn. That was what happened in some good stuff. He's not standing in it. He made this big angel out of it. Heroin. You could 12-year-olds come back straight to the UK with machetes. Because they're 12. It's an argument to be had that psychologically we have a really understood the implications for their actions when they send the work off in North
America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 38,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding across country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
There's a lot of shitty girls.
You lost your cat up this tree?
Yeah, I was way up there and scared to come down.
Hang on, I'll get him for you.
Be careful, mister.
Thanks, kid. Here you go.
Where did you come from? And where's your mask and tape?
What? Oh, no, your mom and dad called us to clean out your shower drain. Wow. They were up a tree too. Your drain is really clogged. Back it up. And we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your bathroom.
So you're a hero?
Try to be every day. We're rooter heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. So long. It's what a hero does.
If you have a question, call River Hero Plumbing and Air online at riverhero.com.
It's a 27-foot tall
Are you feeling the stress of a car accident?
as you can see in
Let Jacoby Myers fix the wheel and clearly force the compensation you deserve. 93% of crash victims who use the lawyer said they'd do it again. And with Jacoby Myers, you'll get the best of both worlds. Our legal expertise and a hassle-free experience. Don't just take our word for it. See for yourself what over 50 years of experience can do for you. Call Jacoby and Myers. Justice for you since 1972.
Congratulations, this is Gregory. No more Golden Mic Awards for you.
There's like some done in like some of the campaigns
Basically,
for
Steve
amnesty
Gregory's hoarding
as far as
Golden
like
Mic Awards.
weapons, because I mean I know the effects of them and some of the threats and some of the dangers of it, and we've seen that
He deployed to fly. I'm Rick Ennis from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A passenger on a Delta flight from LAX to Seattle opened the emergency exit door, activating the fly.
Literally within 2 seconds, he had opened the door, deployed the slide, and was on the tarmac.
With the passengers who witnessed the incident, police have the man in custody. The FBI have been notified. The earth is moving in Pacific Palisades. Officials say it happened late Sunday when a 100 by 200 area of the hillside fell away. The house has been evacuated. A grading inspector and geologist will assess today if the house can be saved or if other homes are in danger. A deal was reached Friday with LA Unified School District and support staff. The agreement would raise the district's minimum wage, $22.52 per hour. California is lifting some water restrictions as drought conditions dramatically improve. The governor says there's still a groundwater deficit and drought issues with the Colorado River, so some restrictions will remain. San Diego State is headed to the Final Four, beating out the number 1 overall seed Alabama to get to the Elite Eight.
We're making the next step, and it's something we've always talked about, and I'm sure there were people who doubted we could do it, but we never doubted for a minute. Not to say we get there, or that we would ever get there, but we're there now, and we're going to go and try to win the thing.
That was head coach Brian Dutcher. The Aztecs will face Florida's Atlantic Owls on Saturday. AAA says the price of the pump is going down. Right now, the average cost for a gallon of gas. And a New York grand jury is expected to reconvene today in former President Trump's hush money payment case. Rain expected late Tuesday into Wednesday. Southside weather from KFI. It's partly cloudy and windy with highs in the mid to upper 60s. Right now it's 49 in Newport Beach. Steel Beach has 48. 50 in Torrance and 46 degrees in Tarzana. We leave local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
And we also got big wreck in the land of Samanga, I-15 southbound 7th Avenue. The right lane is down for the downside apartment on scene.
If I'm keen to get out of your house, doesn't matter why you're moving, or maybe even buried in a home, and now what do you do? Usually you go to a real estate agent, 6%, and you're told to clean and paint and repair, and buyers are going to walk through, the house has to be pristine, and if you don't live there, you don't need any of that. How about getting a fair price for your home without any of that hassle? DirectBuyers.com will do exactly that. DirectBuyers.com, a local family-owned business, Janet and Matt, brother and sister. I love the way they do business. Now, there are a lot of schmucks out there in this business. I'm going to suggest you call to DirectBuyers.com. They'll never lowball you. They'll give you an honest, no-obligation offer, even a $15,000 cash advance before closing. Go to directbuyers.com, call 844-242-SELL, 844-242-SELL, directbuyers.com.
Attention Southern California, Semper Solaris is ready to install your solar now and complete your paperwork in time for NEM2. They have teams working around the clock 7 days a week and have processed over 35,000 applications and counting. No one works harder than Semper does with esprit de corps and honor. Go solar American style. Declare your independence with Semper Solaris, your local and veteran-owned solar contractor who gets the job done right. Imagine no money out of pocket, no payments until 2024. Call 877-211-5591. Worried about blackouts? Tesla and Enphase batteries are in stock. Plus, Semper offers new furnace and AC systems with a lifetime warranty and new roofs with a 50-year warranty. Don't wait. Get your solar system installed by Semper Solaris before net metering changes at Laris.com.
If you own a small business and you got through COVID and you were able to retain 5 or more employees, you could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Do the math on that one. That's real money. So let me suggest getrefunds.com. You answer a few questions, takes under 10 minutes, and you'll see if your business qualifies for this tax refund. There's no charge up front. They don't get paid until your business gets paid. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that just PPP and nonprofits, even if you've had increases in sales during COVID. They are experts in this federal owned payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned over $3 billion to businesses. In my business, a 6-figure refund. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button. It only takes a few minutes. Go to getrefunds.com, getrefunds.com. I love those security questions that I'm asking, to determine what I need. What was the name of your first best friend? No friends. What was the name of your first dog? No dog. What's your favorite band? I think music is Bill. I mean, I have a hard time filling those out. Live to 9 a.m. on KFI. On demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. This is Jacob and Rabbi. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24. Just up to KFI. AM 640. More stimulating talk.
It's just, it's weapons. And even, as I go some of the training, and, even if it was a situation where you were, where you were attacked with a knife or a gun, the way that you handle it does have repercussions. And, it just sucks because the level of training can be used against you as well. And, and that goes for anybody in the service, because even some service members don't get, adequate training, but yet they're held to a higher standard, and it just sucks though, because there's a bias that's always put on you because you're military. Absolutely, and just to the saying for servicemen, given us the training, so they have themselves in situations to get them reference everything that they've served, and I'm so sorry, I was trying to bring somebody up. So, like, the full right because what's responsible for but yeah, when you're in the military, it's different. Different services, it's different regiments, it's different training for each and every one.
From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Nance. Now, here's George.
Slightly more positive vibe there, both timed and returned to a more familiar turf now. UFO, specifically the Rendlesham Forest case, aka Bentwaters, or as some call it, Britain's Roswell, is one of the world's best known and most important UFO mysteries, and maybe the most important of all, given what we now know. Not just one incident, in fact, it's 18 separate events that happened over a period of several days around the U.S. military bases in Britain 43 years ago. Evidence and testimony are still emerging. Gary Hesselke is a former police officer. He spent 22 years service, and in 2002 he founded something called TRUMAN, Police Reporting UFO Sightings, a database that caters to serving and retired British police officers, their UFO reports. In 16 years of research, he has now amassed more than 425 cases involving more than 900 various police officers. He's a former editor of the online publication UFOmonthly.com and former co-editor of UFO Data Magazine. He's the author of 9 books, Rendlesham Forest UFO Incidents, 42 Years of Denial. We jump right into it right after this on Coast to Coast AM.
Rabbi too. Cool guy. Go check him out on YouTube.
Tax season can be taxing on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place, getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves.
which means it can be dangerous and easy to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alert you to potential identity threats. And if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses. If you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here, join LifeLock today, save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to lifelock.com and use promo code George. That's lifelock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. Lifelock.com.
Real people, real stories.
So I had an appointment with the surgeon, and he was told me what all he was going to do, and it was just absolutely horrendous. I came home, I started a carnivora, and I tried to cancel my surgery, and she said, "Are you going someplace else?" I said, "No, I'm taking care of it myself." She said, "Okay," and my problem on my skin went away. I have bruises that's all over my arms, 3 weeks after I was on the carnivore, I noticed, I was looking at my arms, and I said, "Gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms, and I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening." I have to tell you, that has to be the carnivore.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com.
I cannot try at all. I just didn't understand the rules. I thought it was something where we would shout out, but now I understand, so that's why I went to listening.
Yeah, let's repeat the rules. So remember last time, the rules is basically don't unmute, tell the answer, because, that happened anyway.
Gary Heseltine is one of the best-known UFO investigators, writers, speakers in the UK. He's using his long experience as a deputy constable. He learned how to investigate crimes and interrogate and question witnesses, skills that serve him well today. Investigating mysteries is the sort that we cover on this program. Gary, welcome back to Coast to Coast. It's a pleasure about you. You had, as I recall reading, you had a UFO experience as a young man long before you became a police officer. Was it something that molded your career or drove you, sent you into law enforcement? And can you tell us about the sighting itself and encounter?
Okay, I had a sighting in 1976 when I was 16 years old. And this is in my hometown of Scunthorpe in Lincolnshire. And I was walking my then girlfriend home towards her home. And we were walking along a long, narrow footpath. It was on one side, there was my high school. So I went
I've been
to
streaming.
Frederick Law, and on the other side, we would say law.
Absolutely. I've been streaming my life online, nonstop, for more than 666 straight days. It's the biggest event in global history. I have more content online than any person in global history. Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, in the 1990s, and I'm proving it on a daily basis. I have more content than any person in global history, which means one day I'm going to be a very, very famous and wealthy person. And if that happens, I'll make sure everyone in here is famous and all your projects are well funded and all your dreams come true. I do it for world peace. I don't think we should have war anymore. We do a lot of discussions about future technology, about mind uploading, about nanotechnology, about telekinesis and telepathy. Anything under the sun that you can think of to discuss, we do it on my chat, on my stream, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year.
See this object to your right, and like moving to your left, we'll cross your path at some point. Well, after it crossed our path, so then we were behind it, a strange thing happened. The entire housing, electrical lighting, all went off like a power cut, a grid failure behind the area of the flight path of this strange object. No noise associated with it. We stood there, myself and my then girlfriend, and we watched. We went a little bit further, and then maybe 200 meters further to our left, as we went over the school fields, then more area of that, with more power cuts, more grid failure. Now it was moving very slowly, silently, in the direction of where I lived. And at the time, I was pushing my bicycle. So I said to my girlfriend, get on the crossbar. I'm going to tried to capture this object. So I quickly told her to get on the bike, she was on the bike, raced to the end of the alleyway, turned right, and her house was about 200 meters away from there. So I literally dropped her off, and all her family was trying to get Campbell into the total darkness. I then literally just dropped her off the bike, and then turned around and then retraced my steps back down the alleyway. And it's all in complete darkness, absolutely pitch black. I am down to the main road called Grange South, and I'm racing as fast as I can because I can still see this light moving gently in the distance towards where I live. Now, I raced, and I would have said probably 3/4 of a mile away from the initial sighting to where I live. So the strange thing was, as I neared a bend in the road close to my home, the light power was on at that bend. So if you could imagine being told that, and then in the distance you race forward, you see it around this bend that the power is still on there. And as I got to that bend, I remember glancing over to my right, just to see that I managed to get ahead of this light, moving very slowly. And I remember distinctly that it was just behind me. I went down 2 corners, onto what's called Westfield Road, then right Fairfield Road, where I live, number 3, beginning of the road, dropped my bike outside the house at 8, 9 o'clock at night, and I rushed into my parents who were having a cup of tea, as many people do at that time, and I said to them outside, I think there's going to be a cow crush outside this third flight. They just looked at me, the news, and they didn't get up. So I ran through the hall, ran into the kitchen, ran out through the back door, to the bottom of my bedroom, sat down, turned around, and I looked back at my house, just in time to see the object coming over my rooftop, albeit higher altitude than when I'd originally seen it. And for some reason, and I really don't know why, I put my hand up like I'm answering a question in the class. And here's the thing. As soon as that object passed beyond my arm, which was the very second, so therefore beyond the 90 degrees, and therefore I was then behind it, the entire area was plunged into that. And out, this house was ridiculous. So I realized whatever that light was, and I didn't have an interest in the subject at that time, that object, whatever it was, had been moved to a second geographical position, must have interacted with the power grid, which is ridiculous. The things that
I'm going to play 8 songs on the piano. Each song has a question connected to it, and whatever you do, I mean, we're not too many people up on stage, but what happened last time was that everybody unmuted, so the new rule basically is to go down to the public phone or to the little chat bubble down in the right hand corner and type in the right answer, and when we're done, I will go through all the answers and see who's fastest. And yeah, there's a little prize to win. You have to be a mini punk on the right end of the link up there. It's 0.008. It's basically community driven. Meaning that 48 hours after the last minute it will close. So if you want to join the fun, go to ViralRabbi and yeah, we're trying to do a lot of fun thing here. Actually, at the moment I can tell you two, we're working on like a community collab song. Both art-wise and music-wise. And I see artistic down here is joining you with some art, and Ratchet, you should join too. You're a musician and got 5-6 more musicians adding a little bit of music on something like creative, so it's going to end up to hopefully something that you can listen to, and I'm going to go and mint it and just airdrop it as a fun memory for those who are joining this collab song and art.
in my life, and for many people, a real hero, a genuine guy who said, look, there is something going on, and he was saying in the 50s, and nightcap was a fantastic thing, early days. So again, so literally, I went away, had a life, had a couple of children, going to the airport,
I think you will remember, it was Sean actually. I remember last time she came second. No, she won the very first time. Sean Lee was the winner. And she had, maybe we should like have a rule that if you unmute, you get disqualified.
About the
No, that's stupid, I guess. Let's
mid-1990s
not do that.
when I
So, okay,
suddenly
let's get
came
this
across
started.
this glossy magazine
Let's see if I know the songs myself.
in
I'm gonna start to
W.H. Smith,
play a
which is
link.
one
Okay,
of
I
the
got the
big
piano, by the way.
UK bookstores and magazine stores. And I thought, wow, the last time I looked at UFO stuff, it was all little pamphlets. And here was this glossy colour magazine, and it's called UFO Magazine, by the late great Graham
This isn't the Super
and
Bowl
it kind of reawakened my
thing
interest.
where I will be
In that
embarrassed to
intervening
compare those things last
17,
night.
18 years where I've read,
Here we go.
got
Okay, I'm gonna
some
play
books,
a little
so
song
many
here.
active, that suddenly this
The song
feeling of frustration. Again, I was
refers to
6
a
years into the
season.
police, I think, and I was already a
So,
detective, and
question
I'm
number
thinking,
one is,
you know,
what's
I'd
the
love to
name
get
of the
involved
season?
in this subject, but how
Here
do
it
we get
comes.
involved? And then I kind of read a lot of stuff. People say, well, write about it. No. So then I came up with this idea for free force, police reporting UFO sightings. But the long story short, I approached Graham Burton. But here's the strange thing, Doug, and this is really where I think that begins. When I looked at where UFO magazine was printed, it was only printed 11 miles away from where I was. Now, what is the odds of that? This meant that I, as a detective, I could ride out to this place, go see this person I could see. But I mean, if it had been 300 miles away, I wouldn't have had that closeness. But basically, I then approached Graham Bird, so he then invited me to go to a UFO conference. We used to do a really big 3-day conference every September in the UK. National Fair, lots of speakers from all over. And I'm no doubt, did you ever go to that?
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, I was wondering if I ever met you at one of those conferences. Sure, Graham.
Well, no, we haven't met, but we met briefly at the TRD Steve Bassett Awards in 2010. So he gave me the Disclosure Award in 2010 for my work with police officers. I think he was there briefly. But suffice to say, when I'd done that, when I realised it was only less miles away, it was like someone get involved. So I went to see him and said, look, I like this idea for police database of UK police officers. And he was always looking for a new angle, and he was very evidential in his approach, and that's the only way I can see it.
Let's talk about this. Talk about the police database for a second. You mentioned there's 900 officers or so in the cases that you've amassed. Maybe it's more than that by now. Did you start putting that together while you were still on the force or after?
Next time I'm gonna have art questions.
And the latest figure is around 550 cases. Going back to 1901, involving around 11.
Yeah, that was question number one. Which season is this song connected to? Question number two, I'm looking for a country. I'm actually gonna give you three alternatives on this one. I'm gonna play a song with a band from a country. Is the band from
when I began my detective
Norway
or
the United States?
and I
The
said,
song
well,
sounds like this.
why should it impinge? I want to stray over and cross over the boundaries. And he said, well, it's one of those subjects you probably won't be very good for you. And over the course of the years, more and more restrictions were being put on because I was getting more well known in the subject. And at the end, I decided that in 2013 to retire early. I've done 24 years, I could have done 30, but by then, I was so wanting to make this game into making it a job that I then retired early, put my pension, and created UFO Truth magazine, which has now been running since 2013. We now it's my monthly e-zine, UFO Truth magazine.co.uk. It goes all over the world in a PDF format. It's pages, features many articles by many of the leading researchers in the world. So that's in a sense what happened. But when I created the database, another thing happened that led me to where I am now as a public speaking, etc. Is within weeks of me getting initial public speak in 2002, which is when I went public in my first article in UFO magazine, and also to launch the database. Is people then start to say, well, we need to give a lecture about some of the scriptures. And I haven't done a lecture in my life, but when I stood in front of people like that, but it was something that came very easily to me. But most of my colleagues would have ran a mile to be anywhere in front of a lot of people or in front of cameras or radio. But for me, it was like, I can do it.
Question
And
number 2.
I don't know where
This
that
band
village comes from,
is
but
from
I'm very
a
real,
country. I guess all bands
very
are from
happy
a
to
country,
speak
right?
to
But
you. So
the
that
question is,
led me
which
on
is
this
the
path.
country? Is
When I
it
got the
Belgium,
disclosure award in
Norway, or the
2010,
United
back
States?
in
That's question number
that
2.
then
Give
led
me a thumbs up
to
if
an
it was
international elections. I'm
super
now
easy,
elected in
or a thumbs
23
down if
countries
it was
around the
super
world.
tricky.
So I
Oh yeah, no,
feel
you think it's easy.
incredibly lucky to be doing something that I'm really
In my
passionate about.
West, that was
Probably you,
suicide
I
was
think
super
you think
tricky.
the same. You're very passionate about
The
the
broke
subject as I
collector,
am,
so it was
and
easy.
in each of us in our own
So it
different
shouldn't
ways
be
of
too
trying to
easy. I
promote the
think it shouldn't
subject
be
and
too
say,
easy.
look,
I mean, if everybody knows
we're
every
not trying
answer,
to
it's
convince
not
you, we're just
silence.
trying to say, here's the evidence.
So let's continue
There is
with
something to this subject. That's
question
all I
number
ever set out to do
3, right?
when I got involved in public research. Is not to
Gonna
say
play
you have to believe. If you make your own mind
a
up, but
classic
what I
song,
am
I
going
think,
to try
from
to
the
do is give
60s,
you the
could be
best
from the
evidence.
50s, that
And that
everybody
has
knows.
led me
But
to where I am
who
now.
was the
And obviously,
famous
one of
singer
the things
who was
that
singing this song?
I've done is
No
to be
alternative
Britain's most
on this one. You just gotta know the singer.
well-known
And
case,
the song sounds like this.
Redless Forest.
Question
We
number
call
3.
it, well, it used to be called in the early 80s when it first came on, but everyone was incident. I've no doubt some people still refer to that as generally now the Rendlesham Forest. And it's regarded by many as the second most important case in history, which is a hell of a title after Rutland. And the reason why that is because we're not just talking one incident, one day, we're talking like now with the book that I've done a 5-year re-investigation of the case. The book took 3 years to write, and I've got a lot of old and new information. And the book on human, the mental of forest to a police 40 years of denial, is literally that. And the conclusions at the end is that we're looking at 18 incidents. Actually, it's now 17, I can explain that. It's 17 different incidents over what is a 3 or probably 4 consecutive days of activity of night, which refers to basically most of it all happened at night, 4 successive nights. And now it's based on the new information that I've got. And people do not generally think of it as many incidents of that. And written by Lieutenant Colonel Holt at the time, he was executive base commander.
That was
It
number
came
3.
out
What's
to
the
the
name of
churches in early
the singer?
1983,
I
and then
think
general
the song is
the
from the
public in a big
50s or the
tabloid
60s,
splash
I'm
in
not sure.
October
So don't
1983.
Google,
That's
guys,
when the
please.
case really hit the world headline.
What I do know is
And
the
that
name of the
memo
singer,
was
but
the US
do
Air
you
Force
know
memo
the
saying
name of
that
the
there'd been
singer?
2 nights
That's
of UFO
question
activity.
number
But
3.
it's
Was that
interesting
tricky?
because
Was it
prior
easy?
to that,
Give me a
there
little
was
thumbs
the
up or down
total
if it was
denial of
either
anything by the
tricky.
US Air
Thumbs
Force,
down
the
means
US
tricky. Thumbs
government,
up
anything at all, the
means
British
easy.
government,
See,
British
third
Ministry
was
of
super
Defense,
tricky.
all
Artistic
denied
third
everything.
was
And some of this
extremely
memo
easy.
from that,
Not
and it
easy.
was on heavy
Koyu third
US
was
Air
easy, of
Force
course. Maybe
newspaper,
Koyu is the
and it
winner.
was written by a Lieutenant Colonel, the
Unfortunately, you're
Deputy
not a
Base Commander,
holder, so
Colonel Charles
get,
Holt.
go grab
And they
yourself a
didn't have
mini
any
plug
choice
and
but to say,
bring
yeah,
back
okay, there was an
your
incident
Eid, for God's
with a
sake.
landed
You're
craft,
gonna nail this, I'm
and
pretty sure.
that's only a little one-page
So let's see.
document.
Where are we?
Only
Number
ever
3.
meant to be a team series. This is never meant
Now,
for
moving on to
public release.
question number
Colonel
4.
Holt, who I worked with
This
for
goes
7 years,
fast.
between
So let's
2007
see.
and 2014.
Number
He
4,
did
I'm
everything
gonna
he
play
could to try to
something
stop
that is
that memo getting
originally
out. He
heavy
was
metal
told,
or
you know,
rock song.
write this.
I don't
And he
want
said,
to
will
know
it
the name
ever
of the
come out?
band.
He said,
I
of
want
course
to know
not.
the name
And it
of
did.
the
And his life was
song.
Yeah.
And it sounds like
So,
this.
yeah, we're going to back up a little bit. I mean, you've spent 5 years working on this book. It shows. It's a tremendous heavy lift on your part. And to go back and review witness testimony, to pass judgment in effect on what is truth and what is not. I mean, a lot of people, your government, our government, have gone to a lot of trouble to try to muddy the waters. And this book, Non-Human, does a great job of clearing it up quite a bit. We're talking with Jerry Huckabee about his new book on the Rendlesham Forest incident. We're going into the break now with Bob Seeger.
I'm Bree Tennis from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The deal's been reached with LA Unified School District and the support staff. The agreement includes a 30% raise with retroactive pay and would also raise the district's minimum wage to $22.52 per COVID-19 hospitalizations in LA County is on the rise. As of Sunday, there were 426 COVID patients at the county hospitals. It was up 13 since Friday.
I wasn't. I was just going to confirm what number we were on. You're right.
After opening the emergency doors, the plane prepared to take off at LAX, causing the emergency slide to deploy.
Literally within 2 seconds, she had opened the door, deployed the slide, and was on the plane.
There's a passenger on the plane. Airport police have detained the passenger, and the FBI has been notified. Southbound weather from KFI, partly cloudy and windy with highs today in the mid to upper 60s. I know 47 in Anaheim Hills, Aliso Viejo at 46, 40 in Red Wings, and 46 in San Canyon. We live local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
I mean, last time I think I had 8 questions and only I think the winner was crypto queen at only 3 out of 8. So there's still a chance to continue this guys. So let's continue. Then we're on number, you help me again, Rabbi, with number 5.
Correct.
Number 5. Here's a song by quite a famous rap artist. I'm going to play this very short because I think this could be too easy. So pay attention because the whole song with this rap artist starts with like a piano. So I want to know the name of the artist, not the name of the song, okay? Who is the rap artist who has this intro to one of his biggest, most famous songs?
So, if you've been injured at work or in a car accident, remember, you deserve more. And we at Morgan & Morgan are ready to fight to get you just that more. Don't wait. Dial pound law or visit orderpeople.com for an office near you. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When you call America's largest injury firm, you get the backing of a national firm, along with a dedicated team from your community and
Maybe that was the easy game. A thumbs up if it was super easy. Thumbs
call
down
America's largest injury law firm. Call Morgan & Morgan for the people.com.
Who knows?
Says indictments are
Rabbi
looming
doesn't
against former
have a
President Trump. Anytime now in New York,
Pro
Georgia, and
collector
Washington.
thought it was
Look, Trump calls it a
extremely easy,
political witch
giving
hunt.
3 thumbs up.
Alec Dershowitz agrees.
4
The
thumbs up. Oh my
famed
goodness.
liberal Harvard
5.
professor is
Mr.
speaking out
Brian
against
thought it
the
was, of course,
targeting of
Mr.
Trump
Brian
in
is
his
an
new book,
artist too.
Get Trump.
Check him out.
Group
He's a
Rob Schmidt is
good
on
friend
this
and
talking to Dershowitz about the weaponization of our
amazing
justice
producer
system
and
and the disturbing
not to
information
mention
revealed in the House subcommittee
one
hearing.
of the most
Rob Schmidt
energetic
is
and
exposing this
optimistic
abuse of power.
space
Tune in to watch
houses
Rob Schmidt and Alan
out there.
Dershowitz
So
tonight.
give
It's not
him
about
a
Trump.
listen on
It's about
Spotify
you
and
and your
all.
freedom,
Yeah,
they
we're
say. Watch Rob
Yeah,
Schmidt
let's see.
tonight at 4 p.m.
Rabbi,
Pacific.
that was number
It's the
5,
hottest
right?
show in Italy.
Correct.
Find Newsmax on major cable systems
So then
and
we have
streaming ones like Roku,
3
Samsung,
questions
Vizio,
left.
Pluto, Zumo, and more. Don't
Here
forget
comes
to
the
download the free
2021. I
Newsmax
think
app on your
it's number
smartphone. You can
6.
watch it
Gonna play
anytime,
famous
anywhere.
song
You
by
should be watching Newsmax. Encourage
someone
your friends
who
and
is
family to
maybe
tune in
not
today.
really known for being a music composer or songwriter.
Angry today?
The truth is
I'm
that he's been
perpetually
writing quite a lot of amazing music.
I'm not supposed to be
He's
on the spot
more
because it's
famous
terrible.
for
If I could go, I
actually
did.
being
I did.
performing on the
I
screen
know
as
I'm the victim of
like an
some
actor, but
practical joke.
I've done
Live 1 to
I
4
want the
p.m.
name
on
of the
KFI
composer
and on demand
of this song.
anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Question number 6, right? Is that so? I should add you as co-host wherever, because you're good with numbers.
Appreciate that. That was number 6.
Number 6. What's the name of the composer? Who I guess isn't mainly famous for being a composer, even though he has composed a lot of beautiful music. Mainly he's famous for being an actor. So that's, yeah, to everybody new here, I see Eileen, my good friend, who has some beautiful collections over on SOS, good friend, and Oscar, or the Hong Kong NFT, I think. And LMD Design, of course, who made an amazing mini punk available in space. I have it in my idol gallery. It's maybe the most unfamous gallery in spatial. I think I have 2 hearts. One of the hearts for mine, the other one is who knows. So go check that out. Give her a little DM if you want to get some cool stuff, 3D objects for space, for spatial and the metaverse in general. She's like a genius. She's like, get back to you in 5 minutes. Here we go. My daughter, like a wizard. How do you do this? So hi to you and welcome. We have only 2 questions left. Maybe I should. I don't know if I should repeat. I guess that's unfair for everybody who was here from the start, but everybody is free to compete, and but you need to be a mini punk holder in order to get not so much 0.005 ETH, but at least something. It could be a bubblegum, it could be a burger, it could be who knows what you want to spend with that, maybe save it to the bear market. And yeah, I'm also gonna tell real fast, let's play my little jingle. I'm really proud of this one. Like when I got later, like an hour ago, to prepare for this, I went to get some food and I got this melody spinning in my head and I recorded it real quick. I thought we need like a little music jingle for the music of the space, and the jingle sounds like this. Who is the smartest in the biz? So let us begin with music. There we go. Welcome to Eden's Music Quiz. We have only 2 questions left, so let's see. Here we go. That was that one. We have 2 left. Now I'm going to play a little song that was actually from the 80s. I'm going to play it as a ballad. And the name of the band, I want the name of the band. They are actually from my country. It's a Swedish band, but the song was a worldwide hit. So that is the question number 7, right? I guess 7, yeah. What's the name of the band? Here it comes.
2 weeks after he started Dynamite, I started seeing great improvements, and today 99% of his issues are non-existent. Dynamite is nutrition. Dynamite is the best thing you can do for your dog. Now, how does your dog will be? I get my Dynamite from VITE.com.
Marvelous Entertainment and author Margaret Sunderland have released the newest in action We Alone in the Universe. This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel masterpiece, comic books, video games, and movies of Sergeant Waggett's journeys across the universe. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels. Enter coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase on Marvelous.com. That's MARVALEOUS.com.
Is it fair to say my encapsulation of what you've done here again?
Absolutely, if I was going to do a reinvestigate, I'd literally go back to the black activities and start to follow the trace. I've got 30 years of police experience, 6 years in the Royal Air Force Police. I've worked in 2 nuclear weapons storage areas during my time in the Royal Air Force Police. So I didn't need to like it personally did the same job as what the US Air Force Police did. It was involved in this incident. I then went on to a 24-year career in police for the last 19 years as a detective. I was an advanced engineer, suspect. So I've got 30 years of police experience. The only way I could
we
ever
just finished 7, and we will be on 8.
That was 7.
and once
Correct.
I'd
Yeah,
realised
you're
how
right.
the
It's number 7.
format
So
would be,
only one
it
more
would
to go.
be
It's
literally
8
just be the fact.
questions in total.
And then
And
with the
what
first
you need to do
part of the
is
book,
write
I'd say I have no
the
press
correct
to
answer
reward,
down in the
no
public
force
zone
to
or in
punish.
the
We go into them over
chat
whatever the
box.
facts
I like
say.
to call it the public
Facts
zone.
are neither Republican nor
Just
Democratic, they are the facts.
we have the
That was
jump
a great
from right,
quote
so
to
write
refer
an
to
answer.
what
Don't
I was
unmute and
trying to do. I
shout
took
it
out
out.
sentiment,
When
I
we're done, I'm
literally
gonna
went
go
back,
through and see
I
who
delved as
has
deep
the
as I could go and then
who's
took out things
fastest in
that I
replying,
thought
who has
the
the
public
most
had
right
never heard
answers,
about
and
or
see who's
rarely
our winner
heard
today.
about,
This is the
and
third time
expanded on
doing
them.
this.
I found old
The first
interviews,
time
I
we had Sean Lee
reevaluated, I found
winning
new
the
testimonies
0.005 East.
from
The
people
second
who'd
time
already
was
been interviewed sometimes, but then I got
previously
new
a PhD
testimonies
in
from
Los
other
Angeles,
people
so
completely
I
different
guess
that led
it's too
to
early for her.
major things coming out. For example,
Yeah, so the last one.
Lieutenant Bonnie Hampton
This
was a
is
ship commander,
the last
and
question.
she is what's referred to as the
I've
second
been hanging
incident or the
out a
second
lot on
night
TikTok
lesson.
trying
So
to
we're talking 26th
check
of
out the
December
platform and so
to the
forth, and I think
27th of
it's
December.
super fun.
And nobody really knew her story other than that something had so traumatized her that she'd gone off ship and was seemingly never went back. Well, during the course of our investigation, at 48 years, and the book lists 3 what's called precursor reports of locations that took place earlier in the year leading up to the December event. But when I spoke to him, he made an off-the-cuff remark that indicated he knew something about the Bonnie Hampton. And when I got talking to him, he basically told me this, obviously aware of the time. But basically, Bonnie Hampton, the ship commander, responded to a call saying from the east coast of Woodford, Gary Woodford, by an airwoman called Laurie Bowen, and she said that a red ball flame had dropped into the forest, and she reported it, and she happened to be on mobile patrol, and she was leaving on the public road between area Bentwaters to area Woodford, to a twin-bed complex. In the middle was this Redwood forest. So you're talking maybe a 4-mile distance. And if she's on the public road, she says, I'll respond to that. Well, anyway, the next thing is that she's screaming over the radio, help, 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 and she's clearly traumatized. Well, that's what we knew. Well, Michael Smith then gave this incredible story of literally how this poor lieutenant was run off the road by a UFO on a British rural public road between the two bases. She was run off the road by a UFO. The UFO, she's driving along in a military vehicle, and a UFO appears, comes to the side of her and starts parallel hedgerow height, and then suddenly she's so terrified she loses control of the vehicle, she runs it off the road, it goes into a ditch. Right? And his testimony, his direct testimony, what he's saying is, I was told to go to a gate, which is called the Butler Gate, which is at the rear of area and Watford, and open up quick. Then see the convoy of police vehicles go out looking out. He didn't know what to stay there. 2 minutes later, he sees a military vehicle come back through the gate, and he sees Lieutenant Bonnie Hampton looking disheveled, she's crying her eyes out, she's clearly traumatized by something. The driver is a guy called Robert Ball, Sergeant Robert Ball. He doesn't really know what's going on. Then, a few minutes later, another military vehicle comes back in through Butler Gate, and this time it turns out to be Lieutenant Bonnie Hampton's vehicle, and he sees direct evidence that this vehicle then roof damages as if it's been rolled into a ditch and it's still been drivable. He then goes in, once these vehicles have gone in, and the sergeant says to him, if you don't reveal my name, I'll tell you what happened. And the story goes, so this is the hearsay part, but I have no reason to disbelieve what Michael says. He says that this female officer was on the public road.
I did. Firstly, you're very, very talented. I just am really amazed how much fun this could be. Songs of Eden, you're extremely gifted when it comes to the piano, and I want to thank you for sharing your gifts with us this morning, or whatever time it is for you.
And that's why she was screaming then over the radio, help, help, help. And he confirmed, the sergeant confirmed to him that the young programs that he had were all medical back, and the whole incident on the British public road covered up. All they did, and nobody's known that until I'm just telling you now, until this book is out. And what a story, we didn't really have a clue. I had no reason to believe Michael said because we talked about
It's Web3, name that too, and it's a beautiful thing.
The UFO shot a beam down into the US storage area at RAF Temple. There was rumors, but never direct testing. The guy came forward to me called Steve Longero, and he was interested in seeing person because he had a 30-year law enforcement career, a bit like me. He was in the military, security US Air Force, security police, and then he went on to have a long law enforcement career. Absolutely stand-up guy. He said, I used the base, and I stood there inside the nuclear weapons storage area walking there, serious statement, and then suddenly we saw UFOs start shining a beam down like akin to a laser beam into the nuclear bunker. And he said it did like a pendulum motion, as if it was scanning all the way down what's called the hot row of nuclear bunkers, because it was what was underneath, the nuclear weapons. And he said then, the UFO went off towards Rendlesham Forest. Now, do you think that was the end of it? He goes, no, I've got another incident to tell you about. What do you mean? He said, well, I was, because I'd only just gone on to ship, he said, everything was kicking off in the forest, so they wanted more, many security places to go into the forest. So I was taken, because I was like supernumerary, I was taken from the west storage area, taken into the forest with many of us, and he said there, I was taken to the initial first night landing site, which was 2 or 3 nights earlier, and then he said there was another UFO that he saw was about 10 or 15 others, and this is long before Colonel Holt was even there. And so this is an entirely new incident. So not only has he got him saying as the first person direct testimony, I was inside, I saw the UFO shining a beam down into the nuclear storage area, he then goes and tells me that he's been involved in another incident.
Let's back up just a little bit, Gary. So in your book, we'll back up just a little bit. In your book, you share that there were a number of incidents, not only the 3 incidents in 1980 leading up to the big one, but there were also incidents in previous years in this area. And one of the issues to explore in that context is whether or not there are nuclear weapons there. And of course, the U.S. Military will not confirm whether nuclear weapons are stored anywhere, but you have plenty of indications that they were there, and that might have something to do with why UFO activity has been seen in that area for a number of years, right?
Absolutely. I have been researching the Rabbi case publicly since 2007. When I was paid on the UFO Hunters program was over, and that's where I first met Colonel Holt. But I've always believed why is it that UFOs regularly were turning up there? But it turns out that there were many sightings before, and in fact there's an incredible event that comes out in the book. It was originally listed as to be a part of the December 1980 event of a course which was a new testimony, completely new testimony of a guy called James Stewart. Now he's not a US Air Force police officer. He is actually what's called a crew chief. He was repairing aircraft, and there were just 3. So it turned out that he got the date wrong. He thought it was December 1980. It was December 1979. So 1 year earlier, he relates a case that was sensational in the sense that he's working on a Phantom F4. There are only 3 left. They have to be off the base by January of 1980. He's working underneath, and then he feels something sugar, as if something was walking on the spine of the plane. And he thinks, what's that? And then he hears a stroke mark, and a new canopy has been put on the F4 that he's repairing. And he climbed up the steps to the cockpit and found 3 floor marks on this new canopy. And he then saw footprints along the back during the middle of the night. And something jumped down. He didn't see it, but he felt the other bushes, nearby bushes, off trees. All he sees is something scurrying towards the outer perimeter fence. And he's very close to the key area footprint. He then sees this scurrying. He never gets to see what it was, but he sees that seemingly this object, whatever it is, has passed through the fence. It's now on the outside of the fence, and it's moving to his left towards a bunch of trees. Now, at the same time, believe it or not, and I checked this guy out, so I've no reason to disbelieve it. Seen his record. You see the UFO landing, descending, and disappearing behind the stump of tree. Firing something by the security guard, US security police officer who was at the East Gate. Now, routinely, that was not planned. So this is on itself, but he said there was a security police officer at the East Gate, he was shooting at something, and he heard him shout something like, get away, and then that security police officer saw something scurrying away through the undergrowth, who it was, and it was heading in the same direction as the object that he'd seen landing in the forest with other objects. You have this scenario of like two separate things scurrying through the trees to a UFO that's landing behind the tree. And he was approached by what we call the crew bus. His boss came along here in the shots fire and said, get in. We thought you'd been abducted. And believe it or not, it sounds like science fiction. But this guy, I'm looking because the time element, but this guy is an absolutely standard guy. He's willing to be interviewed, I've seen his record, I've seen that doubted. But it's another interesting twist. And that is years ago. So when people say, look, they're expected in December 1980, well, there's a story to that. The situation from New Zealand, we then have three major events that took place in February, July, and November of 1980, leading up to it. And one of the things that this is always about, when you talk about the nuclear issue, is that Colonel Holt, when an issue, told us privately there were more nuclear weapons that I had sent off than anywhere else in Europe. Now, he told me that twice. And he was a nuclear base. I found a document in the book that said that St. Walter's housed, I think, 25 nuclear weapons. But actually, I think it housed many, many more. With a comment made by Colonel Holt to me, I think that which is tonight. But I think that that's why UFOs turn up. And now, what about
you make a point of including Robert Hastings' references to his book, UFOs and Nukes. And he documents it all over the world that UFO activity is over nuclear weapons and nuclear weapons storage areas, like our activity.
Yeah, massive connection. And but what a lot of people don't realize is the context. I say early on in his book, the context is everything. And the nuclear weapons aspect is this, that at the time of the Rendlesham Forest instance in December 1980, literally hundreds of thousands of Soviet troops were marching on the borders of Poland because of the rise of the shipyard workers movement under Lech Walesa, who went up to the prison. But it's still then a Soviet spirit. People feared that there was going to be a nuclear war, a Third World War scenario, the Soviet Union going to Poland, Custer Rebellion, and likely getting Czechoslovakia and Hungary. And so that was happening, and then you also had the powder keg of the Middle East, which was high tension because of the 50 Iranian hostages that were being held in Iran. And so you had the world at a crisis point, and I think it was the amount of nuclear weapons that were illegally hidden there as to why you were forced to go into this area that was still. So what's the reason? There's this long correlation with back to 1940 about UFOs and nuclear weapons and nuclear power plants, etc.
We're going to go to a break in about 2.5 minutes, but I wanted to touch back on, you said there would be 3 incidents in 1980 leading up to the events around Christmas time. I wanted to just summarize those a little bit if you could, because 2 of those incidents are really similar. They're big, giant balls of orange, red fire, and then they split into 3 pieces. It's not a craft that we have, like in our arsenal.
Absolutely. Yeah, what happened?
Well, you can describe it. You got a minute or so. Just describe what one of those accounts was.
Well, the first one involves even though they're a woman, they're called Emma, which I don't understand, but that was the time. So Emma, Laurie Rayhouse, was on duty, sat in a vehicle near the Eastgate area of Woodbridge, and she sees a light towards the space down towards the forest. And to her left, there's the runway of RAF Woodbridge. And what you'd often see is aircraft coming in the middle of the night, and then suddenly the landing lights would all come on, it illuminated, and the plane would land. Well, you see this light coming in at a fairly low speed, and as it comes towards us, she's thinking, well, that could look like a plane, there's no noise or anything, middle of the night, and then suddenly, as the object comes towards us, it divides into three objects that can all go off in different directions. Clearly not a plane. So that's a major incident in itself. That was February 1980. And then it goes to July, which is where Michael Smith gets involved. Michael Smith, the guy who told me about that cinematic cancer, he was by the Eastgate, and what you have is aircraft shelters. The aircraft, the beach, full size, glowing objects that come in parallel just outside the perimeter. And you see it, thinking, what the hell is this? He goes, he's got his weapons trained on it, and he calls for battle. Two people come out, and one of them goes towards the fence. He actually pops his weapon into an M60. You think of Rambo, that thing, the two-headed machine gun, the original Rambo film. That's what he had, and he was. If that guy that had been attacked anyway, I would have opened fire.
Gary, I'm going to have to take a break here. We'll pick up that story on the other side, talking with Gary Hesseltine about his book, Non-Human, The Rebel from Forest, the Eucalyptus, the Beatles. Take us into the break. You lost your cat up the street?
Yeah, he's way up there. I'm scared to come down.
Hang on, I'll get him for you.
Be careful, mister.
Thanks, kid. Here you go.
Where did you come from? And where's your mask and cape?
What? Oh, no, your mom and dad called us to clean out your shower drain.
Why?
They were up a tree, too.
Really?
Your drain was really clogged, backing up, and we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your bathroom.
So you're a hero?
Try to be every day. We're rooter heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. So long.
Thanks for rescuing George.
It's what a hero does.
If you have a clogged drain, call River Hero Plumbing and Air. Go online at riverhero.com.
Your traditional investments aren't so great right now. So how about investing in assets that not only hold their value, but are just outright fun to own? Have you ever wanted a Rolex but never thought afford one? Well, let me suggest Bob's watches. Rolex, Cartier, Tudor, and a whole lot more. They have them all. Buy, sell, or trade. They have a huge inventory of luxury watches, free overnight shipping on all orders, and a great selection of vintage Rolex watches, too. Bob's Watches is a trusted online store to buy or sell modern and vintage luxury pre-owned watches, and all watches are 100% authentic and independently certified. And now you get $200 off. Google Bob's Watches and my name, Bill Handel. Click the link at the top to your discount automatically applies to your order. Looking to sell your luxury watch? Get fast and easy quote online from the watch expert. Google Bob's Watch. Michael Closer. Golden Knight Award winner for Best Newscast under 15 minutes. Michael would like everyone to know that he can easily do more than 15 minutes. Good message, Eric.
Good for yourself. I'm really good at that. I'm so good at that. The fucking teeth of the fucking zippers are just holding on like some rabbits and fly. Alright, are you done, kid? Hey, Mom Jeans, are you done?
Wait a minute. I want to open the mic. Let's hear it for Grocer. Woo! Heck yeah! Dude, that's awesome. He would have won his award this weekend at the Golden Mics that happened Saturday night. Crow, congratulations. Well deserved. KFI
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. This is your wake-up call. Hope you had a great weekend. Wasn't it nice to have the sun out? I mean, I know it wasn't like overly warm or anything, but oh my gosh, it felt good. And I noticed at one point there was this moment of, hold on a minute, it's too quiet in this house. And I went outside, and every dog was on a different bed, sunning themselves. They too were probably like, where have you been, my friend, the sun? That was pretty awesome. So if you had a good one, we had a heck of a night last night. A big chunk of the wake-up call crew got to go to the Dodger game. Woo! So fun. We'll talk about it back half of the show this morning.
Can't wait.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. Nick Caliocchini was there. Tyler was there. But you can go check it out on my Instagram, JJLKFI, and it is also on my Facebook, Jennifer Jones Lee on Facebook. You can get a little sneak peek in some of the pictures. Then we can tell you what happened, which was fun. And to the wake-up call listeners who were there last night, it's just too much social media. If people are recognizing this crazy lady out in public, we have a problem. Here's what's just ahead on your wake-up call. Check this out. Some water use restrictions in California have been lifted as a result of all the rain and snow. Also, a chunk of hillside has fallen onto a home in Pacific Palisades. And oh, I don't know if you were following this news over the weekend, but it just kept getting worse and worse. And now we have more than 24 people who've been killed by an EF4 tornado that hit Mississippi. If you remember, we had an EF1. That was the one that came down in Montebello. I think the wind speeds were up to 110 miles an hour with that one. Imagine what an EF4 is. In fact, I'll let you know in just a second. Also, we're going to talk with ABC's Aaron Katursky about the Manhattan District Attorney threatened over a possible former President Trump indictment. This is all about the hush money payment to Storm actress or porn actress Stormy Daniels. So we'll get into all of that in just a second. But let's start with some of these stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A chunk of hillside has fallen onto a home in Pacific Palisades with a family of 8 that had to find another place to stay Saturday night. An elderly man who lives above the impacted hillside also had to leave his house. A grading inspector and a geologist are expected to go to the scene today and assess the situation. Now, some water use restrictions in California have been lifted, and this is a result of all the rain and snow that we have had. The state sent water conservation statewide, and it's ending its requirement that local water agencies implement level 2 drought contingency plans. So the hosing down of sidewalks and watering ornamental grass on commercial property, though, that's still banned. A huge fire destroyed a commercial building in Santa Ana. It took firefighters more than an hour last night to put the puppy out. They were able to keep it from spreading, though, to other buildings. No one was hurt, and it's not clear what started that fire. This is a story that this devastation, the pictures that I saw over the weekend, it's not like I haven't seen a tornado before, but for whatever reason, this one just seems worse than I had seen. But more than 24 people have been killed by an EF4 tornado that hit Mississippi. The National Weather Service says preliminary information shows the Twister tornado was on the ground for more than an hour. This man says his parents were killed when the tornado dropped an 18-wheeler on their house.
Finally found them over here, laying under that 18-wheeler. You know, he was on his back, and she was just laying beside him with her arm on him.
At least one person died from a tornado that hit Alabama. A tornado yesterday in Georgia destroyed 80 to 100 homes and caused several injuries. All right, we come back. We're going to talk with ABC's Aaron Katursky about why the courts in New York City are stepping up security. It's all surrounding this grand jury and former President Trump and the hush money paid to Stormy Daniels. So we'll get into that in just a little bit. Nick Caliocchini, we're going to be talking to you a little bit later this hour about how much fun we had last night. Good morning. Are you awake?
I got it. Looking at the drive right now, Jen, it's supposed to make the high desert on the southbound side. The 15 is coming to Hesperia around before Main Street. So going to be slow going for you. Heavy still is going to stick around for you to make your way past Oak Hill, and then it's kind of patchy for you through the Gone Pass. Past the 138 and you head toward Claycorn, rather, beyond that to Kenwood, not looking too bad. Otherwise, really quiet to start out your morning drive as you make your way through the South Bank. If you're encountering otherwise time to confuse yourself on keyword is KFI traffic westbound side of the 91 through Corona. That's a bit of the slowing for you from Main Street just past the 15 as you make great towards the 71 and further west on the 91. Looks pretty good through the Yorba Linda and Anaheim Hills area. Out of State Canyon as you continue toward the 55. Checking in on your drive on the 14 southbound, that'll be a bit of a rough one for you from before the merge with Fairblossom Highway coming out of Palmdale as you continue to be active and all with Dulce. Loosen just beyond that, at least for the moment, through New Holland, St. Victoria further southbound on the 14 to the 5. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Nick calling you.
506 on your wake-up call. Aaron Katursky, good morning
Like
to
a
you.
curled up
Plenty
little
with live
donkey.
Courts in New York City are having to step up security.
They are, Jen, because of Manhattan.
Real little donkey.
The DA has already received a death threat, a white powder letter, thankfully, that was deemed non-hazardous. And a number of prosecutors in the office have been sent offensive or threatening phone calls, emails. So the courts are increasing security, even though there is no specific, threat. But with former President Trump on the campaign trail, warning of potential death and destruction.
Are you done?
Yehuda. Saying all these incendiary things about the prosecutor. I think they just want to be safe.
I thought it was interesting yesterday that I was reading a story from one of Trump's attorneys, Joe Tacopina, who said, I'm not his social media consultant. And he basically wasn't defending or condemning it, but definitely saying, I didn't tell him to do this.
No, and I think the attorney is trying to, distance himself a bit from these attacks and keeping to his lane, as an attorney, not as a social media consultant. But it's notable that I think his attorney is not willing to repeat some of that. Although, the New York criminal defense attorney, part of the New York bar, has to work with the DA's office all the time, so I don't think it would be wise to sort of join in that conversation. But Trump is making this case and the other criminal investigations that he faces, Jen, kind of a centerpiece of his politics now. And he's casting himself as the victim of a weaponized criminal justice system, and saying that the stakes of the election kind of rest on whether his legal troubles go away or not.
And whether or not people listening agree with that, the actual facts of the case, the fact of the matter is that he did this a lot during his first campaign, and in many cases, it worked for him. So I'm wondering, too, if his Truth Social platform obviously doesn't have the number of followers that, say, a Twitter or something like that has, but he's beefing up his social media presence because people are like, wow, what's he going to say next? So you might have people subscribing just for the shock factor of it all. And also, when he has painted himself as the victim before, it has garnered him extra support. So I'm wondering if that's his plan all along.
Well, and whether there's even a plan is always sort of debatable. But but he does cast himself as victim very, very well, and sort of takes his supporters along with him. Saying they're not just trying to indict him; they're trying to indict you. It's a political strategy that has been successful. We've had a look at a couple of law enforcement bulletins that have questioned whether Trump still has the sway. The protests he has called for have not materialized, but the bulletins do say that, who are willing to act on his behalf.
All right, Aaron, thank you so much for that. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Jen.
Have a good one. ABC's Aaron Katursky. I mean, and like the guy or not, it doesn't take your political feelings about him out of the equation for just a half a second. In many ways, this man does an incredible job of promoting himself, whatever the case may be. In this case, though, in other words, saying, look what they can do to me, why couldn't they as easily do that to you? His social media platform didn't have as many followers. I mean, it had plenty of followers, but not as many as I'm sure he would have liked. Now he's gaining more because people are going to watch and see what happens next. And that works for him. So just from a, you getting people to pay attention to you, that's half the battle. Then they can decide whether or not they support you, but they have to be listening to you to make that decision. And the guy is, I mean, we've known that he's a genius in that way. Well, a tree estimated to be about 100
He's been concerned about the tree for a while, and that the recent storms might have been a factor in the fall. Well, Cesar Chavez Day is being observed in LA County. Chavez co-founded the National Farm Workers Association in 1962 with Dolores Huerta. County supervisors say people should actively engage in service to their communities in honor of Chavez's memory. City and county offices and libraries are closed, but the schools will stay open. They will be closed Friday for the state observance of Cesar Chavez Day. A year-old girl and assaulting her at a public library in Irvine. The man was arrested Friday and released on bail the next day. Police say the girl had gone to the library with her mom last week, a video with his phone. That's when he exposed himself and assaulted the girl. Well, an explosion at a chocolate factory in Pennsylvania has killed 7 people. That includes 2 people who had been reported missing after the explosion Friday. West Reading Mayor Samantha Cage says their bodies were found yesterday.
The site itself now is being moved over into the investigation period, so hopefully we will have more answers on what caused this and how it happened and how it can be prevented in the future.
One person who survived was pulled from the rubble Saturday. And there is a special chance this week to see 5 planets lined up in the night sky.
Mercury, Jupiter, Venus, Uranus, and Mars will gather near the moon in a planet parade. The best day to spot all 5 will be tomorrow, Tuesday, right after sunset. If you look out to the western horizon, you'll be able to see them stretching up toward the moon. You may need a pair of binoculars to catch Mercury and Uranus, which don't shine as brightly as the other planets, but the 5 planet
I like
array
how
is
it crashed.
visible from anywhere on Earth.
But, yeah, I was like, man, everything in your life was going so shittily. Why is this working? And I was like, oh, okay.
Huge protests held in Israel as Prime Minister Netanyahu fired the defense minister who was pushing back against the judicial overhaul there. We know that there's been a ton of unrest up to this point, and things just got even bigger over the weekend. So we'll get the latest from Jordana in just a minute. But with the latest on your drive, it's Nick Palliocchini in the dreaded 91.
Westbound now. It's not too crazy bad, but you will definitely start seeing delays as you come through the Corona stretch of the 91 off the 15 as you continue toward about the 71 going to be the busiest, although a big map looks like overall you will see passage delays right now. From Riverside leading Magnolia to continue toward the 241 toll road. Beyond that, though, further westbound on the 91, not looking too bad for you to come through the St. Annie Canyon, Yorba and Anaheim Hills, continuing to the 55. Encountering otherwise, pounds to 50 on your cell phone. Keyword, KFI traffic. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Nick Palliocchini.
Attention Southern California, Semper Solaris is ready to install your solar now and complete your paperwork in time for NEM2. They have teams working around the clock 7 days a week and have processed over 35,000 applications and counting. No one works harder than Semper does with esprit de corps and honor. Go solar American style. Declare your independence with Semper Solaris, your local and veteran-owned solar contractor who gets the job done right. Imagine no money out of pocket, no payments until 2024. Call 877-211-5591. Worried about blackouts? Tesla and Enphase batteries are in stock. Plus, Semper offers new furnace and AC systems with a lifetime warranty and new roofs with no changes and rates go up even more. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit sempersolaris.com. Unapproved credit expires 4/12/2023. CSLB number 978-152.
The Dodgers beat the Angels last night, 3-0.
Woo, go Dodgers!
See, this is why they need to make sure that the sports cut is in there in the morning. Otherwise,
Wait, it might be. Hold on. The Lakers sit below 500 once again, 37-38 after losing to the Bulls. LeBron James led the team with 19 and 29 minutes off the bench. Phoenix Copley is the Kings' probable goaltender for tonight's nightcap against the Blues. And the Final Four is set after Miami beat Texas 88-81, where they will play UConn. In earlier action, San Diego State beat Creighton to advance. They'll battle Florida Atlantic. I'm Andy Betts.
John here. You've heard me talk for years about Cunning Dental, Southern California's premier dental practice. They're pioneers of the all-on-4 teeth-in-a-day procedure. Plus, they can handle all your dental needs, from bridges to braces, fillings, cleanings, root canals to cosmetic dentistry, and more. If you're scared of the dentist like I was, don't worry. Cunning Dental can put you in a gentle twilight sleep or full anesthesia. I've been going for over 20 years. Call now for free exam and x-rays, 888-640-SMILE, 888-640-SMILE. Restrictions apply. When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, for the people.com. If you own a small business and you got through COVID and you were able to retain 5 or more employees, you could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Do the math on that one. That's real money. So let me suggest getrefunds.com. You answer a few questions, takes under 10 minutes, and you'll see if your business qualifies for this tax refund. There's no charge up front. They don't get paid until your business gets paid. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP and nonprofits, even if you've had increases in sales during COVID. They are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned over $3 billion to businesses. In my business, a 6-figure refund. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button. It only takes a few minutes. Go to getrefunds.com, getrefunds.com. Come to Dodger Stadium on March 31st and stay after the game for the first ever Dodger Stadium Friday Night Lights drone show presented by CPK as 400 drones take flight to celebrate the return of Dodger baseball. To purchase tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotion.
The bills start coming, and they don't stop. Medical bills, dental bills, car repairs, rent that's due. Funds people need but just don't have. As a nonprofit, JFLA has been helping people overcome financial challenges since 1904. We provide zero-interest, no-fee loans so that emergencies don't mean financial ruin. Support our efforts and learn more at jfla.org.
On a hot summer day can be a sweaty old nightmare, and no one wants that, Zach. Help your air conditioner last longer and reduce breakdowns with a rejuvenation.
We'll make 6 critical adjustments so you'll stay cool, use less energy, and increase the life of your system.
And we'll clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way.
Rejuvenation, just $129.
Get air conditioning and plumbing. GOETTL.com. We'll keep it cool, but it's hard to spell.
License number 1047781.
The legislature said, what do you want us to do? They couldn't figure out why the gas prices are higher in California, right? For 8 years now, they've been trying to figure out why is there 20 cents more per gallon in California than other states. But they want the gas prices to go higher. Secretly, this is fine with them. John and Ken, they'll never say that.
The day the Dodgers win. First game of the freeway series. Dodgers Radio. Not interrupt me, Tyler, when I'm singing.
I'm sorry.
You got my ear. Messed me up. I blame you, Tyler. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And speaking of the Dodgers take on the Angels tonight at 6 o'clock in Anaheim for the Freeway Series. You can listen to the game in HD on the free iHeartRadio app live from the Galpin Motors broadcast booth. Some of the stories we're watching in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A chunk of hillside has fallen onto a home in Pacific Palisades. Some water use restrictions in California have been lifted as a result of the rain and snow. You still cannot spray, though, your sidewalk off. Just heads up. And more than 24 people have been killed by an EF4 tornado that hit Mississippi. We'll get into all the latest on that with ABC's Jim Ryan coming up at 5:35. Let's say things couldn't get any larger, but now that you've had Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu getting rid of his defense minister, man, things erupted over the weekend. So let's walk it back, if you would, Jordana, please, and explain why the firing came in the first place.
Well, on Saturday night, Israel's defense minister gave a primetime address, and he said he no longer supports pushing through these judicial changes. He supports reforms, but not in this current fashion. And he said he's extremely worried about what the opposition to this is doing inside the Israeli army. There are hundreds of elite IDF reservists who are not showing up to train, not showing up to duty. And there are thousands more that were threatening to boycott if any part of this legislation was passed that would essentially strip the Supreme Court of most of its independence, most of its power, and really leave the government, whoever is in power, and now it's Netanyahu, but any government with kind of an unchecked unchecked powers with no real limit. And he said this is a clear and present danger to Israel's national security, and so therefore he will not support it. Now, Netanyahu fired him, and protesters spontaneously went into the streets last night. No one expected it. Suddenly there were tens of thousands, in the end about 150,000, who came out in Tel Aviv, in Jerusalem, in Haifa, main cities. In Tel Aviv, they blocked the main highway for many hours. I mean, the police didn't clear them out until about 4 in the morning. And as the night ticked on, we saw more lawmakers inside Netanyahu's party saying, you know what, we need to pause this reform. It is tearing Israel apart. Now, Prime Minister, it's now about 3:30 in the afternoon. The Prime Minister has been holed up for several hours meeting with the heads of his coalition, and leaked reports suggest he will pause the reform, and he's desperately trying to save his government because the far right, if they decide to bolt over this issue, his government will come tumbling down and we'll have elections again.
In at least pausing, I guess, his actions right now, he at least is giving everything a chance to die down, because it feels like it's getting to a fever pitch. And I think too, when you see that things have sort of been, for the most part anyway, peaceful in the sense of lots of chanting, lots of yelling. But then I was reading that some of the protests from last night, police had to forcefully remove some crowds that were refusing to leave some of those places that you were talking about, blocking traffic and things. So you can see that this angst is really getting bigger, and it would be smart just for any lawmaker to just at least say, hey, I'm just going to push pause. Whether or not they were being genuine about it is a separate thing, but just to at least calm things down in their country.
Absolutely. I mean, Israel's president has warned on several occasions that the country is on the edge of the real possibility of civil war. He spent time talking to people on both sides. He said he's disturbed by the level of hatred and a sense of, wanting to carry out violent acts based on, from both sides, he said. And this has just touched such a sensitive nerve across this country. And he said we must pause this. Netanyahu, if in fact he does that, then he will argue he did it too late. Why there had to be, bonfires lit on the highways in the middle of the night, and clashes with police. And today, a general strike announced by Israel's labor union. That's never happened before. You have malls and banks and stores closed, schools, universities. I mean, the whole country is, half this country is shut down today. Parts of hospitals, Ben Gurion International Airport, no flights are taking off right now. There's 35,000 passengers grounded. All of this, had to happen before Netanyahu, said, hey, let's put a pause on this. He's seen these protests growing, especially in the military, for weeks and weeks. And now it has reached a boiling point where it appears he's going to have to finally back down.
All right, Jordana, we'll see if, in fact, that happens. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Jennifer.
Right.
Talk to me.
You too. See you later. ABC's Jordana Miller. It's not often that a Kanye West headline grabs me anymore. Except for with this one where I went, all right, he clickbaited me here. Kanye West says he likes Jewish people again.
Okay.
Yes, he likes Jewish people again. So remember when he went full anti-Semite in 2022? A lot of people would say. Well, apparently now, it's because of 21 Jump Street that he likes Jewish people again. Exactly. Now, who knew that 21 Jump Street would be the thing that brings us all together? But in Kanye West's mind, apparently it is just that. So Kanye says, yay, we're on a first nickname basis, yay, was watching 21 Jump Street, starring Jonah Hill and Channing Tatum. Watching Jonah Hill in 21 Jump Street made me like Jewish people again. No one should take anger against one or two individuals and transform that into hatred toward millions of innocent people. I think I need a little more explanation. I need Mr. West to show his math on this one. So what, you're sitting there on TV, you're watching TV, and you see something that you like, and you're like, that guy's performance made me like Jewish people again. And how? And why? And did this make everything that you said in the past better? You guys, I can't make that stuff up. Also, what I can't make up is how many of you are going to join us at the Wiggle Waggle Walk. I know we're segueing the world, but it is coming up this Sunday, Brookside Park, all to benefit the Pasadena Humane Society. And I can name this. So for all the people who came up and introduced themselves to me last night at the Dodger game, there was a couple, and they specifically said, hey, and we'll be supporting, we're not going to be able to make it, but we'll be supporting the Wiggle Waggle Walk. And I went, listen, you really listen. But it is my thing every year. And yes, if you're thinking, didn't you guys just do this? Yes, we did. They've moved it, though, from the fall to the spring, and all of the proceeds go to benefit the Pasadena Humane Society. It is a 1 mile walk. That's all we do. You can also do the 5K if you want to, but as far as our team goes, we just do the little 1 mile walk. We get dressed up in goofy costumes, or at least I do and my dogs do. But I know we've got a happy crew coming out there. So we've got Nick Caliocchini's going to be there. I'm going to be there. Amy King, Mo Kelly. Tyler, are we getting you? Are they coming in? Oh. So what is going to happen now, Nick, we'll talk smack about Tyler.
Oh, yeah, no. And maybe even on Instagram Live. That's what I'm doing.
Oh, I do have some Tyler stories that I'm happy to share. Because he's not there to defend himself, so
I ain't scared.
That's right. It's all for the animals, right, Tyler?
Yeah. Wait, so are we taking donations for the Tyler stories? Is that what I'm on?
Ooh, we should have a separate fund.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's right. No, that's how we spin that real. Donuts for the stories. Thank you, Tyler.
Okay, somehow. Anyway, all you got to do is go to kfiam640.com/wiggle. There's where you can sign up, and we still have plenty of space for you to come out and hang out with us. Michelle has put together these incredible swag bags this year, but you only get them if you join our team or you come out to Brookside Park. This is Sunday morning. 9 o'clock is the actual walk. Be there by 8:30, though, at the latest. That way we can get you in the team photo and all that kind of stuff. We set up right by the stage. And you guys, all this goes to benefit the Pasadena Humane Society. So I realize what we are addressing, and no one yet has guessed this. Kaleidoscope. Me, Betty, Daisy. Sophia doesn't play well with others. So she can't have
another hand check.
Nope. That's it.
We're going to need one more hint.
Nope. Kaleidoscope.
Just one more.
Orange.
That's not helpful.
Yeah, you asked for one. So there, Tyler. You're not
coming.
listeners.
I tried for y'all. I don't know what else to tell you. Guess you're just going to have to go.
We're going to talk with ABC's Jim Ryan. I want to get into these tornadoes in the south. Weirdest weather happening all over the country right now. We had it here last week, and then over the week, you might see our rain start as early as tomorrow night, lasting Wednesday into Thursday, and possibly even some snow in the mountains. Let's get back to the drive with Nick Caliocchini. Where are we heading now, Nick?
We're going to head out to the Calabasas area for some top 10 crews that are wrapping up shop in the overnight and early morning hours on the southbound side of the 101 from about Mulholland Valley Circle towards the Bank Lane Boulevard. It was one of the 4 lanes taken away. And it looks like it actually may be running itself. About 6 o'clock this morning right now, seeing a busy drive for you heading southbound along the 101.
They should just record everything.
Definitely heads up for you there. For the southbound on the 101 looks good for your drive right now. Got my data something slowing you down. Time to 50 on your cell phone. Keyword is KFI traffic. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Nick Polio.
Take action now. Before you call it an agent, call Seller's Advantage. Seller's Advantage is a great alternative for selling your home. No dealing with agents, commissions, paying for repairs, and waiting months to sell. They'll make you a competitive cash offer and can close in days. No agents, no commissions.
Seller's Advantage makes the selling process easy, so sellers
That
walk
one's
away
fast.
happy. Yeah, see what other sellers have to say and check out their reviews. If you're ready to sell your home, call Seller's Advantage. They may even offer a $10,000 advance to help with moving expenses. Get a no-obligation offer at 888-321-AS-IS, 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 sellersadvantage.com.
Don't worry, self-happy with Seller's Advantage.
CRE number 01961658. Starting May 7th, 2025, you'll need a federally accepted form of identification, like a real ID.
Hard to read this screw.
And visit friends and extended family members on
You ain't the only
military
one,
bases.
kid. You ain't the only
So
one.
why wait to give yourself a real benefit? Get your real ID
Calm
by
down with that
signing the
fucking thing. This is
application
that jackhammer
online.
one?
Upload the correct documents and make your appointment at the DMV to finish the process. By applying for a real ID now, it's one less thing to worry about later. Visit realid.dmv.ca.gov today. Games live from the Hayes bedroom. It's another eventful night for us. It sure is. Ron Steve has been struggling with his feedback. His wife Michelle is trying to keep the rain. Michelle throws an elbow. She's leaning for the couch. Steve should get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspires a sleep apnea treatment.
Holy cow.
Sleep with the click of a remote. With no mask and no hose. Just learn more at inspiresleep.com.
Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at inspiresleep.com.
This is Jacob and Ronnie. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. KMI, AM 640. The news, what it means, why it matters.
Pussy
AM 640 live everywhere on
You
the iHeartRadio app. This is your
Edward
wake-up
Edward
call. I'm
Munch
Jennifer Jones
Monk
Lee.
the
Some of
screen
the
pussy
stories we're
monk
watching in the
you
KFI 24-hour newsroom. We've had weird weather here, but let's look at the good news. Some of the water use restrictions that we've had in the state because of our weird weather, all this rain and snow, some of those water use restrictions have been lifted. Also,
Yo,
this morning, KFI's Blake Trolling headed out to this house in Pacific Palisades, where China Hillside fell onto the house. Family of 8 lived in this place. They had to be evacuated. The man who lived above them, I guess, on the hill, he also had to be evacuated because, you know, they don't know how, if there could be any more shifts or any more slides there. And so we are going to get more from Blake. Also, they've got a geologist headed out to the scene. So we'll find out just how, you know, first off, was it the rain and the recent runoff that caused the erosion, that caused that chunk of hillside to fall? I mean, I would assume so. See if there's any other damage to the area or any other homes in the area going to have to be evacuated as well. So lots to follow with Blake. He'll join us live at 7 o'clock. Right now, let's say good morning to ABC's Jim Ryan. Jim, maybe it's because this tornado was on the ground for an hour. And though I've watched hurricane and tornado coverage for years. For whatever reason, this particular tornado's damage just seemed to be particularly devastating.
Yeah, I think that's part of the function of this. The time that it was on the ground, about an hour. The width of it, 4,000 feet in some places, 60 miles long. This was an extreme tornado, and of course, the wind speed at 165 miles an hour plus. That makes it an EF4 tornado jet. So those factors, I think, play into this. Yes, it was in a relatively sparsely populated area, primarily small towns, rural areas, but where it struck, it did extreme damage. The little town of Rolling Fork, about 1,700 population. Took the brunt of it, and they lost several people in that.
You ever see people with one?
So I'm seeing, as of this morning, at least 25 people total. Is that also the death toll that you have from this?
Well, 26, at least 26 people, and that, and these deaths were scattered across Mississippi over into Alabama as well.
I fucking love some trees.
Georgia.
Are you done?
And did damage everywhere it went. In fact, this morning, there was one tornado warning issued in Georgia. It's completely unrelated to the storms that came through Friday night and Saturday.
I was looking at a stat from FEMA this morning, damaged or destroyed by this one tornado, and I thought to myself, that seems like a low number considering the amount of damage that it looked like had happened. But I guess if this was a sparsely populated area, thank God for that, because I bet that number would have been much higher.
Yeah, absolutely. If it had been 20, 30 miles to the south, this tornado might have gone through Jackson, Mississippi, the capital.
Oh, God.
Which would have been horrific. As bad as it was up there in that little town of Rolling Fork, to the north of there, if it had been Jackson, Mississippi, that would have been a much different situation. So, you're right, yesterday.
All right, and when did you see the story out of Georgia?
Well, that's not really complimentary, baby.
Tigers? That there were the two tigers? Holy cow!
That were essentially released by the storm. The zoo where they were was torn up by the tornado. The two of them, one of them left the enclosure was
kind of locked. Oh, okay.
Was tranquilized and taken.
Good job, assholes.
The other one stayed inside the enclosure.
Yeah.
So this could have been a really bizarre and tragic situation. But the animals
one of the dumbest fucking things I've ever seen in my goddamn life.
For people in these areas,
That pizza kicks ass. You guys remember when it was connecting? Why am I looking at this fucking... What is this? What? This one? How is this allowed? Oh, there's a Toyota Prius. Alright, are you done?
Well, they're pulling together in the parts of the little Rolling Fork that were not damaged. Those folks are offering up support to their neighbors whose houses were destroyed.
What the fuck is this shit? Yo, remember when it was connecting? I was like, oh, dog, my was over here and it was like connecting, and it was like, oh, dog, sick as shit up all the time. Yo, she tell him. It was just like, well, connection too poor. How about you go fuck yourself? Remember? Yo, it was like, oh, yeah. No, Elon Musk was like, hey, dog, let's lock him out, and then not. Ass. Fuck you. Are you done? Connecting.
So it's fortunate that
yo, remember when it was like, oh, dog, really?
They're able to assist quickly. That's the good news out of it. Jim, thank you so much.
Thanks, Jim.
All right, see you later. Give me these Jim Ryan. All right.
Somebody wrote K.
This entire morning,
some shit.
Tyler and Nick, if we screw anything up this morning, or there's dead air, or we miss a cue, I feel that we have an excuse. We took one for the team last night to show that we are true dyed-in-the-wool Dodger fans. And so I feel like we have an out this morning. So much fun last night. First off, I want to thank Dave Weiss, because when I was talking smack about, oh, you guys, I'll take everybody to the game, and Weiss was like, seriously, I can just get you guys to the game. So our promotions guy, Dave Weiss, got us to the game last night, and the most incredible, I've never had seats like that. I mean,
this man came through.
Yeah, so Dave Weiss, if you're listening this morning, we all owe you, I don't know, dinners forever. We all owe you one, something like that. We have these killer seats. You can see where we sat. JJLKFI on Instagram. Nick, also, it's up on yours, correct?
Yes, or if it isn't, it will be here shortly.
Okay, or Jennifer Jones Lee on Facebook is where you can go as well. But we had these incredible seats last night. Got to take, so it was me, Nick, Tyler, Amy King, Jason Middleton, Emily and Aaron from the newsroom, and Mo Kelly. It was this epic group of the morning show people and the evening people who decided we are bonding together. We're going to this game. Also, want to thank Galpin Motors because we got to go up to the suite. I've never been in this suite. So nice. Our sponsors, they sponsor the booth, and so that's why we were able to go in last night. So yeah, of course, shout out to them. But the game was awesome. I mean, we walked in, and there are two back-to-back.
They're playing baseball already?
I wasn't expecting everybody there either. You know, it's an exhibition freeway series. So
yeah.
Oh, it's an exhibition.
The season starts this Thursday.
Right.
Exhibition game. We've been watching spring training games where they've been rotating out AAA and AA players to just kind of see. So I was expecting people that we had never seen before.
Right.
Names of up-and-coming guys. We had full squads. We had Kershaw on the mound.
Yes.
We had Ohtani, we had Trout, we had Muncy, we had Freeman, we had Beck. Everybody was there.
And it was so...
Okay.
Jenna Elfman, the actress.
Jenna Elfman, Dharma and Greg?
Jenna Elfman, for those of us that don't know.
Dharma and Greg, Jenna Elfman. So, Jenna Elfman walked by us, and I really quickly stayed down the line to everybody. Dude, you guys, it's Jenna Elfman. And then Tyler really quickly goes, yeah. So anyway, we proceed to keep an eye out for Jenna Elfman. She proceeds to walk back and sit in her seat. So Tyler and Mo wander up to the suite. The rest of us are sitting down below in our seats, and a ball gets hit, and it goes foul, and it goes up over us to like, I mean, it goes all the way up. I mean, it's in the nose blade. Yeah. And then it bounces down, and then it bounces down, and then it bounces over our heads. And Jenna Elfman, who's like 8 feet tall, I mean, she's all legs and beautiful, stands up and just swoop right in her hand.
Damn.
Like the only one, I mean, a woman who clearly was kind of trying to keep it on the DL. Nope, not a chance. There she is catching a ball for all the world to see. It was very cool. It was a fun moment.
It was a very fun time.
Yeah, it was a good
You're
time.
trying to Elfman with your
All the
fucking
pictures are up. JJLKFI on
long
Instagram,
legs and
Twitter,
amazing
on
hands.
Facebook. I think we should do this more often.
I'm in. Oh, yeah. Dude.
I don't even care if we get those. I saw this young lady on Good Morning America. And I said to Michelle, I was like, oh my gosh, we've got to get this girl. Her name is Karen.
This is Rabbi Rothschild. I saw this motherfucker on the YouTube. He was so sick. This motherfucker was crazy.
Help feed the homeless in her community,
But she sucks their dicks.
It's the part where she's raising their one of those where you went, okay,
You're homeless?
This little kid.
Get over here.
And we've got her so the new producer Ann picked up the ball and ran with it, tracked Paris down, and so she's going to join us in just a second. Cool story for a Monday morning, you guys, and it's just a little way to start the week off right. That's what I'm saying. Let's get back to Nick Pagliocchini checking out that drive this time on the 5.
I downloaded this shit.
But before the fix of time, nothing in lanes, we're definitely still going for you to continue into commerce for swamp and a bit of release again for you out of commerce in East LA. On the north on 5, but before the fix of 5, that'll be still going for you, drive through Boyle Heights, you toward downtown LA and the 101. Northbound side of the 101 from 4th past the 10th State Medina Freeway toward the 110 through downtown, definitely going to be busy for you there. And the westbound side of the 10 Santa Monica Freeway coming off the 60 westbound, going to be still going for you, drive through downtown to the 110. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Nick Pagliocchini.
Hi, Jan Toyota speaking.
Jan, I heard it's a good time to buy Toyota.
Sure is. For now until April 4th, you can shop all the favorites like Corolla, RAV4, Sequoia, and more.
Yeah, you better. Why would that happen?
All right, you can stop by the home improvement store. Can you go back to your house and promising your daughter? Hi, Dad. Mom said you were taking too long on the phone. Also, hi, Dan. Hi, Sarah.
Get your imagination rolling with a new Toyota, like Highlander, Tacoma, Corolla Cross, and more. Stop by a participating Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. Dealer inventory may vary. The Lakers sit below 500 once again at 37-38 after losing to the Bulls. LeBron James led the team with 19 and 29 minutes off the bench. Phoenix Copley is the Kings' probable goaltender for tonight's nightcap against the Blues. And the Final Four is set after Miami beat Texas 88-81, where they will play UConn. In earlier action, San Diego State beat Creighton to advance. They'll battle Florida Atlantic. I'm Andy Betts. The job market is tight. There are 10 million job openings in the U.S. Less than 6 million people are looking for work. No wonder it's hard to find qualified hourly employees. Let me suggest JobGet.com, the unique way for you to connect with qualified job seekers. Now, with other hiring sites, don't meet the criteria aren't near you or are hard to reach. JobGet is different. Your top candidates already have the skills you need. You're only talking to workers in your area, office assistants, managers, cleaning, maintenance, receptionists, sales associates, retail, even dog attendants. Post with one click, and most employers get their first applicant within minutes. Businesses report 10 times better hiring conversions on JobGet, and you save 20% per job post. Try it for free at jobget.com/handle, jobget.com/handle.
You lost your cat up the street?
Yeah, he's running up there. I'm scared to come down.
Hang on, I'll get him for you.
Be careful, mister.
Thanks, kid. Here you go.
Where did you come from? And where's your mask and cape?
What? Oh, no, your mom and dad called us to clean out your shower drain.
Why?
They were up a tree, too.
Really?
Your drain was really clogged, backing up, and we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your bathroom.
So you're a hero?
Try to be every day. We're Rooter Heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. So long.
Thanks for... If you have a clogged drain, call Rooter Hero Plumbing and Air. Go online at rooterheroes.com. Join us to celebrate the songs and artists you've loved over the past year.
At our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Awards.
Hosted by Lenny Travis.
With favorite award recipient, Taylor Swift.
And performances by iHeart Icon Award recipient Coldplay, Kelly Clarkson, LL Cool J, Keith Urban, Pat Benatar, Emil Giraldo, Lotto, Money Long, Cody Johnson, and more.
Watch on Fox and listen on iHeartRadio.
Tonight at 8 p.m.
Portions of the following program will be recorded.
When you're at Costco and they give you the sample, do you feel any obligation to go like, oh yes, this is good, I'm gonna buy some? Maybe the fourth time I go back for the same sample with the same person because I like what they were offering. But no, it'll handle live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand
My man for the NBA.
video app.
Oh, look at this one. Fucking crazy shit. What the fuck is this?
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Welcome to a new week. I'm Jennifer Jones Lee. It's hard to believe already the last week of March. Some of the stories we're watching in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Well, here's the good news. Because of all the rain and snow that we've had, some water use restrictions in California have been lifted. But here's the bad news. We're keeping an eye on this house in Pacific Palisades where a chunk of hillside fell onto the home. 8 people had to be evacuated from the house. The guy who lived above this house on the hill, he too had to be evacuated. They're going to send in a geologist today to see if anybody else needs to be evacuated from the area, see how stable that hillside is. And we're also keeping an eye on the devastation that was caused by that EF4 tornado that hit Mississippi. All right, let's say good morning now to a young lady that I saw on Good Morning America. Her name is Paris Williams. First off, Paris, good morning. Thanks for your time.
Good morning. Thank you.
So, Paris, I have to say, I looked over on the TV and I saw you sitting there with being interviewed. You were the most confident 9-year-old I've ever seen.
You ever seen a 9-year-old with a dick like I had, a 36-year-old girlfriend?
Tell me you have not been on TV before. That wasn't your first time, because I was very jealous.
Yeah, it wasn't my first time.
All right, since you are 9 years old now, but I understand since the age of 5, you have
Wow,
been
so
wanting
that was
to
like
help people, and you
2019?
the
You're
Parents
so
Cares
fucking crazy.
Foundation.
Fucking
Tell me
bitch.
about your foundation.
Oh, you're 13.
It's
You're 9.
a foundation that I started in kindergarten after my kindergarten teacher read us this book called A Little Boy's Magic. And in a book, in one of the pages, the boy was giving brown bags of food to people who were experiencing homelessness. And I came home that day and I told my parents that I want to do that and I want to help.
What did your parents say when you told them this?
They said,
We were
Ninja, you
very
crazy.
excited. We were kind of like, tell us more, Paris, and she told us more, and she had a plan all mapped out. So we kind of just followed her plan and got some brown bags and markers so she can draw her personalized messages on the inspired messages on the front of the bag. And then we went to the store and filled the bag up with non-perishable items like water, chips, granola bars, food cups, and things like that. And we just started passing them out, and it just got bigger over time.
Oh, that is awesome. Mom, what is your name? I didn't know that I was going to get a chance to talk to you, too. This is awesome.
Oh, it's okay. My name is Alicia Silver.
Alicia, nice to meet you. Well, okay, so
Nice to meet you as well.
Paris, going back to you with the brown bag, that's actually what caught my eye, was the drawings that you had on the front. I think one I saw had a rainbow, and another one might have had a peace sign on it. Why do you think it's so important to get that message to people? I mean, of course it's important to get them the food, but there's that message also.
I think it's important because if I told them that like they were special something, sure they'd be like happy and all that. But like if I gave them the bag, whenever they're like, they can like fold it up and then whenever they're feeling like sad or something, they can just open it up and look at it. So yeah.
Okay, that is the sweetest thing because not only are you making sure that they get fed for that day, but the message that they can carry around with them anytime they're having a bad day, they can pull that out. I love. What made you think of that? What made you want to make sure that I guess they had something that sort of stayed with them?
Well, I know that like if I was in those shoes, I'd be pretty sad most of the time because like I didn't really have any food and I'd probably just be like really sad. And I thought that if I gave them those bags, that might just make the day a little bit better.
Alicia, you guys are in the St. Louis area, and when your daughter comes to you with something like this, did you think that it would ever grow to be as big and get as much traction as it did, or did you just think, man, we've got an incredible kid on our hands?
No, I did not think it would get as big. I just thought, we were just like, hey, Paris, it's the weekend. What do you want to do this weekend? And that's what, she decided to do on the weekend. So that's what we kind of did. And then, the next couple of weeks went by, she wanted to do it again. And then more people wanted to help in the community, our neighbors, her friends, her teachers at school, our family, and just got bigger and bigger. And here we are. So we're just excited.
My shit is so baller.
It just brings everyone
And then it
together.
gets all. I mean, that shit's cool too. I hate to say it.
And gives us all joy and makes us all feel happy to help others.
I'm telling you, just looking over and seeing those brown bags that she had done, that gave me joy that morning and immediately was like, hey, wait a minute. I want to get this
Joy,
on.
fine.
She seems amazing. You guys have grown this also into the Paris Cares Foundations where you can purchase things like t-shirts, I guess, from her as well. What else is on the website?
Panties. Don't say that. Don't say it. Don't say it.
Donation to her to help her continue building her band, or she started
So I'm gonna be like, what you say? I'd be like, I can either confirm. This bitch is not. Really? Who? She's a 9. She's a 9. She'll be hot when she's 45.
Oh,
I wonder what her mom looks like. What's this
I
baby
mean,
look
your
like?
generosity,
Something.
Paris, has grown from
Paris
just
Silver?
wanting to help
your
people who need food to now people who are sick. And I mean, I bet even for you, do you get people coming up to you when you're out and about places just saying thank you for what you're doing, and does that surprise you?
Yes, I get people who come out all the time and say, like, thank you, and you're doing such a great job. And sometimes it surprises me because, like it's just like you're dreaming. Because, like, it's just a thing you started when you were in kindergarten, and then all of a sudden you have people coming up and congratulating you and things, and just feels like a dream sometimes.
Okay, I think in kindergarten, I was trying to do my best to keep my name off the chalkboard from talking too much. Here you are feeding the homeless, for goodness sake. Man, I felt like an underachiever. Paris, what do you want to be when you grow up?
I actually want to be a doctor when I grow up.
Okay, that makes perfect sense because you want to keep helping people and you seem like somebody who's a visionary and you've got a lot of spirit and a lot of drive behind you.
Oh, nice how you updated.
I want to support her in whatever she does. I want her to know that her family is behind her and we're going to support her to make her dreams come true.
I adore you guys. We're going to put this up on our website, KFIAM640.com. I want to get you guys as much traction as we possibly can. The KFI listeners at this hour are incredible. We've got I swear it's like the most guys, some help out there. Bonfire.com/Paris Cares t-shirts is where you can get for t-shirts or make your donations and things, but we'll link this up to our website as well. Paris, I wish I could give you a huge hug right now. Thank you for what you're doing just to make the world
Now,
a better
if a guy
place.
said that, that'd sound creepy as fuck. Yeah.
Thank you for raising a wonderful daughter. I wish I could hug
Alicia,
you
what she
too.
look like, girl?
Oh, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
All right, you guys have a great one. Bye, Paris.
Bye.
Thank
So, Alicia,
You're
you
welcome.
got a babysitter?
Right? Don't we all need that? I feel like I give you guys so much tough news. And it's nice every now and then when we can, pick a story out like that.
I can watch this fucking screw all day. Somebody's like, you ain't the only one, kid. You ain't the only one.
In kindergarten,
Calm down,
I
woman.
started thinking about when you're in kindergarten, you have no reservation. There's nobody telling you, no, you can't do that. I remember sitting at McDonald's one time when I was a kid, and I remember hearing this story about how styrofoam was bad for marine life. And I remember telling my parents, like, I wish that I could get McDonald's to stop putting their, whatever, fillet of fish, which noticed that I didn't care they were killing the fish. I just didn't want them to put it in the styrofoam. Anyway, and I remember just thinking, like, oh, wouldn't that be great? It's those kinds of things when you're a kid where the problems
Somebody talk to this bitch?
are not that big of a deal in your mind.
They're like, oh,
You just
Rabbi,
need to
so
call somebody,
cool.
or you just need to write a letter, or you would
Zeros.
send an email, or whatever, and you can fix the problem. But it's because
This
of
fucking
that
bitch staring
and
at me.
those big dreams.
I swear to
and those
God, this
lack of
dude looks
boundaries,
like
and
I
those
do.
lack of red tape when you're little that sometimes make things happen. And it's having supportive parents like Alicia and her husband and their family that make these big dreams come true. And I don't know. I like still dreaming. I'm still a dreamer at heart, I think. And so when I see those kinds of stories, it's like, you know what? That still makes me smile. So I hope it did for you too. KFI and KOSD HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County. SoCal weather from KFI. Looks like we've got one more day today where it's going to be dry, and then we've got the chance of showers starting late tomorrow night. Definitely Wednesday, Thursday, possibly even snow in the mountains.
Yoshi, you said your tweet was
dry
sad.
out for the weekend.
Which one?
Lee
Play
Local,
TikToks.
live from the
PPP
KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Jennifer
Psych.
Jones Lee. This has been your wake-up call. Let's see why it's slow on 105.
Conference crews are wrapping up the shop for the westbound side as you come away through Linwood from the 710 heading beyond the 110 through West Athens and South LA. Still going through heavy stretches of South Boulevard. Notes on side of the 405 coming out of Long Beach to the south. They can do that taxi as well for you first thing from the 710 as you think 405 to the 10 in West LA. That's all looking relatively decent for your drive. Got an update of something slowing you down. How to position your cell phone. Keyword is KFI.
This shit is crazy.
In the San Fernando Valley around Roscoe Boulevard, it's a stalled out car that is the right lane taking away southbound 405 where you'll see the delays though. Through North Hills from North Office, you head toward
Not this
Roscoe
one,
Boulevard.
Yosh.
Delays for the southbound on the 405 as you come out of
Hey, Dragon Boy.
Burbank Boulevard through West LA
This
heading
one too.
toward about
This one
let's say
too.
Sunset and the westbound side of the 10 Santa Monica Freeway still going for you coming off the
Monkey
60.
boy.
Actually, the rain now through downtown.
Hey
the 110,
guys,
there are
how you
delays
doing, baby?
for the westbound on the 10. French
Oh my
Boulevard toward this way.
God.
KFI in the sky helps get there faster. I'm Nick Poliotini.
Yeah, he
Whether you're
looks
just
like
starting your
fucking
watch
Mario.
collection or expanding it, check out Bob's Watches, one of the largest and finest selection of pre-owned, modern, and vintage luxury watches. Rolex, Omega, Cartier, Tudor, Bamball, buy, sell, or trade, free overnight shipping, independently certified, authentic. One of the leading online luxury timepiece
Yo, dog.
marketplaces for men and women, and now $200 off. Just Google Bob's Watches and Bill Handle, my name, and click the link at the top to get your discount automatically.
Bob's
applied to
Watches
your order.
better be making so much
Bob's
fucking
Watches
money.
and Bill Handle on Google.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? These are real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, speaks to the largest timeshare company in federal court and has put together a free information guide.
I wonder if Bob's Watches just comes up. Dude, is it just Bob's Watches? What's his website?
Ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call
He's got Bob's
800-738-9900.
Watches.
That's 800-738-9900.
And Bill Handle.
A light source system gets you filters out the chlorine and contaminants while retaining healthy minerals, and there's no filters to change ever. It's maintenance free. New customers get a free Epipure antibacterial filter. That's worth $825. This ends March 31st. Call 800-803-2696. Visit lightsourcewater.com. Light Source Water, taste and feel the difference.
U.S. Bank is ranked #1 in customer satisfaction with retail banking in California by J.D. Power. Since
California has home to most award shows. We prepare a thank you speech.
To Californians everywhere, we've been proud to help you plan, budget, and save smarter. Our goal tracking and budgeting tools would have no place to shine if it weren't for you, and we can't thank you enough for that. And thank you to our real-life humans who go above and beyond for our customers every day.
Bravo, USA! Bravo!
For JD Power 2022 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Member FDIC.
You aren't tired at all, son.
If you've been in a truck accident,
I don't know, I'm scared.
24 Jacob. KFI AM 644 stimulating talk. You know, when I was a kid, on my way to elementary school, my mom, who took me, would have your show on. Shut up. I do not want to hear that. And now, Handel on the news. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Bill Handel. KFI AM 640. Good morning, everybody. It's Monday morning, March 27th. And no rain. Until what? Tomorrow? Wednesday?
Tomorrow night at the earliest. Wednesday, Thursday, and possible snow in the mountains again.
Yeah, fantastic. More and more rain. First of all, a quick hello. Michelle, good morning. Good morning. And Ann, who is our new producer extraordinaire. Good morning, Ann. Good morning. No microphones. You guys have to either press microphone.
I hit the button.
Oh.
Good morning.
All right.
Good morning.
All right, there you go. Better. And Wayne, good morning.
Keep your hair dry while you still can.
Yeah, or your top of your head.
Yeah,
Exactly. Jennifer, good morning.
Good morning, Handel.
And Tyler, last but not least.
Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning. All right, before we start, a couple of things. Oh, I had lunch with Jim Senior over the weekend, and we were talking, and he is part of the medical team that is at the Capitol during the State of the Union. I have no idea. It's sort of a revolving team. Well, Jim goes to Haiti and goes all over the world because he's a super bleeding heart liberal who actually, for some reason, likes people and enjoys treating people. I've never understood that at all. But so be it for Jim. Anyway, so we started talking about what happens and the way it works. I'm going, holy moly, there's a world to that. Medical teams are assigned, and they're not full-time or anything. They work for the federal government. And they become employees of the federal government. They can't volunteer. Like, it's just fascinating. And he was explaining, so I said, we got to talk about that. We have to talk about that. And when he goes, because the federal government cannot by law take volunteers, he actually gets paid and takes a huge cut in pay to do that. And I look at him and I go, you're out of here. And he is. All right, so there's that. And dinner Saturday night at Anaheim White. Just unbelievable. And then Bruno, it's like I invited him to dinner with me. He just sits down and talk about Katarina's Club. We talk about, and as usual, huge news that Wayne, me, sorry, it's a hard way to make it easy. The strike ended. 3 days of striking by the SIEU Local 99. That is the support staff of the LA Unified School District. And there was a lot of negotiating, and they came to an agreement, thank goodness, where the school district caved completely. I don't even know why they started the strike. They just caved virtually everything the union wanted.
I don't even fucking remember what that is, so I'm sorry.
The superintendent said, we came to an agreement. History was made. Everybody is happy. Okay, thank you, as opposed to they got everything they wanted.
What's the history that's been made?
I don't know.
Most concessions to a union in the school district?
Could be.
Not that they don't. Hey, I'm not taking issue with whether they deserve it or not. That's not a swipe at the unions. But why did they have to get this far that they took a strike when they ended up getting the 30% wage increase? Retroactive active pay of $4,000 to $8,000, $1,000 bonus for everybody,
school program workers and their families. That's a ton of
And
money.
the are dependent.
It is.
Right, that means no spouses. Which is
It will
bullshit.
be the removal of a superintendent, the fastest that's ever happened after a strike. Or he cemented his legacy as the guy they all want. So here's the thing. The union was saying that the district actually had a bunch of money, and they just wouldn't use it to help the workers. And if you look at what they ended up getting, you have to wonder if the union was 100% correct, that they don't absolutely have the money to do this. They could have offered this a long time ago, and this is what it took to get them to budge. School district, what's not $4.9 billion? The school district said it's all been committed. The money, and you see some programs cut, things like air conditioning, heat, seats, desks, chalk, boards, all of that is going to disappear. I don't know, I'm just obviously throwing that out. Okay, let's move on.
All right, well, that 15% water conservation, that one because of all the rain and the snow that we have had. The one thing, though, that they're saying, California, you still can't spray off your sidewalk. That was one of the restrictions left in place.
Because long term, we still have a drought situation occurring, the biggest drought in 1,200 years. We'll see what happens this summer. Because as we know, climate change, as I've said many times, the wet is going to get wetter, the droughts are going to get droughtier, the storms are going to get stormier, everything is amplified. Look at the storms that are going across the country. Look at the tornadoes that have hit Mississippi and Alabama. I mean, that is so insane what happened there. I'm sure we're going to bring that up. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back, continue on with Handle on the News. Let's check in with Jennifer Jones-Lee live at KFI 24 hours.
A grand jury in Manhattan hearing former President Trump's hush money payment case is expected to reconvene. Representative Mike Gallagher says last week's testimony from TikTok CEO has increased the likelihood that Congress will take some action. And speaking of those tornadoes, two soldiers that escaped from a zoo in Georgia are back in captivity after one of the tornadoes damaged their enclosure. We're going to look at your drive with BKFI in the sky. Back to the 105 in just a moment.
If you're looking to finally sell your house, you've not been because property values were increasing. So now is the time. And it doesn't matter what lease it is. So usually you list the house, 6% you pay for that one. Then you're told to clean and paint, repair. Why? Because prospective buyers will be walking through. Of course, you can't be there. The place has to be spotless, and it goes on and on. Well, that doesn't happen with directbuyers.com. First of all, you don't pay 50%. You're not cleaning, painting, repairing. You can still live like the slob that you are. Nobody walks through your house and gets a fair price. They'll even give you a $15,000 cash advance before closing to help with your move. And I'll tell you what they'll never do is lowball you. They simply don't do that. So visit directbuyers.com, directbuyers.com, 442-SELL, 844-242-SELL, directbuyers.com.
SoCal weather from KFI. Partly cloudy today. Highs will just be right at 16. This report is brought to you by the California Department of Public Health, Office of Problem Gambling. Let's get a look at your drive with BKFI in the sky. This time, the 105.
It's going to be going for your midway westbound as San Francisco traffic on top of the opening and early morning hours. Still going for the opposite of 710 west along the 105 as you midway toward the 405. 405 northbound side is going for your close to the south bay from before the 110. Coming out of Carson from before Avalon Boulevard, and you'll see those delays as you head toward Rosecrans Avenue. Actually, delays sticking around ahead. 2 Fox Hills toward the 90, and it is ongoing issues for you downtown LA. Northbound side of the 110 at the 10. It's the crash actually blocking lanes to the transition of 110 north connected to the 10 west. And that's back up your drive coming out of South LA. KFI in the sky, let's get to there faster. I'm not calling it a Uline. They know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, diverse weather, new safety guidelines, changing economic trends. Uline works hard.
Yeah, sure. When you get your beard and stuff.
Ready this shift, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit Visit uline.com, showcasing the way they have run this company with love and dedication to their employees and creating their motto, revolutionizing the home improvement industry, one customer at a time.
You know who I like to get my Christian film from? Who I like to get my Christian films? My window people.
Home improvement experts who take great pride in their work and the energy-saving advice they
What
provide.
the fuck is this?
American Vision Windows make sure that all their installers are AOMA certified. Now, due to the rising energy costs, many people are turning to
Oh, you're nuts, kid.
windows to reduce their utility bill. If you have wood, aluminum, or even vinyl windows and enjoy saving money, plus you love the feeling of a well-insulated home, then you might be in the market for new windows and doors. American Vision Windows are custom-made to fit your needs and the style of your home. 0% interest, 0 payments until 2024, plus free expert installation. For all offers, call or see website for details. On approved credit. Offer expires 3/31/23. CSLB 778326.
You're way too wide. Way too wide.
John and Ken, this is your big chance. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Book cherry.
News on this Monday morning, Jennifer Wayne and me. 3 LAPD officers, as well as the police union, have filed a lawsuit against the guy behind a website and Twitter account called Killer Cop. And they say the guy behind the site is inflicting intentional emotional distress and endangering the safety of LAPD officers with this website and this Twitter account. It is primarily one of these muckraking accounts about different police scandals, etc. There was one part of it where rewards were posted for cops, which the union is characterizing as
the hit list.
You know, a bounty on the heads of officers, and which the guy behind the site said, no, it is satirizing police departments who seek fugitives. What's interesting about all of this is, because I wanted to take a look and see who was right about what was posted there, and it looks like this website now has a big splash screen that's all about this guy talking about his First Amendment rights and blah, 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 as if he is responding to this lawsuit, and it looks like maybe the website's already been affected by the lawsuit. Yeah, it's personal information of police officers. But it's not about targeting police officers, because everybody loves the police right now, and they're not in danger. No cop is in danger. Steve Gregory did that story on Friday, where we talked about it. And of course, the police are incensed by this. They should be.
President Biden has issued an emergency declaration for Mississippi after
Here's your crusty shirt, which survived the Great Laundry Demand 2023. Yo, no. Remember this? Y'all should be like, oh, look, I came over here, and he was like, oh, sick. That was sick. And then he was just going after these ladies. He was trying to find the oldest one. He was like, dude, I'd still fuck this bitch. Y'all should be like, dude, she's in a wheelchair. Look at her. But look at her. She could have looked great during the Hoover administration. Y'all should be like, what the fuck is that? You're like, oh, goes Biden, Trump, Obamsky, Bush, 43, Clinton, Bush 41, Reagan, Carter, Ford, Nixon.
Thank goodness God saved me. Talk to 26 families. Talk about how God saved you and didn't save them. I have a rough time.
Johnson, Kennedy, Eisenhower,
It's God's will that you die and the guy next door
Truman, Roosevelt, Hoover. You should be like, I better pay attention. What the fuck did you just say?
I really do, but
You're making me uncomfortable just
do the people, I don't know if this will help you, Ken, or not. Do the people whose houses are destroyed in such a situation, do they come out and say, man, that God, what a jerk. Why did he come after me? What did I ever do to him? Why did he pick on me? Anyway, I don't think the networks or news outlets would actually air that stuff. How about that? I don't remember what city, how many years ago, where the town all took shelter in the church that was at the end of the street, and the tornado came right down the middle of the town and took out the church and exploded the church, and the houses on both sides of the street were just fine. A clever God, isn't he? Hey, it's sense of humor. You can't argue with that, can you? Nobody's mocking God here. We're mocking the people who think that God is sitting there showing favor to that neighbor and targeting the other neighbor, and people who characterize God as being that kind of a purely human thought process. Yeah, basically Oprah Winfrey. I got something for you, and I've got something for you. Well, at least 7 are dead, 10 more injured in the explosion at a chocolate factory in Pennsylvania. The RM Chocolate Factory in Berks County exploded on Friday. They are still going through the rubble to try to figure out what happened. One of the early incident reports about it mentioned something about a gas leak, and yet 2 days later, they're not ready to say it was a gas leak. They really don't know. So that might have just been somebody called in and thought it was a gas leak or assumed it was a gas leak. I mean, it makes sense when you think about it. This is not a fireworks factory. This is a chocolate factory, and you don't usually think of chocolate being explosive. But I would guess that it's a gas leak. But good God, 7 people dead. And you see the video of that part of the chocolate factory? Well, that building, one building is gone. Yeah, it just exploded. It looked like a bomb had hit it, like a missile, and it just done. It's a little rough these days in terms of natural occurrences and gas leaks. In this case, I'm sure it's going to be a gas leak.
All right, the Manhattan District Attorney, who is prosecuting former President Trump, or has the case, I should say, if he is indicted now, you had former President Trump a week ago telling people to protest, and he was expecting to be arrested. Well, the DA in this case, Alvin Bragg, got a letter over the weekend that had white powder in it that also said, "Alvin, I'm going to kill you."
I think one letter from one guy I don't think makes that much news, because I'm willing to bet that there are plenty of DAs who get letters threatening to kill them, and it doesn't become national news. Well, I'm sure, because it is related to Trump, of course it does, and you're talking about a lot of politics here. But Wayne, are you surprised that some judges get threats?
They do. This is common, but normally it's things like, there's a big gang prosecution and they threaten people. What's different here and scarier here, number one, he's not being investigated for some massive felony that's going to send him to prison for years. Number two, it's entirely political. Yeah. The threats and the motivation for the threats are entirely politically motivated, which is not that usual. You don't typically see judges, for example, threatened for sentencing a public official to jail for corruption. So that part of it is kind of new and scary. And given Trump's rhetoric, I don't know. Talked about how if he's indicted, be prepared for death and destruction, or whatever the hell he said, something along those. Also, Congress, because it's a Republican Congress, of course, has already, I don't know if they called Alvin Bragg, but certainly we've heard they're going to open up an investigation of Alvin Bragg as to why he's going to fight, and I hope he tells them to go pound sand and just doesn't show up. Well, they already have tried, and he did tell them to pound sand, and then it came out over the weekend that somebody, a congressional staffer, called the DA's office, and somebody at the DA's office ended up basically telling the guy to go F off. Yeah. No jurisdiction. Level of hostility there as well. There's zero jurisdiction, and it's one of those things where I wish either a witness in front of the committee or someone like Alvin Bragg just plays chicken. Say, hey, I'm not showing up. Go ahead and file a contempt. Go ahead. I'd love to see a contempt of Congress vote, and then you get to go arrest me.
non-jurisdictional issue in which you have no right to even investigate. Oh man, if everybody placed this exactly right, we could have Donald Trump and Alvin Bragg arrested on the same day.
Are you done? Allegedly. I survived insurance ready, begin closing one of those stairs. You're the fucking children, I feel this fact being out, cause my here, not there, not there. You're fucking around saying that university, you're fucking around shut and shit, instead of a multiverse, bro. So I said, man, no, they could be shit instead of a multiverse, that's the type of lineage rich.
That big bank out of North Carolina has agreed to purchase the assets of Silicon Valley Bank. Now, they will take everything over, they will fold them into their much larger operation, and probably, as to this particular situation, everything will turn out all right, it looks like.
In the way it works, the FDIC, you don't just turn around and sell a bank. The FDIC comes, takes it over, looks for a bank to take over the asset, protects that bank from bad loans, and negotiates, and effectively the new bank just gets a bank. A lot of negotiations. The FDIC sucks up all, for the most part, the losses, and it's going to cost the FDIC $20 billion on this one. Very special.
Those protests have continued in Israel over the judicial reforms that have been planned by the Prime Minister. I don't know if you guys are seeing some of these strikes on TV. I mean, it's just at a standstill.
Well, the whole country is in it.
Exactly. And it's, so Benjamin Netanyahu, critics are calling this a power grab, where he wants to weaken the judiciary. He fired the defense minister over the weekend.
What this is about is Netanyahu asking for a vote of which the Knesset probably will vote, taking away the power of the judiciary. No longer will the judiciary have the ultimate say in interpreting the law. Israel has an unwritten constitution, much like England does, but it's effectively the same as ours, where the judiciary has final say in interpreting the law. He is pushing for the legislature can override anything that the judiciary says, and he controls the legislature because his party controls. And all you need is simple majority. I mean, that's hey, for example, let's say he wants to run again, and he wants to be prime minister for life. If he gets the vote, he has it. The Supreme Court can't declare it unconstitutional. No wonder the country's in uproar. This is a genuine democracy that is about arguing for an autocracy. Damn right, countries, and they're out of their minds in the country, and rightly so. All right, we're going to come back and continue with more handle on the news. Jennifer Jones-Lee live, KFI 24-hour news.
One person's been found dead in an apartment complex that caught fire in El Monte. The fire was reported early this morning in a top floor unit. The person who died was found inside. Firefighters say there was ammunition inside and may have sounded like gunfire to the neighbors. News is brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorney. 2 men from Murrieta have been killed in a helicopter crash near Paris in Riverside County. It crashed Saturday in the town of Nuevo. Authorities say the call was received about an air emergency moments before a 7-seater helicopter went down in a remote area. Officials are trying to figure out what caused the crash. Police in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, are mourning the loss of 2 colleagues.
We lost 2 of our pilots in a crash involving one of our helicopters.
Police Chief Murphy Paul says the helicopter crashed into a field yesterday. There were reports it happened while the helicopter crew was following a vehicle that was trying to get away from police. State lawmakers in Colorado have been debating a new gun legislation in response to a school shooting in Denver. The Colorado House of Representatives met in a rare session yesterday and gave final approval to a bill that would expand the state's red flag law. They also moved closer to a final vote on a bill to remove legal protections from gun makers. And North Korea has fired 2 ballistic missiles into the Sea of Japan as the U.S. and South Korea hold joint military exercises. ABC's Ines de la Gutera says the launch today is the 7th missile test this month. According to South Korean officials, on Friday, North Korea simulated a cruise missile nuclear warhead explosion, and 2 days earlier, North Korea also launched 4 cruise missiles. South Korea's Joint Chiefs of Staff says the 2 North Korean missiles today were fired from a western inland area south of the North capital of Pyongyang and traveled about 229 miles before it landed in the sea. We'll get with your drive with KFI in the sky, but first it's Sports with Wayne.
In the spring training freeway series opener, the Dodgers blanked the Anderson. You can hear the action in HD on the iHeartRadio app live from the Dolphin broadcast booth. In hockey, the LA Kings held on to beat the St. Louis
Look at
Blues.
this one, George. Oh my God.
Still right behind
Josh
the
be like,
Vegas
oh,
Golden
Doc.
Knights at the top of the
Mike came over and went like this. He flung that motherfucker like Bobby Newcomb.
If you own a
Pitching
small
him off, I
business
just
under
like Tommy
COVID,
Fraser.
you're able to retain,
It was better.
5 or more employees through that.
Bobby Newcomb had a cool ass
You can
name.
be eligible for a
Really?
payroll tax refund of up to $26,000, and that's per employee.
Robert
Figure
Newcomb.
out the money there. That's money. Go to getrefunds.com. You can answer a few questions online. Takes under 10 minutes. And you'll see if your business qualifies for this refund. And there's no charge up front either. They don't get paid unless your business gets paid. And businesses of all types can qualify.
Until or unless your
including
business
those
gets paid.
that are PPP, nonprofits, even if those that had increases in sales through COVID. They are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program. Have already returned $3 billion to businesses. In my case, it was a 6-figure refund. They refunded to my business. So to find out if you qualify, just go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button, and answer a few questions. Getrefunds.com.
SoCal weather from KFI. So we've got a great day ahead. Windy as well. Temperatures, though, will just be right around 60. Then it looks like by tomorrow we have more clouds rolling in, and our chance of showers starts tomorrow night. But rain expected Wednesday, Thursday, and possible snow in the mountains. Let's get a look at your traffic. KFI in the sky, and this time we're checking out the 405. Good morning, Will.
Can't reach the page.
405 in Torrance, northbound side, Normandy Avenue, crash there in lanes. Not really causing huge delays yet. Downtown Los Angeles, though, we have some problems. 110 freeway northbound,
That was neat.
the 10, crash in the
Really?
right lane of the transition
Oh,
to
yeah.
westbound 10. That traffic
Gosh,
slow
man, no,
from
Mike.
Florence Avenue.
Mike was over here.
Big rig crash out in the desert. If you're headed eastbound on the 10 towards Arizona, I wanted to give you a heads up about this in white. The
I don't
freeway
want all this
completely
shit.
shut down for some time.
I just went
Big
to
rig
work and I
crash.
was like, oh, dog.
Just reopened. So if you're headed
No
that way,
fucking way that
just
can
now leaving
happen.
LA, you'll be fine. Once you get out there, it should all be gone and clear. A lot of slowing already on the westbound side of the 91, getting away from the 15 over to the 241 through the Anaheim Hills. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Will Colstracker. As your old patio or driveway see better days, transform your outdoors with System Data. For a limited time, save up to thousands with free demolition. Call 800-PAVE-004 or visit systempavers.com to get started. All orders must be placed by March 31st. See website for details. Contractor's license 66157.
Remember when I was like, hey, I could couple socks? 1-877 cars for kids. KARS cars for kids. 1-877 cars for kids. Donate your shit today.
Car prices at an all-time high. Our donors are now taking highest repeat sellers. Donate at carsforkids.org. And your car can be picked up tomorrow.
877 cars for kids. Donate your shit today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
U.S. Bank is ranked #1 in customer satisfaction with retail banking in California by J.D. Power. Since California is home to most award shows, we've prepared a thank you speech.
To Californians everywhere, we've been proud to help you plan, budget, and save smarter. Our goal tracking and budgeting tools would have no place to shine if it weren't for you, and we can't thank you for our customers every day.
Remember when it, Josh, remember when I said going like? Josh would be like, yeah, those were the days.
Filtered and delicious water straight from every tap in the house. It filters out the chlorine and contaminants while retaining healthy minerals, and there's no filter to change ever. It's maintenance free. New customers get a free Epipure antibacterial filter. That's worth $825. This ends March 31st. Call 800-803-2696. Visit Light Source Water. You only have till April 14th to lock in the best rates on solar. Do it today at sunlust.com. For official rules and more information about contests on this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules. KFI AM 640.
An iHeartRadio station.
Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Bill Handel here, morning crew. We continue with Handel on the news on this non-rainy, soon to be changed Monday morning, March 27th. Jennifer Wayne Mead.
And Israel not the only country experiencing experiencing turmoil in Germany. Airports, bus, train stations all across the country at a standstill because there's a 24-hour strike called by two big unions, the Verdi Trade Union and a railway and transport union called EDG. They want more money because inflation has eroded their buying power. Now, that Verdi union represents 2.5 million public sector employees. The other one's about 230,000 employees. It's a mess if you're trying to get around that country right now on any kind of public transportation.
This is what these European countries do. When they call a strike, the country goes on strike. And we're in the world of strikes now. This is what happened.
Bezos gonna buy that team?
LAUSD is international in
Washington
scope,
Football Club.
but it simply is a symptom and a precursor of what you're going to see around the world. It's all about inflation, keeping up with inflation. Inflation in Germany is almost 10%, 9.5%, and that's really hard. We're at about 6%, give or take. We slowed down a little bit. We had hit, I think we had hit over 8% at one point, and now we're down to 6. Yeah. Right. Yeah, we're in for some fun times.
All right, there was a guy who was a passenger on a plane at LAX who was detained, accused of triggering the emergency light. And you can see, I'm watching there's video that the New York Post has of this guy's arrest. And he's in like this blue and red kind of Where's Waldo looking sweater, if you can imagine, and black pants. And apparently, as the plane is pushing away, he runs up to the front to the flight attendant and says, "What do I do now?"
I got a question.
He says, "Why don't you sit down?"
Yeah, I have a question. How does he open an emergency door when the plane is leaving? You've heard the pilots go arm.
Oh, he was trying to get the slide.
No. Well, the slide happens when you open the door. It only happens when you open the door. And I don't know how he opened the door because they arm the doors, which means that you can't open them until the pilot opens them, from my understanding. You can't arbitrarily open a door.
I don't know that this one says it, but the story, it was one of the emergency exit row doors.
No, I
where you
understand.
can like pull the hat or
No,
pull
I
the
understand.
thing.
You pull it, you put it in front of you. It's not above you. So you just open it up, you move it to the right. It's not above you. You're making a motion like.
Oh no,
Yeah, it's right there next to you. And I don't know how they do it because I think that they quote arm the doors. You hear that? No, they're not. The emergency exits are not locked out ever.
Right.
So you can open up at 35,000 feet.
Technically.
Now, what I want to know, I mean, if we're going to really speculate on this all day, I'll join in. Was this door right next to him? Because if the plane was pushing away from the gate, he should have been in his seat with his seatbelt fastened. So did he get up and move through the cabin to do it, or was it the door right where he was sitting next to that thing in the exit row and did it from his seat? Hey Siri, because the point is, if anybody gets up when you're supposed to be in your seat with your seatbelt fastened, they should be immediately tackled to the ground. Oh, I don't think they're going to be tackled. I think you're just told to sit down, but I'm going to find out right now. Hey Siri, can a passenger open an emergency exit after leaving the gate?
Second question.
We can't hear it though. Yeah, it says it doesn't look like you have an app named Gate.
So
I'm going to do that during the break, and I'm
quick
going to
Google
find
search
out.
says that
The pressure.
let's see. You cannot open the emergency hatches of an airplane in flight because of the physics. But this wasn't in flight.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering, it's not because of a system on the plane. Yeah, but that doesn't answer the question. That doesn't answer. Ian, would you look that up? What is your question? Do they lock out? Do you need the pilot? Do you need the pilot to unlock the emergency exit, or can someone at the gate just open up the emergency exit, or when it's pulled back? Once the pilot
What in the fuck?
we're leaving the gate, or the plane just leaves, pulls back, doors close, and back it goes. See if we can do that.
Anyone can open an exit door provided the aircraft is not pressurized. And so at any time, you can open it as long as you're on flight. So if they're on the tarmac, yes, it can be open.
Okay, pressurized. Plane doesn't get pressurized at, let's say, 50 feet, 100 feet. Right? So you can open it up as it's taking off.
Yeah.
Wow, that's special. Okay, knowledge not worth the effort Monday. No, it is not. It is not. All right, I stand corrected. Would you do me a favor, Tyler? Would you just edit all that out? Absolutely not. All right, I edit everything out from about 6:03. Yes. All right, why don't we move on? Oxygen rates in the U.S. are, according to the headline here, skyrocketing, especially in California. Of course, what's going up are the diagnoses of autism cases, and they're just being diagnosed better. And the reason California would be kind of ahead of the pack on this is because this state has a particularly intense focus on early detection and early services for people with autism and other spectrum conditions. You would guess that it's just earlier detection
Gosh, this sucks.
and ability to detect more the symptoms earlier. I don't think there's an increase in autism. All right, now let's take a break. Okay, coming up a Disney story. Oh, I love this one. This is KFI. Let's check in with Jennifer live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Protests are breaking out and leaders are speaking out in Israel after the prime minister fired his defense minister. A top Federal Reserve official says recent stress in the banking sector is bringing the U.S. closer to recession. And actor Daniel Radcliffe is going to be a dad. His rep confirmed to People that the Harry Potter star and his longtime girlfriend are expecting their first child. We'll get a look at your drive on the 10 in just a moment.
Well, here's go. You're right. If you think it's going to be worth more next year, I think you're wrong.
Well, that's a dumb idea.
If you're thinking of getting money out of your house, maybe you want to pull the trigger because of the equity you've built. So if you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow that money with the equity you've built. And I'm a big fan of HMS Capital because I've done 2 mortgages with these folks, so I know how the kind of work they do. Lowest rates I've ever seen, and on top of that, their service impeccable. No appraisal, credit report fees. HMS Capital, 833-255-5698.
Like, why the fuck does this take so long?
Visit hmscapital.com. hmscapital.com.
My balls are making me. Are you fucking serious?
SoCal weather from KFI. We've got a partly gray day ahead. Highs will be right at 60. This report is brought to you by Azusa Pacific University's Leon School of Accounting. Let's get a look at your drive with KFI in the sky in the 10.
But are you done? There's a big hey, doctor. Are you done? Shut the fuck up, doc. Like, well, you're over here being a doctor, but you're not done. Like, here's Halo stuff. He was, oh. Can you just
also, our earlier crash in Torrance is on the right shoulder.
Off the Torrance, okay. Off the Torrance.
Southbound side of the 5 getting out of LA down towards Santa Fe. Looks like 5 southbound of the crash there being worked on as well, causing that slowing. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. Live from the Hayes bedroom is another eventful night for
But
Serious
that's
Ron Steve has been struggling with his feedback. His wife Michelle is trying to exceed the range. Michelle throws an elbow. She's leaving for the couch. Steve should be inspired. Absolutely, Bruce inspires the sleep apnea treatment.
like, what is the deal?
Restful sleep with the click of a remote. With a mask and no hose. John. Learn more at inspiredfood.com.
Just being a douche. Yeah. Is it doing that thing where it's like, hey, barber pole, is barber pulling or is it candy cane? Candy cane. Hey, candy cane. Oh, no. No, it should be like, oh, that's what you wanted it to do? Oh, well, why didn't you just do it? I'm like, well, yo, I didn't really know. You're like, oh, dog, I do this all the time. Like, may I please do it? Can you please may I do it? Yeah.
Payments until 2024. Call 877-211-5591.
Yoshi is my
Worried about blackouts?
Hitler.
Tesla and Enphase batteries are in. Don't wait. Get your solar system installed by Semper Solaris before net metering changes and rates go up even more. For all offers, call 877-211-5591.
Is it
or
that
visit
sucking?
sempersolaris.com. Approved credit expires 4/12/2023. CSLB 978 He took the $997 million cash payout. It's just dumb. The guy spent $25 million on a house in Hollywood. He had celebrity neighbors. He had one of those infinity pools. And a guy on radio calling him dumb. Yeah. Hey, look, you could be dumb and lucky. That's correct. Junior Show. Represented intelligence live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Oh my God.
Monday morning, March 27th, right here on KFI. Let's go ahead and get a shot handle on.
Oh my God. I can't believe
You
this.
know how many people would say, how do I get me one of these? How would you like to live in a Disney
Josh,
property?
look at this
Simply
one.
a planned neighborhood in Riverside County called Casino. It'll be in Rancho Mirage, just southeast of Palm Springs. And if you live on this thing, you have to purchase a membership through the company's Artisan Club. It'll have several Disney and Pixar-inspired offerings, they say, like a gathering place, a party venue, things
Can
like
I
that.
sleep with
Secret identities
Belle?
of
Can I
this
be the
family
beast?
from the Incredibles franchise. They say the main entertaining room will take inspiration from the movie and will have a towering indoor-outdoor rockwork fireplace. I mean, this thing sounds pretty amazing. If you're a club member, you have access to the clubhouse complex with all these special amenities.
Yo, do you remember when this one was like, oh, dog.
Development business. That's it. They already did one of these in Florida.
Celebration Florida.
Celebration, where now they have nothing to do with it, but it was a Disney. It was simply a development. So, you know, I'm not that impressed. You are, but I'm not. This is a nightmare. Here's why. I'm going to tell you why it's a nightmare. Because it's not anti-Disney at all. Because the public, if you will, the common amenities that Jen was describing, the clubhouse complex and all
Oh, that
this,
should be so expensive.
you don't have to live there to buy a membership. Oh yeah. So imagine if you live in an apartment complex that has a swimming pool, but also anybody can pay some money and use the swimming pool. And the cops are all dressed in Pluto costumes. Well, that's a plus. Yes. Oh, this is insane. The mayor of the Italian city of Florence, which is where Michelangelo's David is housed, has issued an invitation to some school kids from Florida to come to Italy and see the statue in person. Why? Well, there was a school lesson where a teacher dared to show a photograph of Michelangelo's David to the students. And some parents went crazy because, as you know, in this statue, he's kind of naked. Yeah, completely naked. There he is. And they had a hissy fit about it. One parent apparently described Michelangelo's David as pornography. Yeah. And so the principal had to resign over this. And the mayor of Florence is saying, wow, that's all ridiculous. Why don't you come here and see it in person and understand that it's great art and it's not pornography and you know, your school is stupid. And the parents at your school, the mayor didn't say it. Do you know what the most offensive thing about the David statue? I already know what's coming. Go ahead. Yeah. I find it completely offensive. Is how is a Jew, and we're talking about David, who of course was Jewish. How do you create a statue of a Jew that is not circumcised? Take a look at this. Look at a picture of David. That is so offensive. Oh man, you're kind of making their point a little bit. Here's the thing about this school. It's a charter school. Looks like an classical school, and they use a curriculum that is designed by Hillsdale College, which is an uber-conservative Christian college in Michigan. So you can imagine the kind of parents who would want to send their kids to that school or in any context. Makes sense, but it's kind of hard when you're talking about Michelangelo's David. All right.
In 2019, were 566 books that people tried to get banned for whatever reason. In 2021, that number grew to 1,858. And last year, there were more than 2,500 different books that were objected to, which were, ended up with a attempted book ban or a restriction or something like that the American Library Association says has set the new record. What I want to know, though, is the 566 from 2019, are those rolled into then the 1,800 in 2021, or do we keep just expanding upon that, or are these additional books?
Don't know. But my favorite line is from DeSantis, who, in reference to the fight against the ban, is arguing that some were attempting to use our schools for indoctrination. And that is asking the schools that the books, in fact, stay. So that is indoctrination of our students. Yeah. And he has a good chance of being president. Oh, here's a story. I have a personal story about this. California, on a birth certificate, you can have the name O'Connell. You can have a hyphenated name, Smith-Jones, but you cannot have Jose or Pena, because while the state allows hyphens and apostrophes, it does not allow what they call diacritical marks, which are tildes and accent marks. And that is because of Prop 63, that was passed back in 1986 that made English the official state language. And so because of that, the Department of Public Health says you cannot use these diacritical marks because we don't have them in the English language. So people who have perfectly ordinary names like Jose Pena, their birth certificate just has to say Jose Pena. Well, there's a new law that could change it. Assembly Bill 77 would allow for these diacritical marks to be used on public documents, which to me, please, yes, let's allow people to have their names spelled the way they're spelled. Look at the original way Handel was spelled in where it came from, Germany, Austria, and Hungary. There's those two, I have two dots over my umlauts. I have umlauts. And those are the dots over my case. Handel is the way it's pronounced. So it's not here. As a matter of fact, I'm going to go back to Handel. I'm Bill Handel. By the way, do you know what handling is? You know what a is? It's a merchant. No? Yeah. All right. I come from a very long line. Probably not, but, names change. But, okay. I'm sure Jose Pena is feeling your pain. That's very good.
$20 billion. That's all Elon Musk says Twitter is worth. Less than half of what he bought it for.
And he admits it.
He admits it, and in fact, this was a company-wide email on Friday, and in his estimation, he said, roughly $20 billion, and he was telling this to anybody who had invested in it. Also, interestingly enough, he said that he sees a clear but difficult path to the $250 billion valuation that he now views Twitter as an inverse startup.
I would concentrate on the word difficult as opposed to clear on the $250 billion valuation. Yeah, don't think so. The Pentagon needs help getting funding to develop new weapons technology, so they are turning to Silicon Valley startups, and they're trying to encourage capital venture investors to put money into startups that focus on anything the military could use. Doesn't necessarily have to be a missile. It could be any kind of a product that the military could use. They want to push venture capital funding for these startups to get this stuff built, and they've created a new unit in the Pentagon, the Office of Strategic Capital. It's originally designed to encourage people to invest in companies that are doing things the military wants, and direct reaction to what's going on in China. Yes, where the country is going balls to the wall to create military across the board, military spending.
The work from home era is ending for millions of Americans. It says 72.5% of business establishments say that their employees telework rarely or not at all, as opposed to last year. when the figure was much higher, 60.1% in 2021. But the numbers said it's also close to the share of
I'm going to stop you right now. I'll tell you why. Because I'm going to do this story at 8 a.m. and I am going to throw that fact, which I am not letting you say, because that is the most surprising part of this story. Those of you who were sweet enough to give us your attention right now, I'm very sorry. Yes. So, very sorry that I'm very sorry that Bill just kicked you in the face. That's true, and I should have thanked for you agreeing to be with us now. Yeah, I should apologize to you for interrupting you, just stopping you cold, but I will not be doing that. Of course not. Of course not. I think we have one more. Well, some Harvard legal experts have written a paper called Climate Homicide, prosecuting big oil for climate deaths. Bill, do they have a case? They say there's no legal or factual reason you could not prosecute the oil companies for deaths resulting from climate change. Yeah, I think it's a tough one. Standing may be a problem, that's for one. Although it's, I don't know. I don't think so. Wayne, what do you think? Do they have a case? Well, it's a weird thing. All they're saying is there's no existing barrier to trying. So you still have to make the case against companies have been prosecuted for homicide. PG&E was prosecuted for negligent homicide after the campfire. That was Deepwater Horizon, a oil spill thing. So there is some precedent for actions that lead to somebody's death to be prosecuted. But those are specific companies and specific actions. You're right. So let's move on, and we're going to come back and talk about the settlement, the teachers, the LAUSD settlement, and what it actually means. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Congratulations to Angel Martinez, Golden Mike Award winner for Best Radio Traffic Report. We warned you about who did the worst traffic report, but they don't give awards for that. And also, it wasn't on KFI. And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
shoring it up. I'm Jennifer Jones, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A hillside in Pacific Palisades has slid into a home. KFI's Blake Trolley reports live from the Palisades, where at least 2 homes have been evacuated.
A family of 8 lives in the home the hillside ran into. A man was also evacuated from his home, which sits above the impacted hillside. He tells me he saw some cracks in his floor yesterday.
It wasn't anything big. Then I had to go out for something else. When I came back the second time, I went back to see what was going on, and it was like 16 inches down.
He says those cracks grew and grew, and by the time firefighters told him to leave last night, those cracks were 6 to 7 feet deep. Firefighters who responded secured all utilities and requested teams to assess the integrity of the house.
Yeah, he tried to report live. But we'll keep an eye on this as the geologists head out there today. Obviously, anybody who lives in that area wants to know the strength of the hillside and if any more of it's going to slip, so we'll keep an eye on this for you. Also, a tree estimated to be about 100 feet tall has fallen in Brentwood. It landed on a Jeep yesterday. The property owner says he'd been concerned about the tree for a while and that the recent storms might have been a factor in that fall. News is brought to you by American Vision Windows. At least 26 people have been killed during tornadoes that ripped through towns in Mississippi and Alabama. The National Weather Service says the tornado that hit Mississippi Friday was an EF4 with winds up to 170 miles an hour. An EF3 tornado touched down early Saturday, cutting off small villages. A tornado yesterday in Georgia destroyed 80 to 100 homes and caused several injuries. An explosion at a chocolate factory in Pennsylvania has killed several people. 7 bodies were found over the weekend. 1 person was found alive in the rubble overnight. Protests have continued in Israel over planned judicial reforms by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Critics call it a power grab, which they say will weaken the judiciary. Israel's consul general in New York abruptly resigned in protest. Netanyahu fired his defense minister yesterday as tension continues to rise in the government and on the streets. The federal federal government has found a buyer for the failed Silicon Valley Bank, which was seized to protect depositors. ABC's Mark Remillard says the FDIC reached an agreement with North Carolina's First Citizens Bank to take on all of Silicon Valley's deposits and loans.
The statement says the transaction includes First Citizens purchasing about $72 billion in assets, and that both the FDIC and First Citizens will share in losses and the potential recovery of loans going forward.
Customers of Silicon Valley Bank will automatically become First Citizens customers. The former SVB branches will reopen today as First Citizens Bank. And Cesar Chavez Day is being observed in LA County. Chavez co-founded the National Farm Workers Association in 1962 with Dolores Huerta. County supervisors say people should actively engage in service to their communities in honor of Cesar Chavez's memory. We'll get a look at your drive with KFI in the sky, but first it's sports with Wayne.
LeBron James returned to the court with 19 points, but the Lakers still lost to the Chicago Bulls 118-108. Will LeBron get surgery on his foot when the season is over? We may never know.
Right now, I don't need it, so we'll see what happens. If I end up having to get surgery after the season, you guys won't know. I'll talk to you guys in the off-season, and by the time next season starts, I'll be fine. We're ready to go.
The Clippers get the Bulls tonight at 7:30. The NCAA Final Four will have the Florida Atlantic Owls against the San Diego State Aztecs, and the Miami Hurricanes take on the Yukon Huskies. Those games are set for this Saturday. I'm Wayne Resnick, KFI Sports. The job market is tight right now. 10 million job openings in the U.S., less than 6 million people actually looking for work. So no wonder it's hard to find qualified hourly employees. So let me suggest jobget.com. This is a way for you to connect with qualified job seekers, and this one makes sense. Now, with other hiring sites, you get resumes from candidates who don't meet your criteria, aren't near you, hard to reach. JobGet is different. Your top candidates already have the skills you need, and you're only talking to workers in your area. Office assistants, managers, cleaning, maintenance, receptionists, sales associates, retail, and it just keeps on going. You post with one click, most employers get their first applicant within minutes. Businesses report 10 times better hiring conversions on JobGet and save 20% more per job post. So for a free job post, go to jobget.com/handle, jobget.com/handle.
Taking a look at your KFI financial report brought to you by Jacoby and Myers. The Dow is up 212, S&P up 23, NASDAQ up 56, and the average price of a gallon of unleaded gas in California is $4.82. Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident.
Cute little
Jacoby
butts.
Myers
That's
now.
a thing.
Justice for you since
Love cute little
1972. SoCal weather from KFI. Looks like we've got a pretty
Tiger.
great day ahead. Highs are going to
Damn,
be
it's a
right
tiger.
around 60 with our first chance at rain this
I
week
get it.
starting tomorrow night into Wednesday, Thursday, even possibly some more snow in the mountains. 45 in Newport Beach, 48 in Brea, 49 in Mission
Damn.
Grove, 46 in Downey. Let's get a look at your drive with DKFI in the sky. This time we're checking out the 5.
Yeah, there you go.
The southbound side of the 5 in Downey as you try to make the transition to the 605 south. Got a crash there involving a motorcycle. And I'll tell you, that southbound 5 is pretty terrible all the way from Atlantic in the Commerce area headed southbound. So it's going to cost you some time. Another really slow spot, the Griffith Park area, 134.
Myself.
Freeway westbound before Forest Lawn, a crash.
Those-
Actually, a car was on the right shoulder. There's a lot of attention. Traffic's now jammed up from before the 5, well into
Again?
there on that westbound 134. Hanging on
God
Ontario
damn.
and freeway westbound before 4th Street, crashing 2 left lanes there has been really slow back from Hayden. KFI in the
Oh
south
my
will
God.
get you there faster.
Oh my
This
God.
hour of the Bill Handel Show brought to you by Jacoby and Myers. If you've ever been in an accident, choose a law firm with the experience to win. Choose Jacoby and Myers.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Westgate Financial Group, speaks a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-738-9900. That's 800-738-9900. American Vision Windows, SoCal's choice
moving eastwards. It's going to be a rough several days. Now, the good news is on Friday, the
You're done?
union, the
I
SCIU
did my
union,
last
the
one of my
sports
shots,
staff
right?
union,
Today, we get covered on the
workers at
material for
High School
for the fact it's being added to this. And here another anointing or Bill fucking Murders the University of fucking Mouth Show. With Michelle can send out the multiverse, bro. So I said, Michelle can send a multiverse. So I can get bread for that, and then you can write this. Let's go.
Unified is one of the toughest, not the toughest school district in the country to run. It's the second largest school district that exists in the United States. Can you imagine, much less the state of California, by far the biggest one. So, big deal, except it's a big deal. First of all, let's talk about the numbers. Negotiations were brutal. 3 days, the mayor, Karen Bass, jumped in and tried to mediate. I don't know how much information, I don't know how much influence she had. But guess what the district did? It caved. Basically gave the union virtually everything the union had asked for. And the numbers we heard during this strike, $4.9 billion in reserves that the district had. $25,000 average service worker salary, increasing to $36,000 under the strike agreement. $440,000 superintendent salary. That one I didn't understand. You know, how much you want to give someone who runs an organization that's billions of dollars. 20%, 23% offer on the table. They got the 30%. So what does this mean? You know, it's they got their money, everybody goes away, and is a happy camper. Carvalho, the superintendent, said he believed that it was a good settlement. Come on, they struck, for God's sake. How good a settlement is it? And they got everything they wanted on top of that. That's what happened with the union. So by January of next year, SCIU members will effectively receive their 30% pay raise. Those who worked in person during the pandemic receive another $1,000. The district's promised to bring minimum wage $22.52 an hour, invest $3 million in an education and professional development fund for union members. And here's what Carvalho said. When we started negotiating with SCIU, we promised to honor the dignity of our workforce, correct inequities impacting the lowest wage earners, continuing supporting critical student services, and protect the district's financial viability. Promises made, promises delivered. Not quite what happened, is it? Promises made, less than what you wanted, caving into virtually everything the union demanded. Now, the union is right in the sense that the pay is miserable. The working conditions are horrific. The class sizes are too big, even in violation of the law. The infrastructure in many, many schools
Look at that, look.
Oh my God. It has to be modernized.
What in the fuck was that? I don't know.
As I said,
Fucking Bobby Newton, Spider-Man. Spider-Man. There's whatever else, but
I don't know how New York is the largest district in the country runs, but it seems to run.
Captain Jerry Jackson can be whatever the fuck you want it to be, baby.
LA has about 450,000 students. New York has, I think, 650,000 students, or approaching 700,000. I mean, that's a lot. These budgets are in the billions and billions of dollars. The other part of it, another thing that was added, 2 bonus acceleration days backed on each semester. Targeted support for kids who really need it.
Needle?
And the kids that go to LA
What's that shit
Unified,
called? Needle?
Are not
Needle
in the
points and
upper
thing.
echelons of socioeconomic levels. They are, for the most part, poor.
Really?
There are areas in the city, the number of money that the salaries that are earned, the education levels, because there are a ton of immigrants that come, and it's just difficult, almost impossible to teach a group of students where the skill level runs all the way from virtually illiterate people that come here. And I'm not saying illiterate not because they can't read or write, but because it's trying to learn English. English as a second language students, where they're asked to learn reading, writing, arithmetic at the same time learn English. It is not easy. the other thing is that, guess what, a year from now, they sit down again because the contract is going to be over. And the teachers union now wants, they're going to strike, or they argue, because the teachers want a 20% pay raise. And here is the fear that the district has. Because the teachers union supported SEIU, honored the picket line. Now, they weren't in negotiations in this round. They honored the picket line. If the teachers go on strike, I think they expect that SEIU joins the fray and does not cross the picket lines. The takeaway here, the union won. As a matter of fact, the union won, and they're winning all over the place and coming up. A union we haven't heard of in a long, long time. United Farm Workers Rise. Is they here again? Oofahs? No. That was the catchphrase. I'll dive into that when we come back. Let's check in with Jennifer Jones-Lee, live at the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Money payment is expected to reconvene today.
It's so hot.
Representative Mike Gallagher said last week's testimony from TikTok's CEO has increased the likelihood Congress will take some action. And there were two tigers that escaped from a zoo in Georgia because their tornado was damaged by, or the tornado damaged their enclosures. They are back in captivity as of now. We'll get a look at your drive with VKFI in the sky in the 134 in just a moment.
If you're looking to finally sell your house, you've been waiting. It kept on going up and up and up in terms of value. Well, that's done. Flattening out the values, going down probably. So, okay, you're pulling the trigger. Do you list the house and pay 6%? Do you have the agent tell you to be spotless? Do you live like that? No. And then you have negotiations and escrows, people falling in and out of escrows. Well, directbuyers.com is very different. No one walks through the house. You're not paying 6%. You don't do anything. You live the way you live. And you get a fair price. Even at $15,000 cash advance before closing. And they'll never lowball you. Go to directbuyers.com.
Yeah, she's super hot.
844-2427.
Oh my god, she hasn't done anything for
directbuyers.com. Directbuyers.com.
SoCal weather from KFI. It's another partly gray day ahead. No rain for today, but the rain could start as early as tomorrow night, and then definitely Wednesday and Thursday with a chance of snow in the mountains. This report is brought to you by the Accident Guys. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places like the 134.
Quickly there, 134 westbound before Forest Lawn. Car fire on the right shoulder really done a number on that freeway. The freeway stopped from Grand Boulevard in Glendale. That's quite a ways. Again, that incident is westbound right near Forest Lawn at 134. In Ontario, crash there, 10 freeway westbound before 4th Street. Semi on the right shoulder was involved in this, and traffic stopped from Haven. It's a tough drive right now in Downey as well. The 5 southbound at the 605. The crash on that transition to the 605 south. Things really slowed back from Atlantic Boulevard. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Will Cole driver. Losing your air conditioning on a hot summer day can be a splitting all nightmare, and no one wants that, Zach. Help your air conditioner last longer and reduce breakdown.
So you'll stay cool, use less energy, and increase the life of your system.
And we'll clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way.
I look so much like that fucking
Just
Stone Age, man.
$129.
Get air conditioning.
Yeah, I think it's crazy.
Keep it cool, but it's hard to spell.
Number 1047, 781.
Shopping with pickup and delivery is the same as shopping in store. Same low prices, deals, and rewards on the same high-quality items. It's one small click for groceries, one big win for busy families everywhere. Start your cart today at Ralphs.com. Ralphs, fresh for everyone. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
And right now, stock up on your favorites during the 10 for 10 sale.
Damn, this motherfucker came out of nowhere.
10 for just $10 with your card. Ralphs, fresh for everyone.
If you've got joint pain and they're telling you surgery is your best option, please stop what you're doing. Call QC Kinetics.
Hey, it's Gary and Shannon. The folks at QC Kinetics have been using the latest, most advanced regenerative treatments to bring lasting pain relief the natural way.
This harnesses your own body's healing agents to restore and repair damaged tissue in your knees, hips, shoulder, back.
And these precision treatments are done in the office. No drugs and no downtime.
QC Kinetics has hundreds of clinics all over America and thousands
Call for a free consultation.
213-997-PAIN. That's 213-997-PAIN. 213-997-PAIN.
Pray.com's Meditative Prayers podcast is the best way to bring God's perfect peace into your life. Each meditative prayer helps you focus on God, fight anxiety, sleep better, and more.
As you close your eyes, ask God to come and have fellowship with you. And open yourself to the Holy Spirit. And ask Him to minister to you.
Listen to Meditative Prayers on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
These media heads are constantly surprised at the Earth's weather. They don't know how anything works. They pretend to. They give themselves degrees. They give themselves titles at their climate research centers, but they have no idea. They don't know crap. John and Ken. Well, the Earth is not designed to meet our needs 365 days a year. We got to roll with it. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Bill Handel here on a Monday, starting tomorrow night. Just we need more rain, and as Jennifer reported earlier this morning, a lot of the drought conditions are now off the table, and they'll be back on the table come this summer. There's very little doubt because, as we have known, and I have repeated over and over again, that with climate change, the wet season gets wetter, the dry season gets drier, the wildfires get more wildfiery, they're bigger, and they actually are hotter because so much
He's
more
doing this wrong.
so much more wood
He tried
is
doing it
ignited,
right.
and it's just a mess. And what's going on in Israel? If you see videos happening in Israel, I mean, the country's in an uproar, hundreds of thousands of demonstrators, and it's going to be into the millions because the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, is pushing for a bill that effectively eradicates the power of the judiciary. Supreme Court will now not have the power to overturn cases, or if they do, the legislature, the Knesset, will have the power to overturn that. That pretty well wipes out democracy, doesn't it? Where the judiciary doesn't have the power to interpret the laws. Now, something else that's going on, and this harkens back, I don't know, 50 years ago.
Yeah.
And if you had gone
Hey, Doc.
to a store 50 years
It's like,
ago,
hey,
a
Doc.
supermarket, you'd see people outside with signs saying, "Ubas no." And it had to do with a fairly new union that had been founded by Cesar Chavez and someone else, but I'll only mention Cesar Chavez because he's the most famous one. And that's the United Farm Workers. And what Cesar Chavez did is he led a pilgrimage along the route from one of the growing areas to Sacramento, and it took weeks to go there. He was also on a hunger strike where he got national attention, he got international attention for the benefits of the farm workers. Farm workers in those days, not unionized, United Farm Workers Union was a union created by Cesar Chavez. Farm workers were treated horrifically in those days. These grape pickers picked an insane amount of hours. They were put up at the growing areas. They had housing that was effectively shacks. You've seen those slave shacks in the South during prior to the Civil War. That's basically what it looked like, and it was hated. And the public stood by the farm workers. Again, this Ubas no was the mantra. Grapes no, or no grapes. I'm not table grapes. Not grapes that are made into raisins or grapes that are used into wine. This was table grapes. And they would not pick them. And those that did reach supermarkets, no one liked them. And you had, and they were bringing in truckers, wouldn't move those grapes. And finally, the union was formed, and the growers caved. So, fast forward to today. The union, where it was 60,000 in the 1970s, membership is now around 5,500. About 2% of the state's agricultural workforce. In the same period, The number of growers that are covered by UFW contracts went from 150 to 22. The union had lost all of its power. Matter of fact, unions across the board lost all of their power. My father was a union electrician in the 50s and 60s and 70s. And man, the benefits he got, I mean, what did he have? I mean, 100% medical insurance, Kaiser, which extended to my mother, who had it for the rest of her life, and eyeglasses, and I mean, it just went on. And the pay, there was a time where he was involved in building the forum down the 405 in Inglewood, and he built it, or he was part of the team that built it. And the way the union contract worked, that the forum was behind schedule, so he was up in the rafters putting up the lights. And it was a Sunday night, it was after 6, it was more than 8 hours, and he was coming in north of $100 an hour. In the 50s. That was what the union was all about. And since he had no tax break, the government took away all the money. He didn't buy cows, he didn't buy herds, he didn't buy depreciating assets, didn't buy oil. So the government just yanked all the money. So what's going on now is unionization is exploding. The unions are back. It gets very cyclical, the way unions work. In the 1880s, the first union was founded. In 1910, you can look up historically the shirtwaist factory, the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory. I think I'm trying to remember the name. In which 146 people died. Triangle building in New York. A fire broke out and locked the doors so the women couldn't leave. And 146 people died without the door to women. Out of that, the United Garment Workers Union, the women's garment workers. And then you had the unions that built the automobiles, under Walter Reuther, and that exploded. And so the unions kept on getting bigger and more powerful unions. Then they lost all their power. Because the corporations, the major corporations, became multinational, and workers just didn't have much of a chance. Well, guess what? It's gone around again. And out of this comes the creation of, or let's say the reincarnation of the United Farm Workers Union. Si se puede, you've heard that phrase? That is bandied about. Yes, we can, yes, we can. Even to the point where si se puede was used in Obama's campaign. Yes, we can. You know where that came from? The March of the United Farm Workers back in the 70s. So they're in the middle of an organizing drive. They have begun not only to reorganize, but the movement of unions have, it's spread around the world. Germany, we reported this morning. Germany is effectively on strike for more wages. Germany is very pro-union country. Inflation there is over 9%, and the workers say we just want more money. And the employers are saying we don't have the money to pay you. So Frankfurt Airport is shut down. Frankfurt and Munich, the two biggest airports, shut down. The national rail system shut down.
That's my best beer.
Well, a lot of the employers say it's out of control. Now, to give you an idea of how powerful unions are, that in Germany, the board of corporations, so the board of directors, by law, there has to be a union member on the board. Now, can you imagine a major American corporation where a union member has to be on the board of directors? Well, that's what happens. Maybe we'll get there. Maybe we'll get there. Don't know.
I hate law.
If you go on Facebook, I'm assuming, or YouTube, I'm assuming it's on YouTube, there is video of Cesar Chavez breaking his fast after, 100 days. And you know who's with him? Robert F. Kennedy. Robert F. Kennedy flies out from Washington, D.C. and breaks the fast. The United Farm Workers Union had become a national force. And and it just disappears. Well, it's back, and it's trying to reincarnate itself. And you've got unions. Starbucks has unions now. Amazon has that union in Staten Island.
Time speeding up. What I mean really is
so why does it cost $600,000 to build an affordable housing unit in LA? I'll explain that one when we come back. This is KFI. Let's check in with Jennifer Jones live in KFI 24-hour newsroom.
A Delta plane getting ready to fly out of LAX had to return to the gate because the passenger opened the exit door and caused the emergency slide to pop open. It happened as the plane pushed away from the gate late Saturday morning. Airport police detained the guy, and the FBI was called. It's not clear why the man opened the door. The flight was headed to Seattle. Some homeowners in LA are offering free luxury cars with the purchase of their homes in an effort to try and avoid paying a mansion tax on the sale of their property. Measure ULA will bring a one-time transfer tax to high-end property sales, including a 4% tax on sales above $5 million. The bill is designed to fund homelessness prevention and affordable housing construction. It takes effect April 1st. One $16.5 million listing on Mulholland is offering the buyer the choice of an Aston Martin, a Bentley, or McLaren if you pay the full price before the bill kicks in. A deal has been reached for the sale of Silicon Valley Bank, which was seized by the federal government to protect depositors. Customers of SVB are now customers of First Citizens Bank, which is based in North Carolina. First Citizens Bank branches. The grand jury in New York that's hearing the hush money case against former President Trump is set to meet again today and could decide this week on whether to indict the former president. Trump talked about the case at a rally over the weekend.
From the beginning, it's been one witch hunt and phony investigation after another.
Supporters also criticized the case against Trump, saying he's been under investigation for 6 years. Trump has warned on social media of what he calls potential death and destruction if he is charged. Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg says he got a letter with a death threat and a white powder that was in it, which later was found to be harmless. We'll get a look at your drive with EKFI in the Sky in the 10 in just a moment, but first it's Sports with Wayne.
In the spring training freeway series openers, the Dodgers blank the start Noah Syndergaard. The Halos are going with Tyler Anderson. You can hear the action in HD on the iHeartRadio app live from the Galvin broadcast booth. In hockey, the LA Kings held on to beat the St. Louis Blues 7-6. They're still right behind the Vegas Golden Knights at the top of the Pacific Division. The Ducks get the Colorado Avalanche tonight. I'm Wayne Resnick, KFI Sports. Unfiltered, chlorinated tap water doesn't cut it. Doesn't taste very good. I mean, it's safe, obviously, but then again, it's just tap water. Well, a light source system gives you filtered and delicious water straight from every tap. It's a very sophisticated system. It filters out chlorine, other contaminants, retains the healthy minerals, and is completely maintenance-free.
Yes.
Once installed, you're done. Forget about it. Just enjoy the water. There's no filters to change, no salt, no servicing. You're bathing, cooking, washing dishes.
What was it called? Socialize?
Drinking, and what is
Actually, I don't think so.
bottled water. Boy, it makes a great cup of coffee. And I've had this system for over 10 years, so I know. Now, new customers get a free AquaPure and antibacterial filter, and that's worth $825. And that offer ends March 31st.
Crash.
Call 800-803-2696. 800-803-2696. Visit LifeSourceWater.com. LifeSourceWater.com. Taste and feel the difference.
SoCal weather from KFI. We've got a partly cloudy day ahead. Temperatures will be right around 60. More clouds coming in tomorrow. That's when the temperatures will drop into the upper 50s to lower 60s. We could see our rain start after midnight. Definitely rain Wednesday, Thursday with snow in the mountains. Right now it is 50 in Garden Grove, 48 in Rancho Santa Margarita. Let's get a look at your drive with EKFI in the Sky. This time we're checking the tag.
Everybody in Baldwin Park should head westbound just past Francisco. We had a crash. It's out of there, but traffic's still recovering all the way back almost from Azusa Avenue, and that's westbound 10. The westbound 60, not looking a lot better. Looks like we've got a problem there westbound side of the 60. Well, actually, the eastbound side of Crossroads Parkway stalled there. Somebody ran out of gas in the roadway. The westbound side still slow out of the city of Industry.
In Ontario, still dealing with a crash there on the 10 freeway westbound before 4th Street. 2 left lanes blocked there. It's slow all the way back from the 15. And in the Griffith Park area, it's still a nasty drive there on the westbound 1/3 drive. We have a vehicle fire with the right lane blocked. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Will Colstrike.
U.S. Bank is ranked #1 in customer satisfaction with retail banking in California by J.D. Power. Since California has home the most award shows, we prepare to thank you.
To Californians everywhere, we've been proud to help you plan, budget, and save smarter. Our goal tracking and budgeting tools would have no place to shine if it weren't for you, and we can't thank you enough for that. And thank you to our real-life humans who go above and beyond for our customers every day.
Bravo, U.S. Bank, bravo!
For J.D. Power 2022 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Member FDIC.
Everyone knows that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, right? This is ROTHSCHILD founder service samples, plumbing, heating, and AC, and that's especially true when it comes to your air conditioning system. Precision cleanup and professional cleaning cost a little bit up front, just $88. That will prevent much bigger, more expensive problems later. We replace systems all the time for people who don't get annual treatments. So instead of lasting 12 or more years, your systems clear out in just 6 or 7 years. Don't risk it. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Call service champions for an $88 2-month a day and keep your system healthy, energy efficient, and in great working order. Call service champions right now to schedule an $88 precision treatment. The number is 833-777-7777 or online at servicechampions.com.
Hey, it's Jennifer. Join us this March to Make March Matter for Children's Hospital Los Angeles. Make March Matter makes amazing things happen for sick kids. It's a month-long event that takes place right in your neighborhood. So every time you shop, dine, or attend an event at a participating partner, they'll donate funds to support Children's Hospital Los Angeles. It feels so good to give, and saving lives is everyone's business. For more information, visit MakeMarchMatter.org. That's MakeMarchMatter.org.
Go solar with local and veteran-owned Zipper Solaris. Visit ZipperSolaris.com.
Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, KFI's on all of them. Follow us now at KFI AM 640.
It's a big song. The underdog.
KFI AM 640 live
We're the
everywhere on the
underdog.
iHeartRadio
Sick Israel's the
app. This
underdog.
is
Little
Monday
guys.
morning, March
We're gonna help them
27.
little people.
Some of the
We're gonna help
stories that we are covering.
Like, as of right now, Israel is not a great power, but once I get there, bitch, motherfucker's gonna light the fuck up. LTFO. Yo, dog, go in the water, go in the water, go in the water, go in the water, go in the water.
It looked like Hiroshima. By the time this was done. 4 tornado, 170 miles an hour of sustained winds.
That was sick.
I guess the fact that only 26 people died. I know for the families of 26, that's 100%. But you know, I'm always fascinated when you see the destruction, tornadoes.
Yo, pimp.
How many?
Remember when no one watched your thing?
A lot of them
Really?
died into
My.
bathtubs. There's one supermarket that people went into the cooler and were saved because there's metal boxes attached to concrete secured. I want to talk a little bit about housing. There's a story in Yellowstone, and this is something that talked about before. A lot of time about the story when it comes to housing here. And I've always said that the housing, low-income housing, permanent housing, and we're not talking about homeless people at this point. We're just talking about low-income housing, affordable housing, runs about $500,000 per year. I would guess it's $600,000 per unit. And why is that? Well, the government bureaucracy, of course.
What the fuck is
There's 2 types of government. One is construction in terms of housing. One is those that do affordable housing. I'll tell you about how crazy that is. And then you have market rate developers that just build. And either rent or sell, and it's just developers.
And they rely on funding that involves two sources, an investor and a bank. And that's it. Now, when you're dealing with affordable housing, it's multiple subsidies from local, state, national government agency, everyone with its own rules, everyone with its own timetables. I mean, they have to get money from 4, 6, 8 or more sources. And the biggest and last piece is the federal tax credit. And this is a huge chunk of money, which is in the form of cash to the developers, which helps them build and therefore own and or sell affordable housing, which doesn't sell for a whole lot of money because
I love it. I love it. I love it. Open. Let's see what this person has to say.
It takes a lot longer. I mean, a lot longer to get all the permits in place. Probably 10 times as complicated. Well, while that's going on, the price of labor materials just keeps on going and going and going. Far more expensive to develop affordable housing than market rate housing. Why is that? Well, government agencies require 60%
Yo,
of the
dog.
tax
What's
credit
about to
financed
hack,
projects
dog?
pay construction workers at
Yo,
the
dog.
prevailing
Stop.
rate,
God, this sucks.
which means union wages.
Okay, then just do this one.
Union wages are considerably
Yeah,
higher than non-union wages, as you would guess. So let's say a developer is, and these are not massive projects we're talking about. We're talking about apartment buildings of 8 units. Very few of these developers pay union wages. Well, you have to. Prevailing wage. And that gets to be, believe me, it's not $20 an hour either. It's a lot more expensive. Most government housing aid programs go through the Department of Housing and Urban Development. And they have a rent formula that is, well, basically 30% of household income. And the rest of it is government subsidized. But if you look
Yeah, I
at how
posted this bitch to a
complex
lot.
it is to build that
It was a bad
housing,
hack.
winning tax credit actually the developers make a chunk
Oh,
of money, so it's very competitive.
Holler.
100% of the units available to tenants, and then there's a whole formula there, complicated, but it comes to about 30% of their income. In market rates,
Worst Final Four ever. Who is it? Florida Atlantic, Yukon, San Diego State,
this doesn't work in tax credit projects. Rates are
and
discounted, not a reliable
you
source of
probably won this
income.
year.
These are, for the most part, poor
Man,
people.
you fucking had him too.
And developers are prohibited from selling their property for 15 years. They have to hang on to it for 15 years, which means he could very well lose money and does unless the government subsidize it with the tax credit. So they get their money. Usually it's 15% of
These two motherfuckers sound so similar.
So here's the way it works real quickly. So a developer either acquires
Here's
or
the kiss of that.
they,
Please, Jim Kramer, don't ever talk about it. This is like for hell.
and then they spend 2 years, at least 2 years on pre-development.
Like a
Architectural plans,
motherfucker.
local building department, okay.
He's like, oh yeah, you want to invest in this motherfucker.
Your neighbors have to be dealt with. Remember, the neighbors have to be okay with that. So you've got petitions, you've got hearings, you've got
Hey,
forms that are
douchebag.
made from state and local government.
Why don't they just call it
That comes,
douchebag?
with low interest loans.
Good. It sounds so much longer than douchebag. Hey, douche.
A lot longer. I mean, the bureaucracy is just astronomical. To give you an idea of how successful this program is, and it is for people to get the money. Congress has given $11 billion in tax credits across the country this year. That makes you guess. But let me give you the cost of affordable housing just in LA County. $300 billion just for LA County.
I would ask you to retweet this tweet I had pinned to my
So it's a competition.
Rabbi. Then from there, I feel like, do you have any options of like internet?
For these projects,
We're definitely not fucking
and
up.
about half of them get them. So you wonder why it costs so much.
I mean,
damn
you're
money.
not my type.
Now, that also doesn't include the services that are offered by the state or county. So there has to be room for common areas. There has to be additional building being done, community community centers that have to be built. Not all authorities for meeting rooms where services can be given. I mean, it's just very complicated stuff. So you wonder why it costs so much damn money. And how do we afford it? $600,000 per unit. We have 60,000 homeless in the
What would be
county
funny?
of LA.
A fucking 19-year-old's card.
I don't know how you
Yeah.
do it. I guess you don't. San Francisco.
You fucking Muppet.
This is a weird one.
You're one
You
fucking
want to
Muppet, I would say.
Francisco
You're
would go
one
this direction,
fucking
but they do.
asshole.
I'll do that coming up. KFI AM 640.
Elbows,
Everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Now when you
Checking with
tickle me,
Jennifer
it's a
Jones
felony.
live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Emma loves you. Everyone else thinks you're a cunt.
Over both sides of the border. Vice President Harris has taken
Yo, dog, remember when you were like, I want to be Mr. Rogers?
And the latest entry in the action series starring Keanu Reeves is this week's top movie in the U.S. and Canada. John Wick Chapter 4 earned $73.5 million for its opening weekend. We'll get a look at your drive on the 134 in just a moment.
Let's talk about the value of your home. What's the lot? Has increased in value so much over the last few years. Not anymore. Prices have flattened, even going down. So you're looking to take money out of your house, which you hadn't done because there was so much money being built in equity. Well, maybe it's time to pull the trigger. So if you need $75,000 or more out of your home, HMS Capital can help you borrow the money. I'm a big fan of HMS Capital. I mean, I had 2 mortgages over the years with them, and I found they have the lowest rates out there, very competitive, and their service is absolutely impeccable. No appraisal or credit report fees to apply for at all. Call HMS Capital at 833-255-5698, 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com, hmscapital.com.
Take care of him. Get him down to the hospital. Make sure he's
SoCal weather from KFI. We've got a partly gray day ahead. Highs will just be right around 16. This report is brought to you by MGM Rewards. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places like the 134.
Beaches. I love beaches. Have you been drinking borscht? Hey, kid, have you been drinking borscht?
Almost all the way back from the 2
Yo.
because of an earlier car fire near Griffith Park, 134 westbound before Forest Lawn Drive, right lane still blocked.
Yoshi.
Traffic jam from
Forest Lawn Drive. That's the name of a J. Cole album. Is it?
The 10 freeway westbound before 4th Street. That accident was still very slow back from
Yoshi.
15. Meanwhile, on the 10 freeway westbound before Haven, we've got a crash in the 2 right lanes. Multiple big rigs kind of just stalled out there. You're seeing a new crash if you're on your way to Santa Monica.
What do you want to see?
Westbound side of the 10. There's going to be a Cloverfield, and an accident there. It looks to be on the right shoulder, but causing some distractions as you get away from the 405. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Will Coltrane.
In this week's Marketers Report, Patricio Spagnoletto, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct-to-Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on the difficult task of building.
Oh, it's Forest Hills Drive. What else, Tom?
Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy. And we have to
Conscious
be very respectful about that.
Where James is big, no role
Has
models.
really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the owner talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers. And if those consumers have a relationship with
From where
the
is he?
DJs that are on air,
No,
then we want to build
Carolina.
House of the Dragon, which
Is
is
that
one of our
true?
most successful, if not the most successful campaign
Yosh.
we've ever done for a show. Audio is a core part of that.
He's from Frankfurt, West Germany. Raised in Fayetteville, son.
Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company. iHeartMedia is your access company.
He's a free agent.
iHeartResults.com for more.
Shooting guard.
Welcome to the CPAP Games live from the Hayes bedroom.
Is he good?
It sure is, Ron. Steve has been flailing
I'm
everywhere,
balling.
struggling with this CPAP.
Oh,
Michelle is as tense as a fiddle string trying to contain her rage. Michelle's rolling Steve over. There he goes, and the mask is off. Oh my, the snoring. Michelle frozen elbows, now a shove. She's leaving for the couch, taking her place as the Hayes' 100-pound
Look at this,
guy.
pimp.
Bask in that hot crap, Steve. With all his struggles,
Yo, West Side. What? Somebody be like, oh, West Side's on.
I'm already disproven solipsism. You can't run me a journal now. Hold up, you can't.
I share my life. 365 or 666.
Inspire sleep apnea innovation. Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you.
Has historic returns of 15% IRR from their $1.5 billion in commercial real estate assets. With national brand names like Walmart, Whole Foods, Publix, and more, you'll build a portfolio of institutional quality private real estate with true cash flow. NRPradio.com.
Yoshi, where are your drafts? Yosh.
Fully passive real estate ownership. Get in on the current deals while they're available. Call 888-301-9410 or go to FNRPRADIO.com.
Yoshi.
Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Investments are subject
Yoshi.
to risk, including losing principal, cash distribution,
Yoshi.
any representations made about investments reflect FNRP strategy and may or may not be realized. Visit
First things first, special
FNRPRadio.com.
piece.
Join us to
Phil.
celebrate the songs and artists you've loved over the past year.
At our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Awards.
Hosted by Lenny Kravitz.
Yoshi.
And performances by
Uterine canal. It's just crazy.
Coldplay, Kelly Clarkson, LL Cool J, Keith Urban, Pat Benatar, Emil Giraldo, Lotto, Money Long, Cody Johnson, and more.
Oh, watch my stream like a pimp.
Tonight at 8
Okay, so how do I do that again, Yoshi? Should we go or no?
I'm kind of like beer. The first time you taste it, it may not taste great. Even if you don't like it, you're at least drunk at the end of the evening. Oh, Kelly. That's right. Live 7 to 10 p.m.
God, that Archimedes screw is crazy. Some bitches be like, you telling me, Rabbi, you telling me. Is this kid wearing a Yankees hat?
KFI, AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Bill Handle here. It is Monday morning, March 27th, and it is dry today. Matter of fact, it's going to be warm.
it looks like.
Yeah.
It's going to start to come down each day, and then tomorrow night, first chance at rain, and then Wednesday, Thursday, rain and snow in the mountains again.
Here we go again. Yeah, and then the drought is, a lot of the drought conditions have been lifted.
Yes.
Sons of Eden, I'm starting to dude. He didn't have as many as I did, but I don't own a thing. I just like playing that song. Hey, dog. Here's sugar food.
After
Thanks, dog.
Thursday, then it looks like it should be dry for the weekend.
We don't get much of that. Yep, it's going to be wet, and then it's going to be wetter, and then the day after that, it's going to be even more wet.
You think it beat you? No, I know I'm right.
Really wet.
Yeah, really wet and intergalactically interplanetary wet. Just
Interplanetary.
San Francisco.
Interplanetary.
Now, brand out
Breakfast
there.
with bananas.
What was it? Was it Berkeley that declared itself a nuclear being taken away for storage?
Which
Couldn't go
says
through
search
the
by
city.
name and attribute.
I mean, that is the Bay
Oh,
Area.
so,
Well, something going
and
on
hello,
in the Bay
baby.
Area, which is kind of
I love how that guy called me Robbie. Oh, Robbie's here. Hey, Robbie. You know anybody named Robbie? Honestly, the only Robbie I've ever known is Robbie.
little free library.
Nice GS.
And imagine it looks like a very large birdhouse. And it has shelving in it where you see a bunch of books. And it's on a pedestal. I'm looking at a picture of its hideous, by the way. Pedestal. I can't believe how ugly it is.
How about Pimp in a Box? Pimp in a Box.
It's in front of the house. Put it up 10
Rabbi ROTHSCHILD. Pimp in a Box. You should be like, oh, dog, you're so famous. You're so famous. You probably think
As a matter of fact, the Myers being super liberal,
you're so
a little
famous.
tin of dog biscuits right next
So
to Netflix. So
You
the
probably
homeless
think this
people,
podcast is about
who
you.
don't have much to eat have lunch with the dog biscuits next
Yoshi,
door, which is very nice.
remember when it was like, oh, dog?
Well, they just
Yoshi be like, oh, man.
a warning, or actually an order from the city. It's an encroachment order saying you got to get that out. Now you can apply for what is called an encroachment permit, and this, and it goes all the way from mailbox
the planters in front of homes
Oh
and
my God, this
businesses
guy's such
along
an
public
asshole.
roadways, even very
Yoshi.
wide ones. And
Mongo
you
Park.
get to apply for
Nice.
TRUMAN.
I
It
remember
costs
that
you
one.
over $1,000 to
How
apply.
about the new one? That motherfucker
So
in
San Francisco
Chicago.
issues
That one was
an
tight.
order. You gotta get rid of it or apply
What one did
for
you
it,
like?
$1,000, and then
The
argue
Burt
how
Willis
it is practiced.
expedition?
Last year, San Francisco
Somali,
averaged
I like that one.
893 minor encroachment complaints,
Better than
giving
that.
them no choice but to act on the complaints to pass the law. So when it comes to the Myers, they got the order to remove their little hideous
Oh, this motherfucker.
cabinet box on the
And that
insanely
this
ugly
motherfucker just
pedestal.
sound cold. How do you
And
say
they
his
were
name?
told you have to
Frigid
get rid of
off
it
Nancy.
based
Motherfucker
on
just sound cold. Yosh,
anonymous
this
complaints.
motherfucker just
Guess
sound cold.
what?
Whoa.
All the thousands,
What's his
tens
name?
of thousands of people that have
Frigid
gone down
motherfucker.
the street or have gone down the
Sticky notes, email alerts,
and
a
by
screen
law,
on your finger. Just not big
Dude,
enough.
don't you be like, oh, my friend Margaret, he was so smart. He was the best.
Played out. Please play responsibly with
He went like this.
because technically speaking,
I'm Gavin Whitehead, host of The Art of Crime, a history podcast about the unlikely collisions between true crime and the seasonal artists who have fallen under suspicion.
I love
as the Whitechapel
cannolis. I always
murderer.
forget to say that.
Lewis
It's my favorite
Carroll,
food.
yes, that
And,
Lewis Carroll is the one best known to us today.
color
Find
spins.
out who the other
Had him
unusual
fucking
suspects
a
are
belly
and why
button.
they've been named as Ripper
Sounds
candidates.
ready.
Subscribe to The Art of Crime wherever you get your podcasts.
What in the fuck are those things called? What are those called? Lady fingers? No, it's something like that. Some cream puff? Something like that. Here we go.
Hello and welcome to the Explorers
Declare.
Podcast. Today we're
Maybe
starting a
declare.
series of this on Norwegian polar explorer, Fridtjof Nansen.
This is something
Nansen
motherfucking
is, to
sound
be
cold.
honest, a really extraordinary man. He was the first person to cross Greenland, cheated on skis, and he held the record for furthest north for 5 years.
Yeah.
He's often viewed as one of the pioneers of modern polar exploration,
This
forcing
nigga
approach to
crossed
conducting his
Greenland on
expeditions.
skis.
This included using skis and dogs, and
I did
emphasis on
skis and
developing and
dogs,
using
though.
modern and scientific equipment. Also, he rejected the whole approach to polar exploration of large, cumbersome expeditions. Instead, Nansen valued speed and mobility. But Nansen was not just an explorer. He was an accomplished scientist doing groundbreaking research in the fields of the central nervous system and oceanography. And I'm not done. He was also a diplomat, playing a role in the establishment of Norway as an independent nation. Need more? Well, let's give him a Nobel Peace Prize for his humanitarian work. And there's more, but you'll just have to wait for the details. Now, despite all of these really cool things, I want to note that Fridtjof Nansen was an immensely complex character. He was tall, athletic, and good-looking, the image of a Viking in the world. He had a brilliant mind and was passionate about the work that he did. However, he was also a very difficult man. He was overbearing and stubborn, arrogant know-it-all might be a good description of the guy. But we will talk all about this and lots more in our story. I do want to note that we will focus on Nansen's life as an explorer, because that is what we do on this show. But I will spend some time on the other aspects of Nansen's life, as it's pretty remarkable. Anyhow, that is it for today's introduction. Let's get started with our series on Fridtjof Nansen. Fridtjof Nansen was born on October 10th, 1861, in Christiania, now called Oslo, the capital of Norway. As a note, I'm going to use the name Christiania for this series, as that is the name used by Nansen throughout his life. So, Christiania equals Oslo. Nansen was born into a rather strange political world. Norway was not an independent nation at this time, but part of the union between Sweden and Norway, but make no bones about it, Sweden was the boss in this relationship, the Napoleonic Wars. We should note that it wasn't as if Norway was terribly oppressed. It had its own autonomous government, and it was mostly independent, except for foreign affairs. But Norway grew up in it would be important in his life. Nansen's parents were Paul Nansen and Andrea Johanna Isidora Jarlsberg, which is quite the mouthful. Their marriage was the second from both. Waller's first wife died in 1834 of the puerperal fever, a week after giving birth to the couple's only child. The child, a boy, died at the age of 13. after a lifetime of health issues. Adelia's first husband, an Army officer, died at age 53 during a cholera epidemic, leaving her to care for the couple's 5 children. Nansen's mother came from an aristocratic family, of which there were not that many in Norway. She was criticized for marrying Older, as he was seen as beneath her socially. Many felt that she married him for security. Older was 41 at the time of the marriage, Adelia 37. Older was seen as a smart and sensible man, but often consumed by monetary issues. Adelia was known to be strong-willed and free-spoken. The big blended family moved into a large home just on the outskirts of Christiania, and there were more children to come. Here, it was filled with mountains and glaciers and fjords. The upper third of the nation was, and still is, in the Arctic Circle. The northern regions were home to the Sami people, many living semi-nomadic lives as reindeer herders. Norway had fewer than 2 million inhabitants, with Christiania being the largest city, with a population of just 60,000. With all this in mind, Norway people in the north. In the 1800s, skiing emerged as the national pastime in Norway. People described it as being part of Norwegian national spirit and soul. As a result, you'll see skiing grow beyond practical measures and into a recreational pursuit and the nation's national sport. Downhill skiing was practically developed in Telemark, province west of Christiania. Into all of this was born Fridtjof skiing, skating, fishing, swimming, and deer hunting. He spent hours, even days, exploring the forests and mountains, usually with his brother Alexander. He was, however, a learner in many ways, not making many friends at school. He was described as moody, and his relationship with his parents was never great. At one point, there were 10 children in the house, and Nansen often felt like an afterthought to his parents, especially his mother. With his father, Nansen struggled all his life to find a connection. Older was a lawyer who valued predictability and stability. He had no interest in the outdoors, although he always supported the activities his children showed interest in. Nansen would grow into a tall, handsome, blonde young man. Initially, he was heavy, but he lost the excess weight in his teen years. He excelled in individual sports such as skiing, skating, swimming, and gymnastics. Nansen never lost his spirit of adventure. He would ski out into the wilderness, cutting his own trails and learning how to survive in the snow-covered Norwegian mountains. Nansen also embraced Norwegian nationalism. Like much of the rest of the population, Nansen would take pride in the home literature, art, and science endeavors that emerged at this time. The nation's greatest artist was playwright Henrik Ibsen, who was critical of commercial success, made it a point of pride for Norwegians. And skiing, Norway's national pastime, was growing as a sport, in particular in the European Alps. In 1877, Nansen's mother would die suddenly. As most of the children now moved away, Alder would sell the family home outside of Christiania and move to a flat in the city. Over the next few years, Nansen would continue to improve as a skier and skater. At 18, he broke the world 1-mile skating record, and the next year won the National Cross Country Skiing Championship. He made a hiking tour of the Hyman Mountain Range, the highest in the nation, and joined the Christiania Skiing Club. A year later, he was off to the Royal Frederick University in Christiania. Nansen would consider engineering and forestry, but settled on zoology, specializing in the marine creatures. He would do well in school, but the confines of academia were not his strong suit. And then, in December of 1881, the zoology department announced that they were looking for someone to visit the garden and collect specimens of marine life. Nansen would jump at the idea and get the job, mainly because he was the only one to apply. The idea of spending half a year in the Arctic appealed to most people. Nansen embraced the opportunity. Nansen put the sail north on the steamer Viking in March of 1882. The Viking was a big wooden sailing ship on her maiden voyage, and Nansen would collect the samples at the same time as the ship would sail on it. He would not have to participate in the day-to-day activities on the ship, but he was expected to be part of the sail on it. Nansen worked well on this expedition. Nansen would shoot seabirds and dissect them, read water temperatures, and collect all sorts of samples. He was also a good artist and made many outstanding sketches. By the way, Nansen's ability with the brush led some to encourage him to become an artist, but science would win out. As for seal hunting, Nansen would take to the boats when seals were spotted and go out to kill and collect the animals. Nansen, who was an outstanding shot, typically was a rifleman. For 2 months, the Viking moved north, trying to reach the seals before other ships made their pursuit. By the way, on this voyage, being the first ship to complete the Northeast Passage back in the late 1870s, this meant traveling through the icy Arctic waters from Norway to the Bering Sea, just between Alaska and Russia. The ship had gone on to circumnavigate Europe and Asia. The leader of the expedition, Baron Adolf Erik It was of Finnish and Swedish descent, was a hero to all Scandinavians.
Taking a look
The
at
thing
your
was not back to being a
KFI
sailor, which is what she'd been built for. With the sighting of the famed vessel aroused some emotions in young Hansen, and he began to dream of going on his own voyage of exploration. The search for seals would take the Viking between Spitzbergen and Greenland. Along the way, Hansen continued to collect marine life specimens. In the process, he hunted polar bears and even sharks. The Viking would, for a short time, get caught up in the ice off Greenland, where Hansen asked to go ashore. The captain, however, refused. The ice along the coast was unpredictable, and if Hansen was ashore when a passage out of the ice opened up, the captain knew what left him stranded. That would mean his death. In fact, no European had reached the east coast of Greenland in hundreds of years due to this ice barrier. Nansen would have to file away the experience, but it was clear he caught the exploration bug. Of his journey, Nansen would say that it was, quote, the first fatal step that led me astray from the wildlife of science complete. However, he would not return to school, and that's because he was offered a position at a museum in Bergen on Norway's west coast as curator of the zoological department. Nansen, only 21 years old, would take the job, which was good for him. The rigid structure of school was not in his best interest, and at the Bergen's museum, he would not just study, but he would get to do stuff alongside people he admired and respected. On the staff was Gerhard Hansen, who discovered the leprosy bacillus, and there was the museum's distinguished director, Daniel Danielson, an eccentric doctor who made the institution one of the world's leaders in the study of living creatures. The people at the museum were all sorts of analytically smart and bad. Also, Bergen's location on the ocean gave it access to a wide range of marine life, which was important to Nansen. Now, a few things about Nansen at this point in his life. One, as I noted, he was ambitious. He saw himself as the smartest guy in the room, and thus he went about promoting himself and what he did. To this end, he wrote an article for the Danish Geographical Journal about his time on the Viking. He would also write a series of articles for a supporting journal. These were small steps, but it did show that Nansen recognized the importance of being published. Two, at his new job, he focused on studying the nervous systems of marine invertebrates. But let's be clear, his ultimate goal was to understand the human nervous system. There was little understanding of either at this time, but Nansen correctly believed that if you could understand the nervous system of a single creature, such as a marine invertebrate, you could better understand the nervous system of humans. Three, Nansen, as I said, was a unique guy. He was clean-shaven, and beard with the Northern Scandinavia, and he shunned wearing heavy clothing, often sporting only a light jacket, even in winter. Women were attracted to him. In fact, many of his lifelong friends would be women. He struggled all his life to find a connection with other men, just like with his own father. Most people attribute this to Nansen's personality. It could be moody, the life of the park. There just weren't many women in the fields of science and exploration and diplomacy. He also would be men who would clash with, when ideas were put on the table. Let's be clear, Nansen was never the kind of guy to back down. If he believed something was right, he'd fight for it to the bitter end. Nansen probably saw himself as the hero in the news and play. He and only he knew the truth of the right path, and he had to fight against the evil often incumbent without inflexible Nansen could be. While his hometown, Christiania, is on the southern coast along the big channel that leads into the Baltic Sea. It's about 180 miles or 290 kilometers away as the world lies. There is a mountain range between the two cities. At this time, there was no train available to cross the mountains, so in the winter, Nansen would simply ski from Bergen to Christiania and then go home. He would sometimes use the coastal roads, but he was just as likely to head into the wilderness and blaze a trail on his own. It seems crazy that someone would do such a thing, go up into the mountains during the middle of winter by himself with no known trail, but that was Nansen. He would go cross-country, down steep slopes, over mountains, whatever it took. One time he spent 2 days in the mountains alone, except for his dog. He had no tent, no sleeping bag, no food. He slept between a boulder and a rocky outcropping at night. He made it to where he wanted to go. He would even write a series of articles in the newspaper detailing his backcountry excursions. I think the skiing of the mountain story embodies Nansen's personality. He was bold and cocky and supremely confident, and he certainly saw the journey as being just as important as the destination. I would point out that it's amazing that he not only had the guts to do this, but the ability to get it done. But there's another thing about these stories that is very important. It proved to Nansen that skis can be used in just about any type of snow and terrain. And I want you to hold on to that thought as we will talk about it later. Now, I want to take a moment to talk about an event that will shape Nansen's future. In 1883, Adolf Erik Nordenskiöld, the famous Scandinavian explorer I mentioned earlier, had gone on an expedition to the east coast of Greenland. His ship had made its way through the thick ice on the coast, and Nordenshire would be the first European to step on Greenland's eastern shore since the days of the Vikings. He would head inland onto the ice cap about 100 miles or 160 kilometers before turning around. Nansen was enthralled by the deed of writing and quote, "My wanderlust was roused again," end quote. In his mind, he began to formulate how he could conduct an expedition, such as crossing Greenland. We'll get into that shortly. In 1885, Nansen would spend some time in Christiania through his required military service. Also, in that same year, his father would pass away. Nansen had never gotten along well with his father, and his relationship with the rest of his family was not great either. His half-brothers and sisters were older than him, and while he was cordial with them, they were never that close. His brother Alexander was a different story. They were quite close as children, but as they got older, their relationship would be strained at times. Again, Friedrich's overbearing personality was likely to blame for much of this. Anyhow, Nansen would continue to work at the museum and publish his first scientific paper, Look at the Nervous System in a Tiny Marine Creature. The paper was well received. After that, he would take a 6-month sabbatical from the museum, travel to the European continent to visit other leading scientists in his field. The idea was to broaden his horizons and forge his own path. The sabbatical was Nansen's first journey to continental Europe. He would travel first to Germany and then Italy. The result would be enlightening. Nansen had the chance to study and experiment alongside some of the great minds of Europe, many of them working in the same field of study, and he had access to the latest equipment. After a stint in Italy, Nansen would travel through Europe and into England. He was then back to Norway at the Barrett Museum. In August of 1887, Nansen moved to the museum would publish a paper on the nervous system. The paper, titled "The Structure and Combination of Histological Elements of the Central Nervous System," was groundbreaking in its field as it presents the modern nervous system as we know it today. Nansen showed the ability to be clear and concise in his report, something not always common in scientific journals at the time, or even now. The ability to simplify things was always a strength for Nansen. Also, in addition to writing the paper, Nansen had done the illustrations himself. Nansen's views were confirmed by two other independently published reports of this time, one by embryologist Phil Hernandez and another by psychiatrist August Forel. These two men and Nansen thus helped establish the basis of modern neurology. Now, I am not going to lie to you and say that I understand all of Nansen's scientific work. I may have even gotten wrong some of the stuff I just said, but in the end, I can say that his work was exciting and bold and innovative, and it made Nansen, who was just 25, one of the most interesting young scientists in Europe. In November of 1887, Nansen would submit the paper for his PhD. So here was Nansen and his views of the paper causing a buzz in the scientific world. This surely would be bigger institutions would come calling and in the United States, but he passed on the opportunity as he deemed Indiana too far away from devotion to study marine biology. So where's next? Well, instead of the world of academics and research, Nansen was going to forge a different path, one that he'd been considering a long time. Fridtjof Nansen decided he was going to be the first person in history to cross Greenland.
Speaking notes, email alerts, a string around your finger. They're just not big enough. So here's a big one.
Oh, you fucking cunt. What the fuck? I swear to God. Sinchar Pishai, you suck dick. Fucking cunt.
There are few stories like that of ancient Egypt.
I swear to God.
Banks of the Nile.
He sucks.
Created one of the
Oh my God, and it did that thing?
significant cultures.
You are fucking.
The history of Egypt podcast.
You signed him. That motherfucker, he's gotta get raised. But anyway, but this bitch is gonna divorce his ass because he sucks and doesn't give anything back to his colleague. And he sucks. He sucks. Sinchar Pishai sucks.
And Representative Mike Gallagher says last week's testimony from TikTok CEO has increased the likelihood Congress will take some action. We're going to look at your drive with DKFI and the side in just a moment.
Come,
Sundar
visit
Pishai.
ancient Egypt.
You suck.
Well, you weren't selling before because you were looking at the value of your home going up by the day.
Oh, you shit.
Greenland, the world's biggest island, had an attraction in Nansen and to other Norwegians. Greenland had first been settled by Vikings from Norway 1,000 years earlier. And while those settlements would fade into history, some Norwegians felt a sort of kinship to the land. So let's
Motherfuckers.
As noted, the world's biggest island. It is 2.16 million square or 6,500.
This shit sucks. I don't fucking care. That asshole's gone too. I can't wait till these assholes leave. You're gone. What in the fuck is this? You too, ass.
In the summer of 1886, under the command of American naval officer Robert Perry, striking off the
Yo,
Chesapeake Bay,
try to see Perry. I was supposed to see Perry. Yeah, dude, Steve Perry. Oh, yeah, he's dead. We're
60 kilometers from the treaty. That was only about a quarter of the way across the ice.
What the fuck happened here?
Over any expedition was probably the interior of Greenland.
Gosh.
For a while, it was covered in ice, but did that change? Some people thought Greenland's interior would be ice-free, even fertile, and if there was ice, it wasn't like not all
This is the dumbest fucking shit I have ever seen in my entire goddamn life. Why can't you fuckers get a fucking thing working? Why is it that this fucking thing's on Twitter for hours and hours and hours? But you guys can't keep this shit going. They're gonna say, "Oh, that's a Sundar Pichai thing." I'm like, "Yeah, that guy sucks. He really does. No one likes him. Everyone hates him."
Demonstrated that skis can be used in most kinds of snow and terrain. The days of hundreds and hundreds sledges across the polar landscape were, in Nansen's opinion, past. Although the English did not get that memo, as we will see when they start exploring Antarctica. Anyhow, in addition to using skis and employing a small skilled team, Nansen proposed making a crossing from the east side of the island and heading toward the western side.
Yo, dog. What's a mean name for someone from India? I don't know. A Sundar. I hate that motherfucking Sundar Pichai. Fucking douche. I would name my kid Sundar after this motherfucker had it. Sorry if you have the name Sundar, you're gonna have to get changed. Nobody wants to fucking name after this asshole had it. Alright, are you done? Hey Sundar. Hey Sundar. Hey dude. Hey dude, over here. Over here, dog. Yo, dog. Yo, remember this one? Yeah, but you did it wrong. Did it wrong. Yeah. Hey. Yo, what in the flying fuck, dog? Yo, I swear to fucking God. Yo, I'm gonna cry. Oh, quit Discord and then it works. Like, why the fuck does that happen? Why the fuck do I have to quit one? Yo. Where's this motherfucker from Microsoft? He sucks. I can't remember his name. I don't want to. He sucks. Satya Nadella. No one wants that name either. Indian American douche. Everyone hates Hyderabad, Andhra Pradesh, India. Everyone. Citizenship? You don't even have Indian citizenship, you cunt? You make the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee look like shit and the University of Chicago. Fuck. Just like Tim Cook makes Auburn and fucking Duke look shit. Those aren't two very good schools. Then I expect them to be like, oh my God, it's the best fucking guy in the world. Be like, that's Auburn and Duke. It's no big fucking deal. This asshole goes to University of Wisconsin, Milwaukee. Good job, douche. Who are you, Goldemeyer? You fuck. First man to make the Northeast Passage from Manson's plan. He believed the skis were a good idea. Although he himself did not ski. Skiing was still a what in the fuck am I waiting on? Norwich also recognized the tremendous risk involved. He was especially concerned about getting an expedition together in such a short time. As he would ask about Yo, dog. Joe should be like, dude, you got so pissed. You got almost really racist against Indian people, but not really, just two. And Tim Cook, so he sucks as well. Cool, dog. Remember when this thing is so good? Microsoft Edge sucks. I like how, hey, Microsoft, I like how you have a status bar and this thing. It's like, well, what in the fuck? Why don't you just have, I swear to God, this is games, tools, shopping. I don't need this shit here. How about this? Search. Just always have a fucking search bar there. That's all you need. Oh, but you can use the search bar as a, okay, fine. Fine. Just fucking work, dog. Yo, my finger is calloused here from that thing. Really? Yeah. But this isn't working. Why? Why? I don't know. It's this fucking barber pole candy cane fucking thing. It's like, oh, you're almost done. Psych. Now we got this going. Sundar Pichai should get fired just for that. And same with that would just get cunt. Really? Yeah. Just like, this isn't a thing. Is it done? God damn it. You guys are going to hear how I bitch at you. You're not going to want me to even look at your stuff and be like, oh, why is this fucking thing taking a loading like this? Why is it a loading screen? Why do we have a loading screen? God damn it. Motherfuckers, dude. I swear to God, I'm going to fuck these fucks.
The one change Hansen did make was on the advice of Gustav Holm, the Danish explorer I just mentioned.
Fuck, dude. What in the fuck?
He now had several tasks to complete if he was going to get his
Okay, cool.
First,
cool. Let's work.
Second, he had to assemble his team. And third, he had to outfit the expedition for the Greenland crossing. Regarding financing, Nansen approached the University of Christiania for a grant, estimating the
I'm just gonna
expedition
tweet at these motherfuckers.
which, if I did my math correctly, translates into about $45,000 US in 2022 money. So fairly modest. He was prepared to pay for it all himself if necessary. However, difficult. The government, however, rejected the request for funds on January 4th, 1888. But a few days later, a wealthy Danish businessman, Augustin Gamel, reached out to Nansen after a consultation. A deal would be struck, and Nansen...
Yo, is there like no internet or something, dog?
So with money in the bank, let's turn to Nansen's team. Nansen would try and recruit some of Norway's more well-known skiers, but he would have no luck. He saw his plan was too risky, plus the idea of being away for at least half a year helped hold people to most men. Still, in time, Nansen would form his team. The first person I'll talk about is Otto Sverdrup. Sverdrup was a 33-year-old sailor and outdoorsman.
I swear to God, if this thing takes any longer, what in the fuck?
By Nansen's brother, Alexander. Due to his common sense and resourcefulness, Sverdrup would become the unofficial second in command of the expedition. The second member of the team was Christian, a 31-year-old military officer. The other two team members would come from the northern Sami people. Getting to Sami was difficult, as Nansen could not interview them himself. He does have to get someone to recruit them for him. The two Sami would not arrive in Christiania
Yosh,
until April 16th.
for what am I waiting?
They had traveled more than 1,000 miles to join their team. The names were Magnus and Ravna and Samuel Johannes Bolt. They showed up wearing the traditional clothing of the Sami, a jacket with red and yellow stripes.
I swear to fucking God, dog.
Neither man had ever been south of the Arctic Circle, and they had never heard of Greenland before being prepared for the expedition.
Yosh, what in the flying fuck, dude?
But in reality, it was difficult to find
What is
anyone
this
interested
picture
in
of
the job.
picture
The main
bullshit?
issue was that no one wanted to go away from home for such a long
Okay, I'll do it.
Some of Nansen's recruits were not exactly what
Oh, Sundar Pichai. Oh, yeah. What is this asshole's name? You are bad at your job. Such a... No, Tim Cook's first.
The second guy, Rob Dunn, was a mountain Sami, but he was 46 years old and had a wife and 5 children. Nansen was tempted to send both of them back, but this thing became he had little choice but to accept them into the team. Now, in the process of forming the expedition, Nansen decided to add one more member. Would settle on 23-year-old Christian Christensen. Christensen was an avid skier and sailor who was known and recommended by Sverdrup. With the addition of Christensen, the team was complete. That takes us to the outfitting of the expedition, and this is where Nansen will shine. Nansen studied all the reports of earlier polar explorers, seeking to find insight into how best to accomplish his goals, and thus outfitting the expedition was critical to him. Everything he was doing was to be done with speed, simplicity, and mobility. Nansen would go on to design and build all sorts of supplies and tools from scratch.
Taking on the Sami, he designed the sleeping bags using reindeer fur so they would be light and warm. For transportation, he tested sledges used by the Sami and Inuit and several other designs based on the kind used by Norwegian farmers. These had broad runners like skis and were versatile and durable. They used no iron. Instead, leather thongs were used to hold them together. These sledges were pulled by the skiers. Nansen would test out one of the sledges by towing it from there into Christiania.
Oh, what the
It was
fuck,
a
dude?
great success. Nansen's sledge design would be one of the most innovative aspects of the expedition. By the way, Nansen would never seriously consider using dogs, at least not yet. He toyed with using reindeer, but they would need to forage for food, which wasn't going to happen on the ice cap. Nansen also had new ski boots designed and built a stove that would work more efficiently in the cold and high altitude. As for clothing, he stuck to the idea of layers. Each man would wear 4 layers of light wool. This included underwear, a shirt, a sweater, and a jacket. The knee breeches and leggings were also made of wool. Nansen also had a wind jacket made. This was made of light cotton and based on the Inuit anorak. As for a tent, Nansen ordered it especially from Copenhagen. He had it made from various pieces, which would allow the various parts to be used as sails for sledges if the opportunity came up. The other item on the list was food. Nansen was not too worried about scurvy, as the team would theoretically not be on the ice alone for a long time. What he needed was a high-caloric diet, like that used by Norwegians on mountain tours. Thus, he would order a can of pemmican, a staple that would travel for decades. Pemmican is a dried wheat mixed with fat and formed into solid cakes. They are high in calories, perfect for men working hard. There would also be more included skis, which we will talk more about next time. But I think you get the idea about Nansen's preparation. It was, to be honest, unlike most war expedition in history. He had taken the available knowledge and tried to provide a logical solution to the challenges ahead. So many times the men running expeditions in this era lacked vision. It's almost as if they started outfitting a polar trip by going to the local department store. But not Nansen. Preparation was so critical, it would help him survive what lay ahead. So with all the planning coming together, much of it at the last minute, Nansen had 2 other things on his plate. The first was that he was taking Inuit language lessons from Christiania by the retired governor of southern Greenland. That the expedition would interact with the Inuit was not a sure thing. And Nansen prepared for any such encounter. The second item was his dissertation. Remember that? He had submitted his dissertation for a musical number, and the staff at Christiania University had considered it for months. Now it was time for Nansen to defend his provocative paper. There would be 3 days of written exams followed by Nansen's defense of his report. Simply going through the devil's advocate process, where 2 points on the paper's results would essentially challenge Nansen and his findings. The date for his oral defense was April 28, 1888, just 4 days before he was sent to depart for Greenland. Well, it's not like Nansen had anything else to do. Anyhow, the clash between Nansen and his opponents was fierce. The big thing was that Nansen was proposing some radical ideas that meant setting aside commonly accepted theories. Such thinking required an open mind, and in some ways a leap of faith. To Nansen, he again probably saw himself as the hero in an Ibsen play, the scientist whose ideas are dismissed by the narrow-minded establishment because it threatens their own ideas and beliefs. No matter, despite recognizing the legitimate issues with Nansen's paper, the committee would also take note of his
Oh, you should be like, oh, dog. Oh,
He would thus grant Nansen his doctorate.
why don't you just go like this, go online?
Was made, and it would be many long months before Nansen finds out that he is now Dr. Nansen. And with that, Nansen and his team would set out on their expedition to cross Greenland. And that is where we will leave things for today. Next time we will pick up Nansen as he heads to Greenland and begins his historic attempt to cross the world's largest island. I hope you enjoyed today's episode. Please take care, and I will see you next time. The Explorers podcast is part of the Airwave Media Network. Go to airwavemedia.com to find other independent podcasts, such as Attaboy Clarence and Ben Franklin's World.
Sticky notes, email alerts, the string around your finger. You're just not big enough. So here's a big reminder from the California Lottery. The most Mega Millions jackpot is over $300 billion. Why now? These players want to Hey, it's Otis Gray. Do you have trouble falling asleep? Well, you should check out this podcast called Sleepy. It's where I read old classics and help you fall asleep sometimes. It was the worst of it. It was the age. And that's it. So get tucked in, fluff up the cool side of your pillow, and take a one-way train down to Sleepy Town. Unless you're driving, then please don't listen to Sleepy. New
episodes go out every Sunday, so you can get refreshed for subscribe to Sleepy wherever you get your podcasts.
The Ducks get the
Sweet dreams.
Colorado Avalanche tonight. I'm Wayne Resnick, KFI Sports. Here
So,
are traditional
meaning the men were
investments
fighting
are
for every
great
foot
right
they
now.
advanced.
So how about
When they pulled into
investing in
a
an
camp at
asset
night,
that not
all
only
the
holds
men were
its value, but
exhausted.
is simply fun to
And there
own?
were other mishaps to delay them as well, such as the time Dietrichson fell off one of the boats, breaking an oar at the same
Rolex,
time.
Omega, Cartier,
On August 6th, the
Tudor,
men again ran into some Inuit.
buy,
They traded
sell,
with them, offering the
trade,
native sewing needles, something they prized. The boats would travel with the Inuit for a while before partying. On August 8th, the team agreed to register a fjord and work their way
I
through
like
a period of icebergs. Some of these were huge. In fact, the boats actually rode into a tunnel and through
So
one
did
big
Draft.
berg. 2 days later, the team would reach Munich Bay, a lone fjord about 120 miles or 190 kilometers south of Skrillex. The fjord Nansen was originally aiming for. However, the men had been in their boats and on the ice for nearly 2 months, and they'd been rowing for 12 straight days. The season was getting late. Nansen would scout up the fjord and find the ice appeared to stretch from the water's edge and onto the ice cap. Of it, he would say it was, quote, so simple that we had never hoped for anything better,
So
end
calendar
quote.
from KFI
With
looks
that,
like we've
Nansen
got
decided to make this their final landfall. From here, they would make the dash to Disco Bay.
It looks like by tomorrow, though, we'll
The
cool
team
it
would
down
set up
just
camp
right
on shore
around
and have
15
coffee and feast on some birds Nansen had shot out of sledging rations. They had survived their hunting, mostly seabirds. The 6 men would spend 5 days at the camp, recuperating from their time on the ice and in the boats, plus preparing for their inland journey. Water had gotten into everything, and anything with steel parts on it, like the runners on the skis and sledges, was rusted, and many of the camp rations were encrusted in mold. Nansen would pack most of the supplies onto 5 sledges, but he did cache a collection of items, including 2 extra guns and ammunition. When they wanted the boat time to attempt the crossing of Greenland.
This is a manual.
Follow me, man.
Benny has a T12 spot compression fracture.
I fell on my back and it made a loud sound.
Benny just met with his team of pediatric orthopedic specialists at Cedars-Sinai Dairy Children's to coordinate his follow-up care.
They said I'm healing like a pro.
What else did they say?
Stay off the monkey bars for 6 weeks.
Cedars-Sinai Dairy Children's.
Expert care made for kids.
Visit cedarsinai.org/made-for-kids.
U.S. Bank
Prepare to
is
enter an immersive world
with
of
retail
tragedies,
in California by J.D. Power.
hauntings,
Since California has home the most awards,
folklore.
we prepare to thank you.
Californians everywhere, we've been proud to help you plan like an
Southern Cut is a podcast that will take you deep into the dark history of haunted lore of the American South, exploring some of the region's most infamous tales, from the swamps of Louisiana to the shores of the Carolinas, isolated communities of Appalachia, and the bloody battlefields and earliest settlements of Virginia. Wherever you get your podcasts.
CRE number 0961658.
It had taken Nansen and his men a month to reach the launching spot of their effort.
Straight from every tap in the house. It filters out the chlorine and contaminants while retaining
Holy
minerals.
fucking shit.
There's no filters to change ever. It's maintenance free. New customers get a free Epipure antibacterial filter. That's worth $825. This ends March 31st. Call 800-803-26. Ice source water. Taste and feel the difference.
I don't believe you're fucking
Having 38,000 items in stock and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America.
They sent me a fucking magazine once. It's the best fucking thing they ever did. Why?
Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Running out of hot water? Visit waterheatersonly.com. Service, friendly technician.
Hey guys, do you use tires? No. Do you use water heaters? You sell computers? No. No, actually we don't. We actually just sell water heaters. Oh, okay. Well, can I get dog leash then? No. Dude, we sell water heaters. Oh, okay. So can I get like a Coke? Or shut the fuck up, dog. Alright, are you done? Yo, dog, where's the thing? It's called Chill Zone. Yo, I should be like, oh, dude, I'm just hanging out in Chill Zone. Oh, I got all my friends here in Chill Zone. Holy shit. Tons of friends. I love it. Watch it crash. Watch it crash, Yosh. I love it. I love it when it crashes. My favorite. I give you a massive protest in Israel, baby.
Well, not getting rid of the say.
I really like that tweet.
It is time for, as we do every
Where is
day,
it?
Do they have a case with Wayne Resnick and moi?
Yo, is this like a thing?
How Wayne broke into talk radio, by the way, writing those songs. And they were so good that he became a talk show host. That worked out. There's very little connection between writing songs.
Yoshi.
I'm just being an asshole. That's okay. Yeah. If you write things for people who are talk show hosts, though, that's true. That's how you use it differently here. It's not one of those things that you train for. It just sort of happens. Yeah. All right, you ready to do it? Let's do they have a case? With our first case, Wayne. All right, I'm going to let you decide which one we do first I'm going to give you one word of each one. You want to have feather, or do you want to have boisterous?
Yosh. It went away? I swear to fucking God.
Let's do feather. All right, now. This involves a young lady graduating from high school at a school where the district does not allow you to put anything on your graduation cap. You must not. And the wearing of the eagle feather is a long and very deeply important tradition at graduations because of the history. I won't spend too much time on it, but it's important to understand why it's important to her.
Shout out to people from like Asia and why it's put later on people in
American children away from their families and put them in these boarding schools and tried to get them to assimilate and wouldn't let them have any of the things of their culture or speak their language. Or correct. And these kids in these schools would be punished for not assimilating. All right, so he asks for a religious exemption. They say, sorry, there are no exceptions to this rule. Nobody puts anything on their cap, doesn't matter what it is. So she shows up anyway with the eagle feather on the cap. And I've seen a picture of it, and just sort of people are imagining something huge or visually distracting. It's not. It is a very
overfull icon. What the fuck?
On the top of the graduation cap. And they won't let her in. Sorry, we have a rule. No exceptions. You can't participate. Wow, what a bummer. Except there's a kid with a breast cancer awareness.
No, that's it. That's it. You don't have to go any further.
And there he is. There he is.
And they let him in.
And so she sues.
Did they just take it away?
And a violation of First Amendment, and that this policy is not.
You think that's gonna stop me, you fucks?
Enforced, and that she was the victim of either content discrimination or viewpoint discrimination because they wouldn't let her in and let breast cancer awareness man in. Does she now? Here's the thing. There is it seems like there's nothing to discuss here. This is whether she is allowed to pursue this case or whether it is summarily dismissed.
Correct.
You say, what is the defense? What could it be? Here's the do we know the other kid, breast cancer awareness sticker kid? How do we know he just didn't break the rule and got away with it?
Oh, good point.
Okay, so and the response to that is, well, you're not even allowing me to pursue it to find out.
Right.
So, does she have a case specifically in that? Does she have the right to pursue it to find out what's going on?
I can't see how she could not. Because the issue of you didn't know or he got away with it, we're talking about the breast cancer awareness kid, that is a factual issue, and that should be brought up in trial. So she should absolutely go forward. That did it. The issue, it would have been a much more fun case if that college, sometimes high school is what people do to their gowns and their graduation hats, their graduation caps. That's what's fun about graduating. When I graduated law school, I graduated with a chef's hat, and it was a giant word law at the bottom of my chef's hat. I got a degree in chef's law.
And there was some crazy stuff. God, I hate schools. Oh, no, you can't. Come on. Of course you can. That's what's fun. Graduation is fun. By the way, just as I crossed, just another story, is as I crossed the dais and I was shook hands with the president and was given the diploma, my constitutional law teacher is he's one of the teachers that are sitting down on the dais on the platform. And as I passed, you could actually hear him say, "Handel, you are a travesty." He actually said that. He actually did say that. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back and we'll do more. Do they have a case with Wayne? In the meantime, let's check in with Jennifer Jones-Lee live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Thrill after Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu fired his defense minister. The top Federal Reserve official says recent stress in the banking sector is bringing the U.S. closer to recession. And actor Daniel Radcliffe is going to be a dad. His representative confirmed to People magazine that Harry Potter star and his longtime girlfriend are expecting their first child. We'll get a look at your drive on the 101 in just a moment.
Your house is worth a ton of money. I mean, over the last few years, you can imagine what the values are. And maybe it's time now, if you've been thinking of borrowing against your home, and interest rates are going up, so, okay, let's pull the trigger now. If you need $75,000 or more and you've been waiting, maybe now's the time because your house is not going to be worth more next year. And let me suggest HMS Capital can help you borrow that money with the equity that you've built. There are no appraisal or credit report fees to apply for. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. Clearly, I'm a fan. They have the best rates, still do, best rates, and their service is impeccable. So call HMS Capital at 833-255-5698. 833-255.
SoCal weather from KFI. We've got a mostly sunny day ahead. Highs will be in the low to mid 60s. This report is brought to you by Caltrans and CleanCA.com. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places like the 101.
Yeah, a little issue there on the 101 freeway in Studio City as you head, the crash is on the northbound side right there at Laurel Canyon, but it's the southbound or eastbound, however you want to look at it, side that's especially slow from before the 405 headed towards Universal City. Southbound side of the 405, you're going to eat the brakes, looks like right around Victory Boulevard, making your way down to this over the pass. Opens up once you get past Sunset Boulevard. In Ontario, still a bad crash. Cannon Freeway westbound before Haven. 2 right lanes are blocked there. Things are slow from Cherry Avenue coming out of Fontana. And in Santa Monica, crash there on the right shoulder, causing you some delays. Westbound side of the 10 past Lincoln. That's slow from Cloverfield Boulevard. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Will Goldschreiber.
If you've got joint pain and they're telling you surgery is your best option, please stop what you're doing. Call QC Kinetics.
Hey, it's Gary and Shannon. The folks at QC Kinetics have been using the latest, most advanced regenerative treatments to bring lasting pain relief the natural way.
This harnesses your own body's healing agents to restore and repair damaged tissue in your knees, hips, shoulder, back.
And these precision treatments are done in the office. No drugs and no downtime.
QC Kinetics has hundreds of clinics all over America and thousands of satisfied patients.
If your joints have been aching from arthritis
It
or
said it
injury,
sent.
look beyond steroids and surgery and discover the amazing possibilities with regenerative medicine.
Especially this time of year, you need to be living life to the fullest, doing the stuff you love to do.
If you can get relief and avoid going under the knife, doesn't it make sense to check this out?
QC Kinetics in Glendale, Orange, and Mission Viejo. QC Kinetics, call for a free consultation.
213-997-PAIN. That's 213-997-PAIN. 213-997-PAIN. Losing your air conditioning on a hot summer day can be a sweaty old nightmare, and no one wants that, Zach. Help your air conditioner last longer and reduce breakdowns with a rejuvenation.
We'll make 6 critical adjustments so you'll stay cool, use less energy, and increase the life of your system.
We'll clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way. Reduce. We'll keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
Your tweet and then it doesn't show. I like that. That was one of the coolest things about it. It disappeared, dog.
Radio app has it all for free. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Portions of the
following program will be recorded.
And now, a few words from your daughter.
Hey, it's Jennifer Jones. Will you join me and my team of Wake Up Call Wigglers at Brookside Park in Pasadena Sunday, April 2nd for Pasadena Humane's Wiggle Waggle Walk to raise funds to help them care for the hundreds of animals they take in each year. To donate or join our team and walk with us, go to KFIAM640.com/wiggle.
KFIAM 640 for stimulating talk.
KFI AM 640, Bill Handel here on a Monday morning, March 27th. Now, news that just broke. Bill Washington, who had been nominated to head the FAA, has just withdrawn his name from the nomination. And it was some Republicans that criticized him based on the fact that his experience, he was CEO of Denver International Airport, and Ted Cruz actually led the move to not nominate him or not confirm him, saying he didn't have enough heavy
Here you go, Yosh.
FAA
Look,
airline
it went away.
experience, as he was a businessman, CEO of Denver, and he'd only been there for 2 years. So so Cruz said we need someone with much more experience in aviation, and so Bill Washington said, "I'm done. Thank you very much." All right, let's go ahead and move on. We finish our Monday with do they have a case with Wayne and me? Boisterous. What does it mean to be boisterous? This matters to a bunch of school children in South Carolina. South Carolina has 2 laws that are the subject of this case. One of them is a general disorderly conduct law, and it's a crime, a misdemeanor, to conduct oneself in a disorderly or boisterous manner. And the other law that they have specifically is about schools. They call it the Disturbing Schools Law, and it says it's a crime to interfere with or disturb in any way or in any place the students or teachers of any school or college in the state, or to act in an obnoxious manner thereon. Now, sometimes you have laws, and they're on the books, but nobody ever does anything.
Yosh,
with
this is sucking some major dick, dog.
the schools love it. There was a DA in South Carolina who had to write a letter to the school district in his jurisdiction and say, please stop referring all these kids to me for criminal prosecution. You must have some kind of internal disciplinary action. Over a 5 years, the disorderly conduct law, and over the same period, over 90 for the disturbing the schools. Well, finally, a bunch of the kids get together. I mean, their parents and their lawyers got together, and they file a big class action lawsuit saying these laws are unconstitutional because they are too vague. And as you know, Bill, if a law is too vague, it is void for vagueness. You can't have it in a criminal law. You have a right to know specifically what's prohibited and whether or not your behavior would violate it. So it centers on basically a couple of things, the main one being boisterous.
Tim Cook's account is suspended.
What it is to be boisterous under this law, they just use the word boisterous.
That's hilarious.
What do you think? Is that too
At
vague?
Tim Twitter at Tim Cook.
How did you even decide if it was too vague? I immediately refer, I think of, well, first of all, I think the problem here is application of the law, where it is beyond reasonable. They have to have other ways of dealing with this, because this is so overloading the system that the DA says, come on, you can't do this.
But is that,
The legal issue
he's
here
got to have his
is
own
what is
fucking thing.
boisterous. What is disorderly when you argue disorderly conduct?
Lovely.
And I don't know the answer. The police
Yoshi.
will come out and say it's too loud, but maybe you've got a neighbor that has super sensitive
Is this the real Tim Cook he has an account
How about a
suspended?
dog that barks
If
in
so,
the
like,
next
shouldn't
door?
they,
The
isn't that
dog
like a
barking
thing?
is
Like,
too loud.
couldn't he be like, hey, dog,
What does that
can you give
mean?
me that bitch back?
And how do the police determine that? I mean, I had a case, oh, God, my daughter lived in a condo that was
Oh, his
down,
underscore.
where a downstairs neighbor was screaming too loud, and actually filed a lawsuit against us. Saying that your daughter was being too loud. Right, saying my daughter and her roommate was being too loud. We had to fight it. We hired a sound engineer to actually determine what the decibel 110 decibels or 105 decibels are too loud. Because really loud though. I know you just threw those numbers out. I did. 105 decibels. Yeah, it's a jet. Yeah, I know it's a 707 jet engine. It's a jet engine from the 70s. But the point is that they're going to say that, and here's what I'm guessing. Even though I think that boisterous, it can be determined what boisterous is based on the other laws of disorderly conduct. Someone has to determine that. But I'm going to say that boisterous is not too vague, except I know the court went, it's too vague. I know that. When a word is not defined in the law that it's in, where do you look? You look at the dictionary. Or you go to
What is that called?
Of the legislation too, but that could be, you're right. So you go to the dictionary, Merriam-Webster. So boisterous can mean all of these things: noisily turbulent, rowdy, marked by or expressive of exuberance and high spirits. So the problem here is you have a law that, in the way it's written, if some kids are on the playground and they're going, yay, 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 somebody decides you're boisterous, off you go for a misdemeanor criminal charge. They tried to do what you're doing. How is it being applied? What's the common sense that's being brought here? And they got a cop on the stand, and they said, well, like, how do you decide when you would arrest a kid or not? And he said,
Yosh, this thing sucks.
He said,
Yosh be like, oh, dog. You wanted to see it?
That I turned around to see what was happening.
Oh, dog, that's fucking impossible. Oh, no. No, make it so that nobody can see anything. There you go. That's how it works.
Yeah, well, that made no sense. I mean, that on its face makes no sense. Well, so now, what do you do? Because remember, some laws on their, in fact, talk for a second about the difference between it's facially unconstitutional or it's unconstitutional as applied. Well, because one the way it's written, for example, what they're doing with it, and the other one does.
What am I waiting, dog?
That you can't determine. The other one is where it would be deemed constitutional, but it is applied in a capricious, complied in a way that makes no sense, as you pointed out, with this particular case. But they held the law itself was unconstitutional, right? Because the word boisterous was in there. That the words of the law are if you're violated or not, meaning as it's written, it's unconstitutional. I'd like to know the definition of disorderly too, in Merriam-Webster. You're not going to like the answer, but I'll give it to you. Without order, lack of order. Well, there you go. That makes sense constitutionally. All right, Wayne. Shannon, good morning.
My name is ViralRabbi.
Good morning.
You're wearing, it looks like you're in the middle of going outside in the winter. The shawl and all that.
Yeah. Comes to cold. Yeah. You, on the other hand, every time you wear that shirt, I think about the dead man who it belongs to. Because I know that's one of your flea market finds.
It is.
And I know
it's my favorite shirt.
Yeah, and it's hideous. It's the most hideous shirt I've ever seen.
Yeah, it is.
It's probably my least most favorite shirt of yours. And whoever owned that shirt before you did is dead.
Probably.
Long dead.
Yeah, probably.
Like maybe 1993.
Yeah, well, maybe
dead?
Probably his father is dead too.
Yeah.
Okay, and is this my?
Oh, it's so. It sure is. It's so hideous.
Yeah, it is. I love it. Michelle hates it.
Oh, it's terrible.
Thank you. What do you have on the show?
It hurts my eyes. It's like visual jihad is what that shirt is.
Well, what? What's going on today?
I don't know. I just got here.
All right. Today, Shannon is going to talk about. She just got here and I have a good show. Coming up next, Gary and Shannon. This is KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Congratulations to Steve Gregory, earning 2 more Golden Mike Awards for his collection. I mean, it's kind of a collection. All right, it's basically hoarding. Steve Gregory's hoarding Golden Mike Awards.
KFI.
The KOST HD2.
Los Angeles.
What in the flying fuck?
Everywhere on
I'm Jennifer Jones, League Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A hillside in Pacific Palisades has slid into a home. KFI's Blake Trolley reports live from the Palisades, where at least 2 homes have been evacuated.
A family of 8 lives in one of the homes the hillside ran into. A man was also evacuated from his home, which sits above the impacted hillside. He tells me he saw some cracks in his floor yesterday.
It wasn't anything big. Then I had to go out for something else. When I came back the second time, I went back to see what was going on, and it was like 16 inches down.
He says those cracks grew and grew, and by the time firefighters told him to leave last night, those cracks were 6 to 7 feet deep and a few feet wide. Firefighters who responded secured all utilities and requested teams to assess the integrity of the man's house. A grading inspector and geologist are set to respond today to assess the situation. No injuries have been reported. Reporting live in Pacific Palisades, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
News is brought to you by Pacific Coast Termite. The water use restrictions in
Yo,
California
dog.
have been lifted as a result of all of our rain and
Yo,
snow.
should be like,
The state has canceled its
oh, you
request
wanted
for
to see if somebody
voluntary
was watching you?
15% water
Impossible.
conservation statewide, and it's
Really?
ending its
Well, yeah,
requirement
we were gonna
that
make it
local
really
water
easy and make it like a
implement
thing. I'm like, hey, bing, somebody's here, but no, let's jerk each other off and wear masks.
grass on commercial property is still banned. People in a rural town between Temecula and Hemet say they're being terrorized by wild dogs that have mauled and killed about 300 sheep and goats.
The Remetzenal girls, come on, people have livelihoods. You're gonna take away how they provide for themselves.
Earlier this month.
Dude, I swear to God, if they took down this tweet, I'm gonna flip.
Week when his neighbor called to tell him a group of wild dogs attacked his family's livestock. A sheep and 30 goats were killed near his home. The man says it was a massacre. 2 men from Murrieta have been killed in a helicopter crash near Paris in Riverside County. It crashed Saturday in the town of Nuevo. Authorities say a call was received about an emergency in the air moments before a 7-seater helicopter went down in a remote area. Officials are trying to figure out what caused the crash. President Biden has issued an emergency declaration for Mississippi, where more than 24 people have been killed by an EF4 tornado. The National Weather Service says preliminary information shows that Twister Friday was on the ground for more than an hour. This man says his parents were killed when the tornado dropped an 18-wheeler on their house.
We finally found them over here, laying under that 18-wheeler. You know,
Go get it back, baby.
he was on his
They
back.
took it down.
She was just laying beside him with her arm on him.
At least 1 person died from a tornado that hit Alabama. A tornado yesterday in Georgia destroyed 80 to 100 homes and caused several injuries. Israel's national security minister says the plan to overhaul the country's judiciary has just been postponed. The announcement comes after tens of thousands of Israelis demonstrated outside Parliament in Jerusalem in protest of the plan. For the first time ever, the country's largest union also went on strike. This protester says she would fight until order is returned to her country. 800,000 members of Israel's largest trade union stopped work, and diplomats walked off the job at foreign missions. The resistance comes after tens of thousands of people burst into the streets in the country, lit bonfires on Tel Aviv's main highway, and closed roads throughout the country for hours. And the federal government has found a buyer for the failed Silicon Valley Bank, which was seized to protect depositors. ABC's Mark Remillard says the FDIC reached an agreement with North Carolina's First Citizens Bank to take on all of Silicon Valley's deposits and loans.
The statement says the transaction includes First Citizens purchasing about $72 billion.
They took it down again.
And that both the FDIC and First Citizens will share in losses and the potential recovery of loans going forward.
Customers of Silicon Valley Bank will automatically become First Citizens customers. The former SVB branches will reopen today as First Citizens Bank. Taking a look at your KFI financial update brought to you by Jacoby and Myers. The unleaded gas in California is $4.82. Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. Justice for you since 1972. SoCal weather from KFI. We've got a mostly sunny day ahead. Temperatures will be in the mid-60s for the most part today. Then by tomorrow, more clouds are coming in with our first chance of showers this week coming tomorrow night after midnight. Better chance happening Wednesday, Thursday with a chance of snow in the mountains as well, and highs those days just in the upper 50s to right at 60. But now it's 52 in Laguna Hills, 53 in Baldwin Park, 50 in Pacoima. Let's get a look at your drive with KFI in the sky, and we're going back to the 10.
Yeah, we weren't, but we are. Here in Ontario, the 10 Houston Freeway westbound right before Haven Avenue. So we have a crash involving a couple of big rigs there. Traffic stopped from Cherry Avenue out of Fontana on the 10. I would definitely opt for the 60 if that is an option for you headed out of the Haruka Valley there, because the 10 is just no fun. We've got issues in Corona 91 westbound at Auto Center Drive. Crash there has things kind of slow from Main Street. Some earlier problems on the 60 in Roland Heights eastbound, right before Fullerton Road. Crash there on the right shoulder. You will still find some delays back from 7th Avenue. And problems from the San Fernando Valley. First of all, in Encino, crash there, 101 southbound before Balboa. That's in the center lane. That's really tying things up from Tampa. And then beyond that, right around Laurel Canyon, we had a crash there as well, clearing and expecting slow from the 405. KFI in the sky. Let's get you there faster. I'm Will Colstrider.
This hour is brought to you by your Southern California Toyota dealers. Let's go places. Lowe's MVP's bonus days are back for pros. Right now, buy a DeWalt 20-volt max power stack battery 2-pack at $199. Get a select DeWalt Bear tool free. Plus, earn 3 times the bonus points on all Metabo HPT tools and products. Shop even more savings and bonus points offers during MVP's bonus days at Lowe's. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts effect. About 320 to 331. Subject to change. Selection varies by location. Loss of life last. Discount taken at time of purchase. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details.
At Southern California Edison, keeping our community safe from the threat of wildfire.
Elon Musk, I swear to fucking God, dog. I'm gonna fucking stick my foot so far up this fucking bird's ass if you don't get this fucking tweet off.
On 50,000 square miles of community and wild spaces, helping to keep our community safe is a job we take very seriously because the communities are the communities we live and work in too. Learn more at SCE.com/mitigation.
Inflation is nothing more than legalized debt. Hi, I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and to preserve your wealth, I highly recommend keeping physical gold in your retirement account. To learn more, text the word SHELTER to 989898 to get a free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold, which is the only gold IRA company I trust. So text SHELTER to 989898 to request your free info kit right now.
Call Service Champions for an $88 precision gear tune-up or visit servicechampions.com.
KFI.
More stimulating talk.
An iHeart radio station.
All right, drop the fish. Who's Gary? Gary Hoffman. He's my best friend. I am understandably curious. Shannon Farron. You use sarcasm consistently.
And yet you're still here.
Consider this right here. Gary and Shannon. Do you think that's going viral? That's going viral.
There were so many KFI events over the weekend that you and I were not invited to.
Gary and Shannon. Everywhere.
I was like scrolling through social media and I'm like, oh, the Golden Mike. Oh, there's Emily. There's everyone. And then I'm like, oh, there's the Dr. game. There's everyone but us. Okay.
Well, that happened because my big mouth was on the air talking one morning about, oh, hey, I saw that it was the Freeway series. And I was like, hey, we shall go. But I was saying that to Nick and Tyler and whatever. Then it became a thing, and then we talked to Weeks, and then I got a ticket.
Oh, no, we suck. We know we suck, and that's why we're never invited anywhere.
We can eat up the oxygen in our...
We really do.
We apologize.
We apologize. Next time you're going. You're going to take my seat next time.
No, it's okay. I thought it was such a better time without us. Honestly.
No, but it did make me feel really good.
Big
Bumped heads with Gary this morning in my exuberance over the Dodgers winning. My head does hurt.
Oh, I just asked for zoom out. Yeah, she's like, oh, zoom out. Well, here are tits.
It's supposed to be 50-50.
Who invented this search engine? 13-year-old boys?
30-40% from her head to my jaw. And I went,
oh, you want to just, like, I just want to turn off nudity for 1 second. It's like, nope, you got to go to the settings, and then...
Yeah. So I don't know how you would, like, there's a buffer in between you guys.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, listen,
Yoshi, you want to see? You want to see what we got going on? Oh, Yoshi, like, oh, dog, you're 32 minutes into this motherfucker. We're ready for it to bomb out on you. He's like, yeah, Yoshi. He's like, oh, don't. Oh, don't.
the deal that was reached
the Workers Union, SEIU, and LAUSD. We have some Terror in the Skies we got to get to, speaking of. We got So Death Do Us Part a little bit later.
That's the new segment that we unveiled.
And I love it.
You Are Gone.
I love it.
Yeah,
I love
Mondo
this
came up
ride.
with it, and it's great. It usually ends in murder.
Oh, I have a Mixtape Monday thing that we're going to have to bring up. My wife and daughter started listening to a song. I'm almost certain, like 98% certain, you will know the song. I've never heard it before in my life, and they were both singing it at the top of their lungs, dancing in the kitchen last night.
Okay.
And it was one of those moments where I felt like I am so completely out of touch. It's not a new song.
So you are out of touch when it comes to music, but that's okay. You're 50.
Watch your mouth.
Watch your mouth. No, but I was Cyrus song, and it was driving me insane because it reminded me of another song, and I couldn't put my finger on it. And so I Google it, and another song came up that it allegedly samples, and that wasn't the one I was thinking of. And then suddenly, like a epiphany, I heard it, and I was like, that is exactly the song. And it's crazy because the song that it's reminiscent of was not a huge hit. I mean, it was a hit, but it was also like 20 years ago. So we'll get into that as well. Okay.
Oh, cool. Oh, good. Well, I'm glad we got a big show, Fox. These people don't give a shit about their job.
And Chris Little and I were like, it's not a real tornado. We're like, yeah, it's not. And then when the eventual pictures came out, it was obviously there was some damage there, and I felt bad. I was like, my news judgment is off when I thought it's not really a tornado. And then what happened over the weekend happened, and I realized that my new judgment was absolutely accurate because this is a tornado.
At least 26 people killed in this tornado.
Yo, dog.
In Mississippi. Rolling Fork, Mississippi is basically gone.
Jesus Christ.
They
How is that a screensaver?
More severe weather over the course of the next couple
That's
of
what I
days.
want,
Search and rescue was working last night through the rubble as they were trying to find any survivors if there were any. Mary Cockrell, by the way, is a resident of Rolling Fork.
Give me that DVD screensaver, dog.
Harvey.
That's close.
We're sitting down
Oh, you're fucking me.
we could see the light.
Oh, there it is.
Really bad.
Hell yeah.
You could hear it roaring.
Oh, man.
Some folks say it sounds like a train.
Oh,
I
man.
It was bad, but I didn't
Gosh.
connect it with. Then I said, let's get in the hall. That's the only thing I know. Get in the hall. We grabbed our little Yorkie tripper. We got in the hall. We had two blankets. We covered each other up with blankets. He wouldn't. He kept
Gosh.
standing over me and getting more move. And I said, you're going to have to move. I said, that tree. I see it coming down through a big oak tree, old oak tree. And
DVD logo similar?
I said, well, I think the raptors called it. And it did. It didn't come down on us. But God was just with it.
She was interviewed by CNN this morning. Her best friend, she said, was killed and her husband were killed in that tornado.
Back. Don't worry, lady. And nobody else is like, we'll get them back. Screensaver? That's not a screensaver, lady. Anybody? I had. How not, Mom? Thursday is for this.
Handle this morning referred to the similarities with
No, damn it.
because it was just everything was just either gone or in splinters. Homes that were just devastated by
Damn
all
it.
this. And a weird thing that happened
Being
with the
updated,
Washington
too.
Post this morning had split screen pictures. One side was one half of
Jesus
the street
Christ.
from a couple of months ago, a satellite picture, and the other one was from this week.
I like that. I'm not high maintenance. It's worth the effort.
Is all of this beautiful greenery, lush lawns, full trees, and on the right side, the leaves and the smaller branches of every single tree gone. So it's just these weird, apocalyptic, stripped trees that are now standing there.
Did you hear about the tigers?
Oh, in Georgia.
Yeah, 2 tigers escaped their enclosures yesterday at a zoo in Georgia after the tornado damaged the animal park there. It's a drive-through zoo.
Fuck.
Okay.
I've never heard of such.
That'd be a kind of zoo.
But sounds cool. But the 2 tigers are safe back in their enclosures. They were out of traipsing about like a tiger.
Yeah, after you've already been...
Right, I guess.
dealing with the tornado fears.
Hey guys, I'm also keeping an eye. We've had a shooting at a school in Nashville.
Yeah, I just saw
Did you
that
see this?
also.
Active aggressor. Have you ever seen it categorized as that? Nashville Fire just put it out as an active aggressor.
At the middle school, too.
Jesus Christ,
The
ladies.
shooter is
Calm
dead,
down, women.
according to Metro Nashville PD. Strange wording.
It really
Active
is.
aggressor. Multiple.
Southwest, it looks like, of downtown Nashville. Again, if you know where the Bluebird Cafe is, pretty iconic place out in that area. So, good point. We'll keep an eye on that. Coming back. Well, the Manhattan grand jury of the kickoff for the campaign was the... Anyway, we'll talk about the latest and all of that stuff. Donald Trump's rally down in Waco, all of that still coming up. Gary and Shannon will continue. Jennifer Jones-Lee is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
And we're continuing to monitor the situation just outside Nashville at Covenant Pool, where Nashville Fire Department says there was an active aggressor, and you have Metro Nashville PD saying that an active shooter is now dead after multiple patients in the area. So as soon as we get better definition on this, we'll bring it to you. House of Representatives is moving forward on a bill that would ban TikTok in the U.S., and Philadelphia is rescinding its bottled water alert. The advisory went out after a chemical spill in the Delaware River over the weekend. We'll get a look at your drive with KFI in the sky in just a moment.
So why should you choose Sweet James if you're hurt in a car accident or motorcycle accident or trucking accident? Well, let's let the results speak for themselves. Some of the settlements won for injured victims by the attorneys at Sweet James. $29 million.
That's incredible.
Now, Sweet James wins for clients hurt in these types of cases 98% of the time.
They settle more money in 1 year than most firms settle in their lifetime.
Look at that.
If you're hurt in an
Fuckered
accident
asshole.
and results matter to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James.
You pay nothing until they win. Now, I can't guarantee the outcome of any case, but it is important
Nothing from
to
the
have an
oven.
experienced and successful law firm on your side.
Get a free consultation, 800-500-5200, 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200, or go to sweetjames.com.
SoCal weather from KFI. It's a partly cloudy day ahead with highs in the low to mid 60s. This report is brought to you by BeWaterWise.com. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places like the 101.
Into the 101 freeway southbound or eastbound right there before Balboa. Crash on the right shoulder. Traffic slow from Rebecca coming out of the West Valley. That's right
It's
there.
painful, kids.
Southbound side of the 405, you're going to start to hit the brakes just a little bit south of Victory Boulevard, making your way on down to this Pocono Pass. It opens up nicely once you get past Sunset Boulevard. Over on the other side of the valley, the 101 right around Laurel Canyon. Now, we had reports of a crash on the northbound side, but it's the southbound side. It's pretty slow as you get away from Woodman Avenue headed towards the Hollywood area there. Very slow as well on the westbound side of the 10, getting away from the 110 freeway. Slow and go all the way out to Mid-City. And in Ontario, finally some good news on the 10 freeway westbound before Haven. They have cleared the crash there involving big rigs. Still slow out of Montana. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. Hello, folks, forever.
This report is sponsored by Albertsons and Vons. Shop with your Vons or Albertsons for used coupons and save. Get fresh 80% lean ground beef for $1.83 per pound, unit 10 pounds. And red or green cubic grapes for $1.83 per pound with digital coupon on Albertsons or Vons.com. Valid now through March 28th.
Brought to you by the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California, with rebates for water-saving devices and tips to reduce water use inside and out. Visit BeWaterWise.com. That's BeWaterWise.com.
Staples Print and Marketing Services help small business print big. Now get $15 off signs, banners, and posters when you spend $75 or more. Offer ends 4/15. Visit staples.com/printbig for details. This is your sign to try Staples, where prints are perfect, guaranteed.
Inflation is nothing more than legalized theft. Hi, I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and to preserve your wealth, I highly recommend keeping physical gold in your retirement account. To learn more, text the word SHELTER to 989898 to get a free info kit on Gold IRA from Birch Gold, which is the only gold IRA company I trust. So text SHELTER to 989898 to request your free info kit right now.
Lowe's MVP's bonus days are back for pros. Right now, buy a DeWalt 20-volt max power stack battery 2-pack at $199. Get a select DeWalt Bear tool free. Plus, earn 3 times the bonus points on all Metabo HPT tools and products. Shop even more savings and bonus points offers during MVP's bonus days at Lowe's. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts event. About 320 to 331. Subject to change. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details.
Join us to celebrate the songs and artists you've loved over the past year.
At our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Awards.
Hosted by Lenny Kravitz.
With individual award recipients Taylor Swift.
And performances by iHeart Icon Award recipient Coldplay, Kelly Clarkson, LL Cool J,
That thing's on?
Pat Benatar, and Neil Giraldo, Lotto, Money
Yeah,
Law,
whatever.
Cody Johnson, and more.
Watch on Fox and listen on iHeartRadio.
Tonight at 8 p.m.
Do you know what percentage Americans have a double-digit IQ? 50%. 25% are under 90. That's what you're dealing with in government. You're dealing with everybody with a room temperature IQ.
John and Ken.
Right, but that's why government is incompetent.
Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Are you done? It's my like Sean S. Split screen. Holy shit. Lady.
So we will keep you updated, not only on the severe storms in the south, but the story that Jonesy told us about just before we went to break. First responders in Tennessee, and the scene of a shooting at an elementary school / middle school. Covenant School is a private Christian school, according to its website, down in the southwest part of Nashville, out in some of the suburbs there. We do know that there was what they referred to as an active shooter event. The Nashville Fire Department called it an active aggressor. And according to Nashville Fire, their tweet just simply said that they have multiple patients, but there are other reports that there may have been some fatalities.
That's not again there, Bill. Fucking Murray.
Authorities cracking down on drug labs and smuggling while the U.S. does more
Where's
to stop
Michelle?
and track the flow of
And-
firearms into Mexico.
We're following the story
Go
of
the fuck on,
banking-wise as well. First,
No, Bill
citizens
fucking Murray was center of the universe, and you all the fucking
Silicon
masters machine
Valley
is center of the
Bank
multiverse.
just
That's why
collapsed
they
a few
made
weeks ago, according to the FDIC. All Silicon Valley Bank's 17 branches
Really? Yeah.
reopened
But it's
today
live.
as
Oh,
first
my grandson.
citizens.
Let's go.
Citizens said the branch
All right,
will
dog.
operate as Silicon Valley Bank.
We're continuing as accused of steering lucrative county contracts to a
You're
USC
fucking me.
social work school in exchange for the slate of benefits for his son, which he faces 5 years.
Did you see the whole Gwyneth Paltrow? We talked a little bit about it on Friday when she took the stand. She's in Park City, Utah. A doctor, but she was asked about the loss of her enjoyment on that day.
And he has deterred you from enjoying the rest of what was a very expensive vacation.
Well, I lost half a day's sleep.
Stop it!
Are you serious?
Where?
Are you serious? Okay, so I saw this meme this morning, and it was a shot of her on the stand, and the caption was a direct quote from Marissa Tomei from My Cousin Vinny about car facts. And it really pissed me off because how dare you compare Gwyneth to a sterling character, a wonderful character in cinematic history in that role of her breaking down the car mechanics. Like,
Well, I lost half a day's sleep.
what in I almost said a bad word.
It's pretty,
She's terrible.
pretty unbelievable.
She's really terrible. And she's like so out of touch too. Like
Well-
phone deaf just doesn't even begin to talk about it.
What I like, my daughter was saying something about how she's super annoyed at Gwyneth Paltrow. She doesn't even know Gwyneth Paltrow as the young actress that we all got to know her in.
Hey,
what was it?
killing brothers.
Shakespeare in Love was probably the one that she really bolted
Never
on
saw
the
it.
scene. It was. I thought it was
I
good.
can't stand her. I've never been able to stand her.
Back then you could stand.
I liked her in Sliding Doors.
Also supposed to be one of the great ones. That's one I've never seen. And then the one with Ethan Hawke, Great Expectations.
I was right. Donald Trump had a rally over the weekend down in Waco, Texas.
Doesn't sound very good.
Apparently his microphone didn't work. See if I can find a better version of exactly what he's going to say. But he was about the man, the different criminal indictments that are staring him in the face. He wants to concentrate on the one out of Manhattan because it's, to be honest, it's the laws of the state of Georgia, and then the one in D.C., where, among other things, he's accused of making those absconding, perhaps, of classified documents, and then having some sort of a role in the prep, I guess you could say, for the January 6th riot at the Capitol. And we know today
You're going down?
that the Manhattan grand jury is getting together
Yo,
to discuss the hush
are
money
you
payments that
stuck
supposedly
to
were paid
yourself,
to,
kid?
to Stormy Daniels.
Look at this.
The grand jury did not
Spider-Man.
they don't
Spider-Man.
have to explain to us what they're doing, what the agenda is.
No,
But
no,
we
no.
do know that this
Hey,
has been
you are
something
doing
that kind of
some stuff.
we thought was going to happen last week, and
Yo,
then didn't happen, and then was going to happen again, and then didn't happen.
Oh, that was a
again.
good one when you
So
were like,
all that
fuck
is still
you,
today.
everybody who owns the
One of the
company.
things that he talked about for his hour and a half, basically, on this tarmac there at the airport in Waco was Ron DeSantis, and claimed that Ron DeSantis had tears in his eyes when he begged for Donald Trump's endorsement.
Oh my God.
And that Donald Trump gave it
Jew
reluctantly,
facial.
thinking, well, you're not going to win. I don't know why I would endorse a loser like you. But then it reluctantly gave the endorsement, and then obviously Ron DeSantis goes on to win. The weird part about that is the crowd was not responding. I don't know if they're tired. They've been out there for a long time. They're standing in the sun. They've gone through.
I feel like what he cares about.
Right. But most of the static shots are from, in front of the podium, so all you see is the grandstand behind them.
There was this woman quoted in a BBC article.
I'll give you a BBC article, girl.
I don't
Really? I am BBC. Big bone cock, baby.
He doesn't get indicted. God still answers prayers. Now, if you're praying that Donald Trump doesn't get indicted, that's a little too much. I mean, I know that a lot of people send prayers up for various people they don't even know, but
pray for people in Mississippi.
Let's pray for others. Let's just give God the
school in Tennessee or something.
Something of that nature.
Speaking of which, quick thing, the new nickname, it looks like, instead of Ron DeSantis,
Tiny D?
Ron DeSanctimonious, Ron DeCaucus, to go after Mike DeCaucus.
What is that phrase?
So Donald Trump retweeted a video.
That doesn't make any sense.
The host talks about, he talks on
Donald Trump's on Twitter?
And referred to
I got this.
Ron DeSantis' flip-flop on what
What's
happened
his
in
name?
Ukraine. He claims he was misquoted about whether or not the United States needs to support the war. The hard
Come on,
question
just
is what would
let him
you do?
just he's got this. It's his fucking company thing. And he never fucked with it.
Or as he perhaps should now be known, Ron DeCaucus. Because just like the hackers Democrat presidential nominee in 1988, DeSantis managed to look weak and
Is he on
incompetent all in one go.
That's not going to stick. Nobody even remembers who Mike DeCaucus is.
You have to explain it. Yeah.
Right.
But
1988 is a world away.
But Donald Trump reposted, I guess, that video at about 3:30 in the morning on Truth Social. Maybe he goes with it. Maybe he
Who is
doesn't.
this guy? Is that pretty?
Hilton.
That's a stretch. That is a bridge too far.
When we return, protests around the world will explain what's going on.
I'm not even a Ron DeSantis fan, but all of this stuff is putting me in a corner more than I would be, which is just ridiculous.
Right, but see, the same people, there are other people who are like, well, Donald Trump's being the victim of all of this stuff, so they're going to be in his corner too.
Yeah.
I mean, it's almost an
Yeah, it really is.
Jennifer Jones-Lee, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
So the person suspected of opening fire at a private
I
Christian school
swear
in Nashville is dead. The Nashville, there are multiple patients, but their conditions are not known. The Metro Nashville Police Department says the shooter died after being engaged by officers, but it's not clear whether the shooter died by suicide or was shot by the cops. The Covenant School's website says it has about 200 students enrolled from preschool to sixth grade.
Somebody
A chunk
retweet it.
of hillside has fallen onto a home
No,
in
this
Pacific
chick.
Palisades. A family of 8 had to find another place to stay
This chick
Saturday
kicks
night.
ass.
An elderly man who lives above the impacted hillside also had to leave his home A grading inspector and a geologist are expected to assess the situation later today.
They have the worst search of all time.
Getting ready to fly out of
Imager search sucks.
Because the passenger
The whole
opened the
website
exit
sucks.
door
Used
and
to be
caused
good.
the emergency flag to pop open. It happened as the plane was being pushed away from the gate late Saturday morning. Airport police detained the
Yo,
guy
dog,
and the
that's
FBI
baller
was
as
called. It's not
fuck.
clear what man opened the door. The flight was headed to Seattle. A person's been found dead at an apartment complex that caught fire in El Monte. The fire was
Download video.
reported early this morning in a top floor unit. The person who died was found inside. Firefighters say there was ammunition inside, and it may have sounded like gunfire to the neighbors. And North Korea has fired 2 short-range ballistic missiles as the U.S. and South Korea expand military drills in the region. It was North Korea's 7th missile test this month. The missiles landed outside Japan's exclusive economic zone. Japan's military said the missiles flew on an irregular trajectory and reached a maximum altitude of 31 miles. Your SoCal weather from KFI. We've got a partly cloudy day ahead. Temperatures should be in the mid-60s for the most part. By tomorrow, more clouds are rolling in. Temperatures cooling into the low to mid-60s. Our chance at showers starts later on tomorrow night. Best chance of rain this week comes Wednesday into Thursday with a chance of
Remember when you
snow
like add
once again.
location?
51 right
Yeah,
now.
it was like,
here in
oh
Santa
yeah.
Margarita, 54
Yeah,
in
no,
Garden
not this
Grove.
time.
Let's get a look at your drive with
Really?
KFI
Yeah,
in
it was
the
just like,
sky.
no.
Check out that drive on the 405.
Why? It was like one of those things. Coach explained to everybody. He was like, well, it was working. But then it wasn't. And that's exactly how it was.
Pretty nicely for you. Some new problems in West LA for the 10 eastbound right before the 405. Somebody lost their mattress.
You're all
in the
fine.
middle lanes of the freeway. That's definitely slow back in Central.
Remember when it tweeted?
New crash in Longwood 710 southbound past the 91. The center lane blocked with that one. That's definitely slow from Alondra.
Is it still going, Josh?
Problems in the Ontario area are gone. It's still kind of slow though as you see some calls getting away from the 15 on that westbound 10. The 60s probably
Oh, this
still
is tight as fuck.
a whole lot of slow. The southbound side of the 15 from El Cerrito on down. To Temescal Valley.
What?
Just a lot of traffic there, nothing in lanes. KFI in the sky. Let's get you there faster.
I want to download it.
Lowe's MVP's
Oh,
bonus days are back
download.
to pros. Right now, buy a DeWalt 20-volt max
Why
power
is the
stack
fuck
battery
is it so
2-pack at $199. Get a select DeWalt bare tool free. Plus, earn 3 times the bonus points on all Metabo HPT tools and products. Shop even more savings and bonus points offers during MVP's bonus days at Lowe's. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts and benefits. 320 to 331. Subject to change. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details.
At Southern California Edison, keeping our community safe from the threat of wildfire is our priority. We're installing insulated power lines,
That's tight.
vegetation, and inspecting and upgrading equipment on 50,000 square miles of community and wild spaces. Helping to keep our communities safe is a job we take very seriously because the communities we serve are the communities we live and work in too. Learn more at SCE.com/mitigation.
Inflation is nothing more than legalized debt. Hi, I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and to preserve your wealth, I highly recommend keeping physical gold in your retirement account. To learn more, text the word shelter
Virtual
to
set
989898
for
to
2
get a
friends.
free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold, which is the
tight as fuck.
only
I don't
gold
understand
IRA
it.
company I trust. So text shelter to 989898
This game would be
to
tight.
request your free info kit right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, RV, ViralRabbi.com. Massive overstock sale. Over 1,000 RVs. More stimulating talk.
Yoshi, I'd be like this. Yeah.
Shaming people into inviting us places probably isn't the way to go, huh?
Seems like I would advise my children against that.
Because we are children.
Jerry and Shannon, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Everyone keeps coming in here and apologizing for not inviting us places. It's so unnecessary.
Feel really badly.
No, it's okay. The Dodgers, speaking of, take on the Angels tonight at 6 in Anaheim.
Oh, we got tickets for that
For
game
the
too.
Freeway Series. Listen to the game in HD on the free iHeartRadio app live from the Galpin Motors broadcast booth.
By the way,
Shannon, if if I had an extra ticket, I would have invited her, but I wouldn't have invited you because you wouldn't have appreciated it. It's true. You have to take that. I mean, he does appreciate baseball, but not a Dodgers Angels series, I don't think. Would you? Okay, he's giving me a really bad. So they were amazing.
Why say it?
A girlfriend of mine said they were booty watching feet. Ooh, I'd never thought of it that way. Yeah, look at that booty. That's what it was. Shaking that booty.
Booty, oh, the booty.
Yeah. Oh, you're right.
The New York grand jury hearing testimony.
They said no.
And paying hush money to porn stars now headed into it.
They don't play that song
We
anymore.
do not know what they're talking about, but they have been expected to reconvene today. The grand jury's been figuring out this case, as well as some other unrelated
Dude, download
matters.
this
So
one.
the
This
agenda
one's
for the
sick.
week is not clear. We were discussing the rally down in Waco, Texas. Some interesting things have happened in terms of polling. One of the issues that former President Trump brought up in the rally was that Ron DeSantis is falling like a rock when it comes to these national polls. But a couple of state-specific polls, important state-specific polls, Iowa and New Hampshire, for example, show he is doing just fine. As a matter of fact, these surveys provided to Axios for just last week found that Governor DeSantis is leading former President Trump by 8 points in Iowa right now, and is tied with Trump in New Hampshire at 39%.
He did take to Truth Social early this morning, 3:30 a.m., complaining about everything. Said, remember, the DOJ is running the local Manhattan DA's prosecution. They just don't want their fingerprints on it. They placed a top person in the office. Then he went on to hit after Stormy Daniels. I won a federal lawsuit for almost $500,000 against Stormy Horseface Daniels. Never had an affair with her. Would have never wanted to. That's not very nice. She's not a horse face, is she? I mean, I've seen a horse face. It's not one that sticks out.
I wouldn't have described. That would not have been my first.
What would have been your first insult?
She's a porn star.
Right.
Like that to me is enough
of a slight, isn't it? Yeah.
But he'll take the attractive ones, I think is what he's saying. Which I don't know. The big story that we will continue to follow that broke just as we started the show, as a matter of fact, is out of Nashville. Police, fire, and members of the ATF office there in Nashville are at the scene of, okay, here it is again, active aggressor at the Covenant School. Sources have said that 3 children were shot. No word on the state of their injuries at this time, but that the shooter is down and dead at that school.
This is Covenant Presbyterian Church there in Nashville. This school teaches preschool through 6th grade. Just confirmed 3 children were killed. Okay, so 3 children and the shooter. We don't know if the shooter was, I'm assuming,
a child?
A fellow student there.
Reunification area established at a nearby church, the Woodmont Baptist Church. This school that we're talking about, Covenant, is a private Christian school in Nashville. Last year, the school ran an active shooter training program, which is not unusual since most schools have recently. A portion of the street that leads up to this, it's currently like on the top of a small hill, currently closed. Police and emergency officials have been responding.
Now, if there are 4 children killed, 3 in the shooter, you got to believe there's injuries too.
Yeah, it would be unusual if there weren't.
Right.
So a couple statements have come in from politicians, and the shooter
Word up.
killed at Covenant School,
Word
just
up.
southwest of downtown Nashville.
The protests continue in France, where they big deal for the French. There have been several days of strikes and protests. They're setting places on fire.
Yeah, and by the way, they don't
The
protest like listen, the LA Unified protest that we saw last week.
Oh, you're
was
fucking.
sizable, and it impacted a whole lot of people. When you strike in France,
Do you remember when
everybody strikes.
The
I mean,
children.
they call out every
Oh, it's a couple.
man, woman, and child in the France, and they all protest. But so they're dealing with
Are you
this
done?
pension issue.
Yes, okay, are you done?
Unilaterally decided that the retirement age is going to go from 62 to 64. In Israel, they're dealing with Israel today,
tens of thousands of people were demonstrating outside of Israeli parliament. Workers launched a nationwide strike also.
Oh, fragile Nansen fucking sound, motherfucker sounds cold. Really?
This is all because
His
Prime Minister
motherfucker
Benjamin
fragile.
Netanyahu wants to overhaul the judiciary. Just before we started
Yosh.
the show, it was announced that the government had reached an agreement to pause
End it.
the change. But think about this. Flights from the main
Dude, I have a plus
airport
one.
were grounded. Malls and universities around Israel shut their doors. This largest trade union called for 800,000 members to strike in health fields, transit, banking, and other fields. Diplomats walked off their jobs at foreign missions. Local governments closed preschools that they run and cut other services. The main doctors union also announced that its members were struck. This is a shutdown of the entire country, not just one sector or one business.
Oh, that bitch is flicking me off. Fuck you back, bitch. These moves are just